Chapter 375. After waiting for more than half an hour and confirming that there were no accidents, Klein and Emlyn White left Lawyer Jurgen's house. They silently walked forward with their own thoughts on their minds, and soon, they arrived outside 15, Minsk Street. Vampire Emlyn held his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. "The payment has been made. I hope we won't have the chance to meet again." That was a nice sentence, but Mr. White, did you forget something important? Klein smiled politely. "I'll visit Bishop Utravsky occasionally. I hope you won't be at the Harvest Church. Also, I don't have to help you find a solution to the hypnosis." Emlyn White's expression immediately turned odd. After 2 seconds of silence, he raised his chin. "There are many powerful occultists in our race. I will write to them for help." With that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slowed down, turned his head, and asked hesitantly, "What are you cooking?" "Beef bone radish soup. It needs to be paired with rice and chili. That's a specialty of the Fainapotter Highlands," Klein said with anticipation as he breathed in the fragrance wafting out of the house. Emlyn frowned and shook his head. "Chili doesn't belong to the vampire race. Frankly speaking, it's hard for me to imagine a vampire eating chili. Of course, I occasionally fantasize about a vampire eating a steamed bun and eating garlic and green onions." Klein criticized in his heart and pointed at the door, indicating that he was about to enjoy his dinner. Emlyn White considered for a second and lowered his voice. "I thought about it for a long time last night and realized that you didn't actually do anything. Why did you ask for payment? The old man will let me go at any time." Klein chuckled. "No, that's not how it works. Your parents entrusted me with the task of finding you, not saving you. In the end, I was the one who found you. According to the agreement, the reward should belong to me. Also, if I didn't remind you, you might have to stay in the Harvest Church for a few weeks or even a few months before you realize that you can leave freely, and you won't even realize that you've been hypnotized. Are you implying my intelligence?" Emlyn's face contorted. "No, I'm saying it explicitly." Klein smiled and didn't say anything else. He opened the door and went straight to the kitchen. His mind was filled with the clear and alluring soup, white rice, soft but chewy beef, marrow hidden deep in the bones, sweet carrots with the fragrance of meat, and chopped Fainapotter Highland chili. Pink rose salt and green coriander leaves of Balaam were sprinkled among the fiery fragments. On Thursday morning, as promised, Klein arrived at the cheap cafe in the East Borough. Old Kohler, who was still wearing the thick jacket from before, was sitting in a corner, drinking tea that barely tasted like tea with a loaf of black bread. Klein walked in front of him, took out something he had prepared, and pushed it to him. It was made up of 2 5-soldi notes, 4 1-soldi notes, and a handful of copper pennies to enhance the effect. Old Kohler stared straight at them for a while before he reached out with his right hand and took them with trembling hands. He scrutinized them repeatedly, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and squeezed out a smile. "At the dock, we move heavy goods and do some troublesome cleaning in the cold, dirty water. It only costs about 1 soldi a day, and here, there was a total of 15 soldi. Klein listened in silence. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "Have you heard anything recently? What did you notice?" Old Kohler put away the funds, drank another mouthful of tea, and pinched the corner of his eyes. "I got to know a lot of dock workers and re-established contact with my friends from when I was a vagrant. Some of them have entered the factory, and some are still constantly going back and forth between the workhouse and the corner of the park. Just like me in the past. Recently, there's a saying that since we believe in one of the 7 deities, why don't we directly pray to the Creator at the source? It's said that he is in everyone's body, in all things, and hasn't truly passed away. Praying to him will allow us to be redeemed. Not only will we be able to enter his kingdom after death, but we will also have a better life while alive. For example, we don't need to work so hard, and we can have butter and oily meat every day. This is the theory of the mutated creator spread by the Aurora Order. After the incident with Lenivas, they began to place importance on the poor of the East Borough, the dock area, and the East Borough, hoping to use them to achieve certain goals. I wonder if the 3 major churches have noticed this phenomenon. They should have. Klein placed the butter between two pieces of toast and took a bite without tasting it. Old Kohler rambled on for a while. Mr. Detective, according to your instructions, I paid attention to the female textile workers. In the end, with the participation of the police, their resistance was defeated. But, the leaders became the factory supervisors, and 1/3 of them lost their jobs. Some of them are actively looking for new jobs, some have become street girls, and some have disappeared. The whole East Side is in chaos. If Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings were in such a situation when he came to Beekland, then no one would notice him coming to East Borough to secretly kill 1 or 2 people every day. Klein sighed inwardly. Old Kohler continued to talk about his daily experiences. By the way, Liv's youngest daughter has gone missing. Liv? Klein confirmed that he had never heard of the name before. Only then did Old Kohler come to a realization. It's the one you and Mr. Reporter saw quarreling with someone last time. She's been doing the laundry at home with her eldest and youngest daughters, but yesterday, one of her 2 daughters went missing on the way back from delivering the clothes. The younger one is really pitiful. She's been a widow for many years and has always been counting on her 2 daughters, but in the end, the police in East Borough definitely won't put too much effort into looking for her. Unfortunate people often have even greater misfortune because they don't have the ability to resist risks and change the environment they're in. This sentence suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. He was silent for a few seconds like a stone statue. Take me to see them. I'm a detective, so I might be able to help them find them. They don't have money, Old Kohler reminded him. Klein picked up his hat and cane. I do volunteer work occasionally. Sherwood Borough, in the house the 2 ladies originally rented. Zio began her life as a bounty hunter again, while Force sped up the progress of her new book, hoping to save enough money for the Beyonder ingredients needed for Trickmaster as soon as possible. However, writing a book wasn't something that could be written just because one wanted to. Force scratched her hair in frustration and decided to go out for a walk to find inspiration. As she walked, she found herself unknowingly returning to a familiar place. Diagonally in front of her was the Joseph Clinic where she had first worked, a rather large private clinic. After staring for a while, Force recalled the old lady who had led her into the Beyonder world, so she turned into an alley on the right and took a shortcut to a nearby street. On both sides of the street were parasol trees with fluttering leaves. It was a relatively quiet place. Force remembered that the old lady lived in House 39. Back then, she would occasionally drop by to deliver medicine or injections, and even help with some of the daily chores. It's been almost 3 years. That place should have been rented out again. Perhaps there have been several tenants. I still remember that when I came to sort out her belongings, I found a lot of notes that recorded mysticism insights. Force walked under the leafless parasol tree and slowly approached House 39. As she recalled her past experiences, she gradually gained some inspiration for her writing. At that moment, she saw an old man wearing a heavy coat and a half-top hat standing at the door of House 39. He rang the doorbell 3 times. After a few minutes, no one opened the door. The old man with blue eyes shook his head and turned around. He muttered in puzzlement, still no one. He suddenly noticed Force, who had stopped not far away and was looking over. He hurriedly strode over and smiled warmly and eagerly. Beautiful lady, do you live on this block? Do you know Lawborough and Orlisa? Orlisa? Isn't that the old lady's name? This building hasn't had a tenant recently. Force deliberated and said, I don't know if the Mrs. Orlisa I know is the one you are looking for. She lived here for a long time, but she passed away 3 years ago. He passed away 3 years ago? Where's Lawborough? The old man with some wrinkles at the corner of his eyes hurriedly asked. Her husband passed away before she did, Force answered honestly. The old man was stunned for a moment before revealing a sorrowful expression. He was silent for a moment. Thank you, kind lady. I'm Lawborough's elder brother. I've been living in Midseashire all this time. As I haven't received any letters from them in a long time, I decided to come and take a look. Can you tell me what happened to them in those years? Mrs. Orlisa's husband's brother. Could he be a descendant of the family she mentioned? Force suddenly became alert and replied with a smile, no problem. She quickly thought about what she could and couldn't say. The elder pointed behind him and said, "That's right. There's a nice cafe over there." In a slightly old apartment in the East District, Klein once again stepped into the humid room. He saw the tough woman who had quarreled with the street girl and disdained her occupation standing in the pile of clothes. Her wrinkled face had lost its vigor of toil, and was lifeless. Her eldest daughter, the 17 or 18-year-old girl who was squatting in front of the basin and washing clothes, sat by the bed and sobbed. "It's me. It's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on her. I shouldn't have taken her to a secluded alley." She also said that she would learn a few more words in the free school tonight. "It's me. It's all my fault." Liv suddenly came back to her senses and turned to look at her eldest daughter. She put away her sad expression and said fiercely, "Why are you crying? Get up and wash your clothes. Do you want to go hungry? Don't you want to go to a free school?" After yelling, she saw Klein and Old Kohler by the door. "Old Kohler. This is?" she asked in puzzlement. Chapter 376. Old Kohler seemed a little afraid of the other party's toughness and subconsciously took a step back. "Liv, this is a detective. He wants to help you find Daisy." Liv's wrinkled and peeling face turned to Klein and said coldly, "We've already called the police. She may be in her 30s, but she looks closer to 50. Klein looked around the room where many wet clothes were hanging. He vaguely remembered that there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl here the last time he was here. She was carefully holding a simple and crude homemade iron, dealing with the clothes that had been dried and wrinkled. There were many burn marks on her hands. "She's the lost Daisy." Klein looked back at the laundry maid, Liv, and said in an emotionless tone, "That's right. Do you believe that the East Side police will really look for Daisy? Are you sure that the people who caused Daisy to go missing won't set their sights on your house? You want to lose another daughter after losing one?" The cruel but heart-wrenching words reached Liv's ears. The indifferent expression on her face crumbled bit by bit. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The corners of her eyes gradually turned red. She suddenly lowered her head and said to herself in pain and despair, "I don't have money." The room suddenly became quiet. Even the sobbing girl didn't make a sound. Klein pursed his lips and exhaled silently. "I do volunteer work occasionally, purely to help others. Hihi, I haven't done it in a long time. Please give me a chance." "Volunteer?" Liv raised her head and chewed on the word. Klein nodded slightly. "This commission is free." "No, it's not completely free. Kindness will bring me great satisfaction. Since you don't have any other way, why not give it a try?" Liv was silent for a moment. She raised her palm that was wrinkled and swollen from being soaked in water for a long time, wiped her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Detective, you really are a kind gentleman." Her voice suddenly choked. "Here's what happened. At noon the day before yesterday, Frieja led Daisy back with a batch of laundry. It was just outside East Borough, and they had to go to several streets. In order to rush back for lunch, Frieja chose a secluded alley, but when she wasn't paying attention, she realized that Daisy, who was behind her, had disappeared. She went back the way she had come, but never found it, and Daisy never came back. "Freya, where were you?" The girl called Freya had already stood up, her eyes red and swollen. She sobbed and said, "Right here, in Hatchet Lane, Detective. Is Daisy going to be all right?" "Probably," Klein replied without any expression. He looked around, then asked, "What's the matter? Anything that Daisy always carried?" "I can borrow a police dog. It has an excellent sense of smell and can find the target by following the smell they left behind." "No." Liv, the laundry maid, thought for a moment and said with a sad expression. Frieja shed tears again, feeling that things seemed to have reached a dead end again. Suddenly, she blinked and said, "Yes, there is one thing. Daisy's vocabulary book." "Vocabulary book?" Old Kohler asked from the side. Liv sniffed and said, "I got Freya and Daisy to go to the free school at night. I let Frieja and Daisy go to the free school at night. I can keep washing clothes, but they can't keep doing this. This lady is such a good mother." Klein couldn't help but sigh. Free schools were night schools established by the three churches or certain charitable organizations. Classes were held from 8 to 10 in the evening, and they didn't charge any fees at all. They would even provide writing tools and a certain amount of paper for free. It was considered an education aimed at illiteracy, and at most, it involved some religious knowledge. Old Neil had once been a teacher at the Evernite Goddesses Free School for a few years, and Klein had heard him mention some things. As there were very few people who volunteered to be a teacher at a free school, a unique teaching model was formed. The teacher would arrive early, gather the students with the best learning progress, and instill the content of the day into them. Then, they would be in charge of teaching the different classes, and the teacher would patrol back and forth to correct any mistakes. This was known as the tutoring system. Corresponding to the free schools were free organizations such as technical workers' workshops. They were the few channels that the poor could come into contact with to escape their social class. Unfortunately, there were too few such organizations. They were like a drop in the bucket, and it was difficult for them to play any substantial role. At this moment, Frigga added while sobbing, "Daisy loves to learn. She's already been confirmed by the teacher to be her class's tutor. She'll put the pieces of paper with the words she copied together, and every day, she'll sleep with them as her pillow. Then, she'll wake up early and go out to the streets to recite under the morning light. She's always regretted that there aren't any street lights nearby." As she spoke, Frigga rushed back to the bunk bed and took out a stack of crumpled paper from under the tattered pillow. Due to being in a humid environment for a long period of time, the words copied on it were a little blurry. The edges of the paper were also worn, as if it had been flipped around for a long period of time. "Mr. Detective, is this okay?" Frigga handed the so-called vocabulary book, which wasn't bound at all, to Klein with both hands and asked eagerly. "Yes," Klein answered very succinctly. He wasn't trying to comfort Frigga. Although such items weren't the kind that could be carried around, they would accompany the target for a long period of time and project a strong belief in them. They were excellent materials for using dowsing to find people. He casually flipped through the vocabulary book and said, "Then I'll start taking action. Then I'll start moving. The sooner I find Daisy, the better." Liv and Frigga couldn't find the words to describe their feelings. They could only watch as Klein and old Kohler left, repeatedly saying thank you, Mr. Detective, and thank you, kind gentleman. After leaving the apartment, Klein turned his head to old Kohler. "Pay attention to the female textile workers who have lost their jobs, especially those who haven't found a new job or become a street girl. Pay special attention to those who have gone off to who knows where. Pay attention to your own safety. Ask less and listen more. If you do this well, you'll get a bonus." "All right." Old Kohler nodded heavily. He didn't leave immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in an expectant tone, "Mr. Detective, you'll definitely be able to find Daisy, right?" "I can only say that I'll do my best." Klein didn't make any guarantees. Old Kohler sighed and smiled bitterly. "I lost my own child, so this is the last thing I want to see." He waved his hand and walked towards another street. As for Klein, he left at an unhurried pace. On the way, he used Daisy's vocabulary book to wrap the tip of his cane. Without attracting any attention, he completed a dowsing rod search. There's a result. Northwest. I can't confirm if there's any interference or misdirection for the time being. He looked down at the direction where the cane was about to fall and reached out to support it. Following the revelation, Klein left East Borough and hired a rental carriage. More than half an hour later, the carriage, which occasionally adjusted its direction, stopped at Iris Street in Sherwood Borough near West Borough. It stopped in front of a house with a vast lawn, a wide garden, a small fountain square, and a marble statue. At this moment, in the carriage, Klein's cane had fallen down and was aimed straight at that direction. Through the window, Klein saw patrolling guards and vicious dogs with their tongues hanging out behind the iron gate. The security there was quite tight. More importantly, even without divination, he could sense that there was quite a bit of danger lurking within with his spiritual intuition. What is this place? How could Daisy's disappearance involve such a dangerous place? Klein pondered for a few seconds and ordered the coachman to continue forward. The coachman replied with some surprise, "Sir, are you not here to visit Mr. Capim?" Capim? Klein found the name very familiar. He smiled and asked in return, "Why do you think so? People often come out from East Borough and take my carriage here." "Heh, this is the home of the tycoon, Mr. Capim," the coachman replied casually. "East Borough. Capim. Tycoon." Klein suddenly recalled who Capim was. In many rumors, he was the leader of a criminal organization whose hands were stained with blood, and he was involved in the disappearance of many innocent girls. And in reality, he was a tycoon who knew many important figures. Klein didn't say anything else. He leaned back against the wall and half closed his eyes. The carriage slowly moved forward, and the luxurious villa swept backward, disappearing through the glass window. In a cubicle in a coffee shop, Force already knew that the elder's name was Lawrence Nord. He came from Constant City in Midseashire and was a public school teacher. He doesn't know that Mrs. Orlisa's husband is dead, nor does he know that Mrs. Orlisa has inherited his inheritance and become a beyonder. He didn't expect Mrs. Orlisa to leave her belongings to me. Could he also be a beyonder? Does he have the ability to divine? Force drank a mouthful of Fermo coffee and organized her words. "I was once a doctor at the nearby Yusuf Clinic, and Mrs. Orlisa often came to see me. Back then, her husband, Mr. Lawborough, had already passed away. I would occasionally talk to her and help her do some things, such as, so, she eventually made a will, giving me her savings and cash, and donating her jewelry, books, furniture, and other items to charity. This was supervised by a law firm she appointed." What Force said was the truth, but it wasn't the entire truth. Lawrence pinched his forehead and said, "What a pity. I can't understand why Orlisa didn't contact me during those years. She didn't mention your name, and she was vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Lawborough's relatives," Force answered frankly. Lawrence was silent for a moment. "Thank you for telling me. It made me understand some things. By the way, where are Lawborough and Orlisa buried?" "Grim Cemetery." Force took out her pocket watch from her bag and glanced at it. "Mr. Lawrence, I still have matters to attend to. I should leave." Lawrence didn't stop her. He got up and sent her off. After sitting down again, he rubbed his son acupoint in distress and muttered to himself, "Lawborough passed away, and he didn't leave behind any children. I wonder where Orlisa took his beyonder characteristic. Richard died at the hands of the Aurora Order. Sam didn't want to contact us at all. He didn't want to bear the responsibility of his family name." Chapter 377. Lawrence sat in a booth in the coffee shop and couldn't help but think of the hardships the House of Abraham had suffered over the years. Ever since they were split into small families and scattered across the country, the Elders' Council's control over the family members had fallen to the lowest point. In order to avoid the effects of the curse, a large number of Abrahams were unwilling to advance and remained at sequence 8 or 9. They didn't even attempt to become beyonders. They only wanted to be ordinary people with a certain amount of knowledge and wealth, living a peaceful and beautiful life. The Elders' Council believed that this was an act of forgetting the honor of the family, but they couldn't deal with it strictly because it was equivalent to self-annihilation. In such a situation, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham began to have thoughts of reform. They imitated the master-disciple inheritance system of the life school of thought and nurtured non-family members, hoping that after they advanced to high-sequence beyondus, they could help the Abrahams resolve the curse that had existed for 1,500 years and find their ancestor, Bethel Abraham, who had disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. This plan went very smoothly in the beginning. The apprentices, who didn't need to worry about the curse, quickly became stronger and advanced under the careful nurturing of the House of Abraham. In just 10 years, there were several sequence 5 beyondus among them, and there wasn't a single sequence 6 among the direct beyondus of the House of Abraham. The main branch was too weak, and the branches were too strong. The seeds of tragedy were planted, and the ambitious disciples set their sights on the few powerful sealed artifacts that the House of Abraham possessed. Their plot failed, but it also brought about serious repercussions. All the sequence 6 and sequence 5 beyondus who weren't members of the family believed that their status in the House of Abraham didn't match their own strength. Furthermore, they weren't trusted and were unable to obtain control over certain sealed artifacts. Amidst the back and forth, arduous negotiations, and the process of mutual compromise, an accident happened. One of the sequence 5 traveler named Botis was tempted by the true creator and joined the Aurora Order, causing a terrifying disaster. In this disaster, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham were nearly wiped out. More than half of the few powerful sealed artifacts were lost, leaving only 3. Lawrence's half-brother, Richard, died as a result. Booties had received great benefits. Not only had he gathered all the Beyonder ingredients he needed, but with the help of the true creator, he had also successfully overcome all obstacles and stepped into the demigod sequence, becoming one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets. After the disaster, the Elders' Council of the House of Abraham, which had been rebuilt, reflected on their actions over the past years, but they could not find a solution to the problem. Negative, depressed, and desperate emotions shrouded the hearts of the few remaining family members. Lawrence didn't want to be in such an environment, and he didn't want to face the size and depressing atmosphere every day. He found an excuse to leave the Elder Council and come to Beekland to find his other half-brother, Lawborough, and half-brother, Sam. Now, he suddenly realized that he was the only one left from his father's branch. He himself was nearly 80 years old, and all of his children had died in the disaster brought about by Booties. Just thinking about this made him feel an indescribable sense of sorrow. What pained him the most was that he couldn't see any hope of revenge, nor could he see the dawn of his family's glory returning. I'm already very old, and I was previously injured. I don't dare to use Beyonder powers unless it's absolutely necessary. It will cause me to lose control or cause a curse to descend. What's the future of the House of Abraham? Lawrence took a sip of Fermo coffee and fell into a long silence. After returning to her rented apartment, Force immediately entered her bedroom and locked the wooden door. She sat on the edge of the bed, adjusted her state, and softly recited the honorific name that represented hope and future. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I wish to pray to you and tell you what happened to me today. I met the elder brother of the husband of the old lady who made me an apprentice. He's suspected to be a member of a certain family. I hid the matters related to mysticism, but I'm worried that he has extremely powerful divination abilities and can find out the complete truth. At this moment, Klein happened to be above the grey fog. He saw the crimson star representing magicians expand outwards, causing ripples. He heard layers of pleas constantly spread out. After figuring out the details, Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his finger and muttered to himself, very cautious. You know to seek help from the fool. Furthermore, your guess is correct. The corresponding sequence 7 of Apprentice is astrologer. Recently, he had been studying the Book of Secrets and quickly came up with a plan that could help the other party interfere with divination through a ritual. I have to say, after advancing to sequence 7 and obtaining the Book of Secrets, I'm becoming more and more like a true deity above the grey fog. Of course, it's still an empty shell for now. Speaking of which, I've performed in front of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man many times, perfectly fooling them. Why didn't I receive the corresponding spirituality feedback? The progress of the potion didn't speed up either. Does it have to be in the real world? It could also be that the cheers of the audience are blocked by the grey fog, preventing them from directly affecting me. It's just like how the eternal blazing sun and the true creator are unable to penetrate the grey fog and find this mysterious space. From the looks of it, the reaction of the grey fog and this mysterious space is very mechanical. It's not agile enough and lacks intelligence. However, to me, this is actually a good thing. Amidst his thoughts, Klein conjured the corresponding knowledge into an ancient goatskin parchment and threw it into the crimson star representing magicians. Suddenly, an endless greyish-white fog appeared in front of Force, and an illusory yellowish-brown goatskin descended from the sky. She saw the knowledge written on it, and her heart calmed down. With Mr. Fool taking action, that Mr. Lawrence definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the correct revelation from his divination. Force sincerely expressed her gratitude and busied herself preparing for the ritual. She had seen many evil spirits harm people, so she didn't really trust the fool that much. However, the curse of the full moon made her rely on him. At worst, I'll just lose my life. Without Mr. Fool's help, I would have already lost control and become a monster during the last blood moon. Every day I live is one more day of gain. This is all bestowed by Mr. Fool. He can take it back whenever he wants. It's best not to take it back. Force took a deep breath and lit the 2 candles that symbolized the Fool. The initial steps of the ritual were no different from what she had previously mastered. When the candles were lit, essential oils, extract, herbal powder, and other items were thrown into the fire. When a clear and ethereal fragrance filled the room and a thin, illusory fog enveloped the entire altar, Force quickly adjusted her body and mind according to the contents recorded on the goatskin. She entered cogitation and silently chanted the corresponding honorific name of the Fool over and over again. Such monotonous and repetitive actions made Force, who had already calmed down from her visualization, slowly enter a state of deep sleep and spirituality. She was in a daze, but she also maintained a strange lucidity. She felt that her mind was drifting and constantly rising. This was somewhat similar to the process of using external objects to form a secret deed, but there were many differences. This was a technique of mediumship, used to communicate with spirits of a higher level. At its peak, it could even allow beyonders to roam the spirit world while maintaining a strange lucidity. Some beyonders who were good at influencing the mind called it artificial sleepwalking. They could use hypnosis and other techniques to make ordinary people enter such a state. That way, ordinary people would appear to be asleep, but they would be able to answer questions. They would appear to have their eyes and mouth closed, but they would be able to discover the various spirit bodies around them and complete a certain level of communication. The reason why Klein didn't allow Force to use the secret deed ritual was that it could only give knowledge, direct effects such as purification or erosion, allowing the other party's mind to obtain a wondrous experience. It couldn't interfere with another person's divination or other matters. To put it simply, the secret deed ritual directly affected the target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. Any positive or negative states related to them would be eliminated. The ritual under artificial sleepwalking could allow Klein to do some indirect things to deal with the intrusions from the outside world. In a daze, Force felt that she had drifted back to the towering ancient palace above the grey fog. She saw Mr. Fool sitting high above, looking down at everything. Klein looked at the magician's illusory figure outlined by the crimson starlight and calmly picked up a paper figurine that he had found in the junk pile in the corner. As a seer who had advanced twice, he had many ways to interfere with the divination of others without the help of mystical items. At that moment, due to the ritual's influence, the mysterious space above the grey fog trembled slightly, and some of its power flowed due to it being pried open. Klein pressed his left hand on the Dark Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table, allowing it to connect with his spirit body and raise his level. It was just like how he had used the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body and raise his level. Right on the heels of that, with a flick of his right wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. The paper figurine suddenly enlarged, and 12 pairs of black angel wings that were cut out of paper grew out of its back. The feathers were lifelike. The paper angel quickly pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with the illusory figure of the magicians. Without a sound, it began to burn and completely disappeared. The half-awake Force seemed to see a dignified and solemn angel. She saw the other party using many pairs of pitch-black wings to wrap around her. After an unknown period of time, Force suddenly woke up from her artificial sleepwalking state. In front of her were the 3 candles burning quietly on the altar and the fog that permeated the entire room. Her nose was filled with the familiar fragrance of tranquility and ethereal. Angel. Force fell into a daze and momentarily forgot to end the ritual. Chapter 378. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like it has 12 pairs of wings. According to the descriptions in the books of the various churches, this is the highest level angel. Force tried her best to recall the scene she had seen in her half-awake state. She was shocked, but at the same time, it wasn't that shocking. It was as though she had encountered something shocking that she had never encountered before. It's not surprising that Mr. Fool has an angel serving him. From the fact that Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man occasionally refer to him, it's conceivable. From the fact that he can isolate the influence of the full moon's ravings, it's possible to infer. However, my request is just to interfere with Mr. Lawrence's divination, And he actually got an angel to protect me. Isn't this too extravagant? Or is this a routine operation for him? There's another question. Why are the feathers on the angel's wings black? Does this indicate degeneration or death? What's Mr. Fool's true identity? Which great existence is he? The death that was rumored to have perished in the Pale Era? He wants to resurrect himself through the tarot gathering? Force suddenly took a deep breath. She was no longer worried that the gentleman named Lawrence would use divination to discover that there was a problem with her. Thinking that she had already joined the tarot, she smiled bitterly and muttered silently, "I can only do as Roselle the Great said. I'll take it one step at a time." Reining in her thoughts, Force once again humbly thanked Mr. Fool. Then, according to the normal procedures of the ritual, she extinguished the flames of the 3 candles and dealt with the altar that was filled with all sorts of items. Above the grey fog, Klein temporarily threw the matter regarding the House of Abraham to the back of his mind. According to his original plan, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the next divination statement, Daisy's current situation. Putting down the pen, Klein stacked Daisy's vocabulary book and the piece of paper with the divination statement together and held them in his left hand. Then, he leaned back in his chair and entered a cogitation state. He silently recited Daisy's current situation over and over again. After a total of 7 times, Klein fell asleep. His vision was first pitch black with a hint of red before it turned grey. A series of images flashed before his eyes. Some were coherent, some were jumpy, and some were illogical. Klein saw Liv's youngest daughter, a 13-year-old girl who was repeatedly scalded by the steam but still insisted on ironing clothes. A man wearing a heavy jacket and a greyish-black cap covered her mouth with a handkerchief from behind and dragged her into a fork in the alley. Another man in the same attire grabbed her legs and lifted her up with his companion. They walked quickly. Their target was the carriage parked outside the alley. The whole process ended in less than 2 minutes, and by the time Daisy's sister, Frigga, returned to find them, the carriage had already left. In the carriage, a cold and sharp dagger was pressed against the muddle-headed Daisy's face, and filthy threatening words rang in her ears. The carriage drove into Capim's luxurious villa. Daisy was in a small, dark room, and the cries, screams, and curses of women echoed from time to time outside. Daisy woke up and shouted for help, but someone opened the door and kicked her. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up. Tears streamed down her face as she kept softly shouting the words Mom and Frigga. Klein opened his eyes and realized that the paper in his left hand had crumpled into a ball at some point in time. He had already confirmed that Capim was the mastermind behind the disappearance of many young girls and that he was the boss of a criminal organization. But the problem was that such cases shouldn't and couldn't involve Beyonder powers that were too powerful. At most, there would be a few money-grubbing sequence 7s, 8s, or 9s to help. It wouldn't make Klein feel a strong sense of danger through his spiritual intuition the moment he approached the villa. Could it be that Capim himself is a sequence 6 or even a sequence 5 Beyonder? However, it's not difficult for a Beyonder at this level to earn money. There's no need for him to do such dirty and complicated things. He can just find the various gangs and collect protection fees from them. It's easier than this, and he won't dirty his hands. Could it be that Capim's human trafficking has some hidden agenda? As Klein pondered, he used the power of the grey fog to restore Daisy's vocabulary book to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, he conjured another piece of goatskin and wrote a new divination statement: Saving Daisy is a dangerous matter. After reading it carefully twice, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and let the topaz pendant fall onto the paper, nearly touching the line of words. After calming himself down for a few seconds, he closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement he had just written. When the voice stopped, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum in his left hand. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a high speed and a high amplitude. It was an affirmation that saving Daisy was a rather dangerous thing, but it's not completely hopeless. There's still a small possibility and opportunity. As long as I can grasp it. Klein interpreted the revelation given by the spirit pendulum. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Wasn't I looking for an opportunity to perform? That's right. As a magician, I still have to challenge some difficult matters. Otherwise, I should be called a trickmaster and not a magician. Completing the seemingly impossible, even if the outcome is false, is the image of a magician in my heart. As for whether it's one of the rules, it still needs to be confirmed. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and quickly made a decision. The most difficult thing for him to save Daisy and deal with Capim was that he didn't understand him at all. He didn't know how many Beyonders were in the villa, or which pathway or sequence they belonged to. This made it impossible for Klein to make any targeted preparations. And to a magician, the first rule was don't perform unprepared. Many of the seemingly impromptu performances actually required a certain amount of preparation. For example, long periods of practice, or a deep understanding of how to divert attention. In the name of a blessed, should I get Miss Justice to help me investigate Capim's background? Klein seriously considered the solution to the problem. But he quickly rejected this line of thought. No, I won't be able to obtain detailed information. Although Capim is a tycoon who has connections with many important figures, he's ultimately not someone who can be brought to the surface. At most, Miss Justice can find out which nobles, members of parliament, and government employees he has close ties with, but she won't be able to figure out how many Beyonders are in his villa, what traps he has set up, or what the setup is like. By following these connections and clues, Miss Justice might be able to find out what I want to know in a few weeks, but it's too slow. Saving someone is like putting out a fire. Any delay will result in a tragedy. Klein's gaze swept across the surface of the long bronze table and the corner where the junk was piled up. An idea gradually formed in his mind. On the one hand, I'll get Miss Magicians and her friend, Miss Zio, to investigate Capim's background and figure out which Beyonders he has connections with. They have good connections in East Borough, in many gangs, and in many Beyonder circles. On the other hand, I'll do it myself. I'll get the information I want from the servants or bodyguards who come out of Capim's villa using mediumship. After finalizing the plan, Klein wasn't in a hurry to get Miss Magician's help. He decided to give it a try himself first. Only then could he get her to inquire about certain matters. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the towering palace above the grey fog. After lunch, a man wearing a greyish-black cap and a thick cotton coat carefully left through the back door of Capim's villa. He walked all the way to a crossroads and got into a rental carriage. East Borough. He touched the dark red birthmark on his face and instructed the carriage driver. The carriage began to move, and the man looked out the window in boredom, admiring the beautiful ladies and young ladies on the street. If only I could kidnap them. The man let his imagination run wild as he revealed a regretful expression. After leaving Iris Street, he suddenly shuddered, and his eyes became slightly dazed. He knocked on the carriage wall and said to the coachman, "Stop, stop. I forgot something. That's all." The coachman didn't dare to reprimand the ferocious man. He didn't even grumble as he stopped the carriage by the side of the street and let him alight. After paying 6 pence, the man backed off a few dozen meters and entered a cheap hotel. Without the need for identification, he paid for a room. After entering, he only left the door ajar and did not lock it. Then, the man sat on the edge of the bed expressionlessly. Suddenly, a transparent and illusory figure separated from his body. It was Klein dressed as a worker. He used the method of summoning himself to transform into a spirit body and possess the man's body, allowing him to walk to a convenient place for channeling. After knocking the man unconscious, the spirit body Klein disappeared from the room. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and his corporeal body walked in again. Using a wall of spirituality to seal off the area, Klein quickly set up a spirit channeling ritual, allowing the alluring scent of a matha extract and eye of the spirit medicine to permeate the surroundings. After finishing his preparations, he was about to begin channeling when he suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He discovered that the spirit body of the unconscious man on the bed was under a mysterious and unknown restriction. If he were to forcefully channel his spirit, although there was a high chance of success, it would trigger the mark and alert a certain Beyonder. This would alert the enemy. What a strange Beyonder power. Very cautious, very careful. The matters that Capim is involved in aren't simple. Klein paced a few steps and frowned slightly. He glanced at the unconscious man and suddenly chuckled. Do you think this will stump me? He quickly interrupted the spirit channeling ritual and once again summoned himself and responded to himself. A few seconds later, his spirit body flew out of the candlelight and floated in the room once again. Without any hesitation, Klein, in his spirit body form, suddenly went forward and possessed the unconscious man. The man suddenly sat up and opened his eyes, looking rather dazed. He stood up and walked to the front of the altar. Then, he chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 379. In a room filled with the ethereal fragrance of amatha extract and eye of the spirit potion, Capim's subordinate was controlled by the possessed Klein to constantly chant the fool's honorific name. Amidst the monotonous but rhythmic murmurs and the fragrance that made it difficult to focus, the man's soul body gradually dispersed. His entire being became muddle-headed, but he maintained a certain degree of strange lucidity, as if he was hypnotizing himself. With the help of Klein in his spirit body form and the feedback from chanting the fool's honorific name, he slowly entered an artificial sleepwalking state. His astral projection approached the grey fog at an infinite height, approaching the mysterious place above the grey fog. Klein seized this opportunity to end the summoning, return to the towering ancient palace, and sit in the seat belonging to the fool. He saw a bright and clear light ripple out beside him, outlining the illusory figure of Capim's subordinate. And this mysterious space was affected by the ritual, and there was a slight tremor. Some of the power had been stirred and was slowly flowing. Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and made a paper figurine appear in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the paper figurine flew out and absorbed the bit of power that had been stirred above the grey fog. It transformed into a man wearing a greyish-black cap and a thick cotton coat. He looked identical to Capim's subordinate, even his aura and feeling were identical. The paper figurine overlapped with the target's illusory figure, helping him withstand the mysterious and unknown restrictions in his spirit body. At the same time, Klein held the Dark Emperor card in his hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the illusory figure of Capim's subordinate that was outlined by the bright and clear light. This was an application of the secret deed element. Weak humans and great existences had a bit of synergy, sensing the corresponding knowledge and obtaining a wonderful spiritual experience. What was different from normal was that here, Klein was playing the role of the great existence. And in this state of close synergy, the interaction was reciprocal. Humans could obtain the knowledge of the great existence, and the great existence could naturally read the desired scene by asking questions. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein didn't have the beyonder powers of the mind domain, he could have used this as a cue. Who are the powerful figures in Capim's villa? Klein asked through the spirituality of the interaction. The shadow transmitted the memory without any resistance, making Klein feel like he was watching a holographic movie. The man in the cap stood in the room with fear and respect. In front of him was a middle-aged gentleman wearing a black tuxedo and a white wig. This gentleman had a long, thin, and serious face. His lips were naturally pursed, giving off an unusually cold feeling. He took out a pocket watch of the same color along the golden chain, opened it and glanced at it. "Look at me." The man in the cap didn't dare disobey as he raised his head and looked forward. "Yes, Mr. Harris." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a pair of eyes shining with a strange light and heard a commanding voice. "Keep the secret. I can't reveal anything I see or hear in this villa to anyone outside." The man in the cap shuddered inexplicably, feeling that he had to do as the other party said. He lowered his head again and said, "Yes, Mr. Harris." The man in the cap carried an unconscious girl down the stairs to the entrance of the underground area. Over there was a small room that had been partitioned off. Inside sat a bearded man whose age could not be determined. The bearded man had a pair of cold and intimidating blue eyes. He held a fine flannelette in his hand and was carefully wiping a greyish-white rifle on the table. The rifle was thick and long, and it was connected to a large mechanical box of the same color through a pipe. This was a high-pressure steam rifle. This was a military-controlled item. "Mr. Belize." The man in the cap was already prepared and bowed his head in greeting. The man in the cap entered the neatly arranged underground building that resembled a prison and locked the unconscious girl in one of the small rooms. He locked the door, returned to the corridor, and picked up the lantern he had been assigned. At that moment, he saw a figure slowly walking out from the depths of the corridor on the other end. The figure's eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness and didn't carry any lighting devices. With the help of the lantern's light, the man in the cap discovered that it was a woman in her 30s. The woman wore a brown bonnet that was tilted up in the middle, a thin white shirt and suspender pants, and a pair of leather boots that reached her knees. There were a few old scars on her face, and the corners of her mouth always held a cruel smile. The man in the cap lowered his head in shock and fear and stammered, "I'm sorry, Madam Katie." The woman ignored him. Step by step, she walked past him as if he was nothing but air. After the lady called Katie left, the man in the cap curled his lips. "Bitch. You'll definitely be more dissolute than a prostitute in bed." He straightened his crotch, picked up the lantern, and left the underground area. The man with the peaked cap met the two men in the magnificent hall that shone with golden light. One of them was about 1.65 meters tall and a little plump. He didn't have any special features, but his gaze always left one shuddering in fear. The other was about 1.70 meters tall and looked rather old. He had some wrinkles on his forehead, a high nose bridge, and his brown eyes were spirited. He didn't look intimidating. "Mr. Capim." The man in the cap first greeted the plump middle-aged man before saying to the other man, "Mr. Parker." The faint light of dawn shone in as the man in the cap met the cold, middle-aged gentleman known as Mr. Harris at the entrance of the underground area. Harris, who was wearing a white wig, glanced at him, who was standing respectfully beside him. He nonchalantly stretched out his right palm and aimed it at the entrance of the underground area. Confinement. Silently, the feeling around him changed subtly. There are a total of 4 beyond us, at least 4. The strongest should be that Mr. Harris. His at least a sequence 6, maybe even a sequence 5. I wonder what pathway it is, but it's somewhat similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Relying on order to issue decrees. Based on the scene just now, I can roughly determine that the lockdown is only aimed at the underground area, not the entire villa. That's right. There are people coming and going during the day. Once it's sealed, it'll be too troublesome to get in and out. I wonder if it's the same at night. Klein analyzed the information he had just obtained and asked again, "What's the overall layout of the villa like?" He quickly received feedback and saw a resplendent hall, an elegant and spacious dining room, a corridor that ran through the first floor, as well as a washroom and an underground area. Through them, Klein pieced together the general layout of Capim's villa in his mind. Sensing the depletion of his spirituality, he asked one last question: which important figures does Capim have close ties with? The scene in front of him was the resplendent hall from before. Half-naked girls were either prostrating themselves to serve alcohol to the guests, allowing them to scold and play with them, or being pulled to a secluded spot to be ravaged. They were all young, and their expressions were pained and numb. If they were slightly slow or not enthusiastic enough, Capim's attendants or maids would whip them. These servants witnessed the sinful scene, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. They fought to be the first to express themselves in an attempt to gain praise. Among the guests, Klein saw Capim, the cold Mr. Harris, a member of Parliament of the House of Commons who often appeared in the newspapers, and a fat man who was addressed as Deputy Inspector General. That's a Deputy Inspector General of the Beekland Police Department. That's one of the higher-ups of the police department. None of those servants are good. That's right, the people in the villa must have been screened and trusted. Klein rubbed his forehead and stopped the intimate state. The man in the cap was only a minor leader, so that was all he could know or participate in. And up to this point, the mysterious and unknown restriction still hadn't been touched. Klein ended the ritual and made the man's figure disappear above the grey fog. He then returned to the real world. In the ethereal and illusory room, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the man in the cap who was unconscious on the ground. Based on the information he had just obtained, he analyzed the feasibility of the performance and thought of one plan after another. Finally, Klein came up with a certain idea and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I don't need any help. Helpers will only drag me down, making it inconvenient for me to escape when I'm in danger. I have to choose the timing well. It's very important. Nearly 50 minutes later, the man in the black and grey cap appeared in East Borough and headed straight for the streets controlled by the Zmanger gang. Just as he saw a few dark-skinned, thin, and fierce-looking Highlanders, he immediately approached them and pretended not to look where he was going. He bumped into one of them. "Damn it! You bunch of trash!" The man in the cap cursed loudly and threw a punch at the other party. The Highlanders, who loved to fight to begin with, didn't back down and engaged him in a brawl. During this process, the man in the cap pulled out his dagger, and the Highlanders also drew their weapons. Splat! In the midst of the battle, a dagger stabbed into the man's neck in time, hitting his artery. The man in the cap collapsed, bright red blood splattering around his head. He quickly lost his life, and the illusory, transparent figure in his body disappeared. Klein returned above the grey fog and used it as a springboard to re-enter his body. He opened his eyes in a cheap hotel in Sherwood Borough. He cleaned up the remaining traces and checked out of the room at the front desk. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein once again went above the grey fog. He wanted to divine a simple but crucial piece of information. He picked up a pen and wrote a line of words. Chapter 380. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the divination statement on it and leaned back in his chair. His lips quivered as he softly chanted, "Capim's dinner time today," over and over again. These words reverberated above the silent and empty grey fog. Klein's eyes quickly darkened as he slowly lowered his eyelids. In the fragmented dream, he saw the spacious and elegant dining room. He saw the golden-laid porcelain cutlery, caviar, roasted chicken, stewed lamb, fried ox-eye meat, deep-fried dragonbone fish, cream soup, and other food. The food was placed in front of the diners in a certain order and according to a certain requirement. Among them were the slightly plump Capim, the middle-aged gentleman wearing a white headgear, Harris, Katie, who was only wearing a thin shirt, and Parker, who looked rather old and didn't look intimidating. And looking out from the end of the dining table, one could see a beautifully decorated glass window. The clouds outside were sparse, and the crimson moon could be vaguely seen in the sky. Klein opened his eyes and marked the location of the moon in the dream. Then, based on his knowledge of astrology, he quickly calculated the corresponding approximate time. Looks like it's 7:30 to 7:45. Considering that Capim and the others are already halfway through their meal, I can set it back another 15 minutes. This way, 7:30 is a better choice. Klein muttered to himself as he interpreted the revelation given by dream divination. It wasn't rare to have dinner at 7:30. This was even the norm in the Kingdom of Ruin and even in the northern continent. This was because many middle-class people lived in the suburbs, either due to environmental concerns or because of the cheap rent. They had to take the short-distance steam locomotive to and from the city to work every day, and by the time they returned home, it would often be after 7 in the evening. Therefore, 7:30 to 8 o'clock was the normal time for dinner. Klein had such an experience when he was in Tingen City, but that was because he didn't have servants or a full-time wife. When the 3 siblings returned home, they had to busy themselves for a while before they could enjoy hot food. It wasn't because of the distance to work. This was the reason why commoners and the poor often had dinner from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. And due to the distance between lunch and dinner, afternoon tea, which belonged to the upper class, gradually became popular among the middle class and commoners. After interpreting it, Klein recalled the revelation he had just received and keenly noticed a problem. Where were Capim's wife and children? They didn't appear in the dining room. Could it be that Capim is an extreme believer of the Lord of Storms, and women and children have to eat in the living room? Or was there another reason? Or was Capim not married and had no children? He's already a middle-aged man. Klein attempted a divination but failed to obtain any effective revelations, so he could only give up. 7:30. He repeated the time and then returned to the real world. In the evening, Capim, who wore a formal bow tie even at home, narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinate in front of him. "Fabian is dead." "Yes, boss." Even though he had been Capim's accomplice for many years, the subordinate was still a little afraid and terrified. "Odysseus, sir, in a few years, sir." Capim tugged at his bow tie and pretended to handle the thick cigar leisurely. When did Fabian die? How did he die? This afternoon, I sent him to East Borough to do something, but he got into a conflict with the Zmanga gang and was stabbed in the neck. Odysseus described with a trembling voice. Capim roasted his cigar and said in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. Fabian is such an idiot. But how could the Zmanga gang not know that he's an idiot working for me? Sir, as you know, there are often Highlanders coming to the East Sector to join the Zmanga gang. They are barbaric and reckless, and they don't care who is who." Ounce quickly explained. Capim snorted. "Have they forgotten that this is not a plateau? Or have you forgotten me, Capim? Odysseus, I want the body of the leader of the Zmanga gang. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll sink your wife and children with you into the Tussock River." "Sir, there's no problem." Orders immediately raised his voice. Then, he asked in a low voice, "Who can I mobilize?" Capim was about to answer when the door was suddenly pushed open, and Harris, a middle-aged gentleman wearing a white wig, walked in. He coldly glanced at Odysseus before shifting his gaze to Capim. "I heard that one of your men had a conflict with a gang in East Borough and died." "Yes, Mr. Harris." Capim stood up with a cigar in hand. Harris stared into Capim's eyes. "You want to take revenge on them?" Capim's forehead suddenly beaded with sweat. "No, Mr. Harris. You misunderstand." Harris nodded slightly and said, "You have to remember that during critical periods, we should try not to cause trouble unless necessary." He paused for a second and observed Capim's reaction. "You're not the only human trafficker in Beekland. We can support you, but we can also support others. You have to remember this. Back then, I chose you because you were vicious, shameless, and abnormally cautious. It's not because you're already the biggest human trafficker." Listening to the conversation between the two, Odysseus wished he was just a mass of air. That way, he wouldn't be able to see Boss Capim's lowly appearance. Capim didn't show any signs of anger on his face as he smiled obsequiously. "Mr. Harris, I'm mainly worried that Fabian's death isn't that simple. It might disrupt your plans." "No, there's nothing wrong with his death," Harris said in a firm tone. "I didn't receive any feedback." "Is that so?" Capim pretended to be relieved. "Then I'm relieved." He glanced at Odysseus and gestured for him to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Harris, the goods this time have the type you like." Seeing that Harris's expression had relaxed but he didn't say anything, Capim hurriedly added, "Everything that was sent over has been gathered." Harris nodded slowly. "Have her come to my room at night." "Yes, Mr. Harris," Capim said with a face full of smiles. After watching Harris leave, his face turned gloomy. He took a deep breath and whispered, "Don't worry." He took a deep breath and whispered, "I hope you can keep your promise this time. I don't want to be involved in such matters again." He clearly remembered that during the Harvest Festival that year, someone had approached him, hoping to obtain a batch of naive girls. From that day onwards, the trajectory of his life changed drastically, and he even bought a fifth of the slave trade that had gone underground due to the law's prohibition. He quickly became one of the more famous tycoons in Beekland, got to know many important figures, and pulled them into the abyss of depravity. At this point, he desperately wanted to cover up his past sins, wanting to baptize Capim once again and become a true member of high society. However, he was temporarily unable to do so. Looking at the cigar in his hand, Capim picked up the photo frame on the table. Inside was a photo of him with a beautiful woman and 2 children. Stroking the surface of the photo frame with his thumb, Capim narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "After this, you should be able to return." At dinnertime, Capim walked out of the study with a warm smile on his face once again. "Maram Katie, there's caviar you like tonight, as well as roasted chicken specially prepared for you," he said to the lady in a thin shirt. Katie touched the old scars on her face and didn't say a word. All she did was nod gently. Capim knew that she had a silent and fierce personality, so he didn't waste his breath and watched her take her seat. Right on the heels of that, Harris, wearing a white wig, entered the dining room and nodded slightly at every diner. The older-looking Parker took a sip of his aperitif and smiled as he gestured for Capim to sit down. White napkins were spread out, and the food was served one by one. Capim raised his glass and chuckled. "Holy Lord of Storms, let us toast to a beautiful future." "Cheers to a beautiful future," Parker replied. Harris didn't say a word. All he did was pinch the stem of his glass and raise it. Katie completely ignored them. At this moment, the classical clock hanging in the hall had just reached 7:23. In a cheap hotel in the Beekland Bridge area. The disguised Klein took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. Then, he took out holy night powder and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. After doing all this, he quickly set up the altar and began the ritual. In my name, I summon the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." After the ritual was completed, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog, ready to respond to himself. In the towering and solemn palace, he saw the door of summoning condensed from ripples of light. It was an illusory door covered in mysterious symbols. Klein wasn't in a hurry to be summoned. Instead, he followed the plan and stored the mystical items like the brooch of the sun into his spirit body. Finally, he picked up the Dark Emperor card and let his spirit body envelop it. Suddenly, Klein felt his spirit body materialize as though it had flesh and blood. It was as though he could pick up a pistol and move tables and chairs. A dark, illusory fog emanated around him, and the fog stuck to his surface, forming a dignified armor. A pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a cloak of the same color appeared on his back. At this moment, Klein was like an emperor about to embark on a journey. Dark Emperor. He took one last look at the purifying bullets, revolver, and other items that he didn't bring with him. With a step, he entered the crack in the illusory door. After leaping out of the candlelight, he immediately flew quickly under the cover of the night towards Capim's villa on Iris Street in Sherwood Borough. Not long after, he floated in front of the artificial fountain and approached the villa's entrance at an unhurried speed. The patrolling guards passed by him, but they didn't react at all. As it wasn't truly night yet, there were no Beyonders guarding outside. In addition, Klein wasn't afraid that the powerful Beyonders inside would notice him in advance and have a premonition. Chapter 381. Wearing a pitch-black crown and covered in dense armor, Klein stood at the door, adjusted himself for a few seconds, and took a step forward. His seemingly corporeal body silently passed through the door and entered Capim's villa. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a spacious foyer with many chairs and coat racks. Behind it was a magnificent hall with a golden theme. There was no ceiling, and one could directly see the dome that reached 3 stories high. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, and on each petal stood a white candle. To the left of the hall, through a heavy door, was an elegant and tasteful dining room. The aroma of roasted meat was the strongest inside, masking the smell of alcohol and other food. Klein wasn't in a hurry to sneak into the dining room. He first circled around the outside, occasionally reaching out to pull the grayish-white gas pipe. It was as if he was experimenting with the strength of his spirit body with the Dark Emperor card, as well as how strong the interference it had on real matter. During his seer and clown period, apart from divination and intuition, Klein's spirit body state only had 2 spell-like abilities. They were a direct attack on the soul and a freezing effect on the target through contact. After advancing to a magician, he didn't rely on his physical body's beyonder powers, and he could also use them in his spirit body state, such as paper figurine substitutes and air bullets. In addition, he began to possess others and complete preliminary control. And with the augmentation of the Dark Emperor card, his spirit body's strength increased, and he could carry more matter. The spell-like ability that directly attacked the soul evolved into Wraith Shriek. With sound waves that humans couldn't hear, he could damage the souls of all living beings within a certain range, which was also a soul body. Similarly, the freezing effect brought about by contact was significantly enhanced. After confirming it, he found the wall in the corner, passed through it, and entered the dining room. Then, he suppressed all his thoughts and swept his gaze across the long table without any emotion. Harris, who was wearing a white wig, Katie, who was wearing a thin shirt, Parker, who looked old and was drinking red wine, as well as the slightly plump Capim, who was cutting the defy meat, entered his line of sight. Klein didn't dare to look any further, afraid that the Beyonders would discover him through their spiritual perception. With the help of the spiritual brilliance of the male and female servants standing at the side, which was the color of the aura, he carefully circled the dining room and figured out the specific layout. For example, the size of the dining room was equivalent to the living room, dining room, and living room of his residence. For example, there was a fireplace that was burning with charcoal, and it spread warmth throughout the entire room through pipes. For example, there were 16 elegant gas lamps in the surroundings. Their light intertwined, bringing the feeling of daytime. For example, on the wall beside the fireplace, there were picture frames hanging. There were sketches and oil paintings, all of which were the works of famous artists. That bearded Belize isn't here. He should be taking turns guarding the entrance to the underground area. For a Beyonder to be willing to do such a chore, Capim's involvement definitely isn't as simple as human trafficking. Klein thought for a few seconds and leaned against an oil painting of a sunset. He reached into his body and unscrewed the lid of the brown translucent bottle. This was a biological poison bottle. The reason why he paid attention to the timing and chose dinner time to come was because at this moment, the main characters were the most gathered, and it was the most orderly. It was the best time to use the biological poison bottle, and the tightly shut doors and windows in early winter would allow the biological poison bottle to take effect faster and more effectively. In addition, Klein hadn't used the biological poison bottle to soak it in water to make a preventative before coming. He was now in his spirit body state, so he wasn't afraid of biological poison at all. With the help of his spirit body's concealment, he stood there quietly, patiently admiring the elegant wall lamps that were connected to the grayish-white gas pipes. As the colorless and odorless poison quickly spread out, Horace, who was wearing a white wig, cut a piece of fried dragonbone fish that only had a main bone, dipped it in black pepper juice, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he picked up the light golden champagne that was bubbling like a string of beads and took a sip in a good mood. He couldn't help but fantasize about the evening's entertainment program, the joy of a stubborn girl being conquered by him. This reduced his appetite and made it impossible for him to focus. Katie didn't get her servant to help her cut the roasted chicken. She had her head buried, holding a knife and fork. With a precise dissection style, she quickly divided the food into many pieces, all of which were about the same size. Parker tasted the red wine and ate the lamb stew. From time to time, he would chat with Capim, who was sitting at the head of the table. He could be considered the most competent guest here. Dinner proceeded in an orderly manner, and Capim placed the last piece of ox-eye meat into his mouth. He smiled at the three Beyonders. Mr. Horace, Madame Katie, Mr. Parker, tonight's dessert comes from the head chef of Le Port restaurant. There are a total of 3 desserts: fruit caramel pudding, butter shortcake, and carrot cake. Horace, who was always cold, nodded gently. Our country loves desserts so much. Just as he finished sighing with emotion, he saw Capim raise his hand to scratch his cheek before scratching it again. It's a little itchy. Capim smiled apologetically. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't help but scratch again, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The bloody mark quickly swelled up, and the skin turned translucent. One could vaguely see the pale yellow liquid inside. It's really a little itchy. Capim smiled again. He scratched the same spot again, and due to using too much force, the swollen translucent skin split open, and pus with a fishy smell spewed out. Horace narrowed his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked around warily. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, he heard exaggerated laughter, and his body suddenly tensed up. He saw a man and a woman holding their bellies and laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. They laughed so hard that tears flowed out of their eyes, and the room fell silent. As if it was a chain reaction, some of the other servants fainted, while others kept vomiting, spitting out a yellowish-green liquid. They couldn't stop vomiting. None of them were spared. Bang! Katie flipped the dining table, causing the gold-inlaid cutlery and the remaining food and wine to spill all over the floor. A revolver and a black whip appeared in her hands. Parker stood up as well, but his mind was a little absent-minded. He looked at Capim, who was screaming for help while constantly clawing at him, tearing off a few strips of flesh. For some reason, He felt that Capim's ugly and disgusting appearance was now somewhat handsome. At this moment, Horace realized that he couldn't breathe, and he instantly realized that the entire room was probably filled with poison. He growled in a low voice, "Hold your breath. Parker, open the door. Katie, follow me to find the intruder." At this moment, Horace was extremely glad that he was having dinner with Capim, and that there were many waiters around. These ordinary people's resistance to poison was far inferior to that of Beyondus. They had shown signs in advance, allowing him and the others to notice that something was wrong before the poison had even spread too deep. Parker, who's the lowest of the sequences, should be the one with the most severe symptoms among us. This thought suddenly flashed through Horace's mind. Creak. As Parker opened the door, the dining room was no longer sealed off. Using his spirit vision, Horace discovered an illusory figure that was quietly wandering around. The figure wore thick and dignified black armor, a pitch-black crown on its head, and a mask of the same color that covered its face. It looked like a king from the spirit world. It was none other than Klein. Horace raised his right hand and pointed at the black figure that couldn't be seen by ordinary people. He chanted a word in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." Suddenly, the black figure's surroundings turned sticky, as though it had formed a gigantic amber, or a sealed transparent wall. The figure froze there, unable to move at all. As for Katie, she had already aimed and pulled the trigger. Their cooperation was rather tacit. With two bangs, a pale gold bullet painted with strange patterns pierced through the sticky air and hit the black figure. The bullet drilled through and hit the opposite wall. The black figure spontaneously combusted. It was a crudely cut paper figurine. In the pale golden flames, the paper figurine quickly turned into ashes. Pa! A strange, crisp sound erupted. The light from the 16 elegant gas wall lamps and the quietly burning fire in the fireplace suddenly brightened, illuminating Harris, Katie, and Parker's eyes for a brief moment with a fiery red. Following that, all the flames were extinguished, leaving only the street lamps outside the window that were as tall as a person and the crimson moonlight that pierced through the clouds, silently illuminating the dining room, making it appear abnormally dark. Once again, Horace and company relied on their spirit vision and spiritual perception to search for the ghost-like intruder. At the same time, he realized that the poison wasn't taking effect very quickly. It didn't seem like it would really take effect before finishing off the enemy. Therefore, as he paid attention to the movements at the entrance of the underground area, he pointed at the door again and said in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." The entire dining room suddenly froze, as though there was an invisible wall that even spirit bodies couldn't penetrate. Horace wanted the intruder to not be able to escape. "Found you." Katie held a revolver in one hand and a whip in the other when she discovered the black figure floating in midair. A strange glint flashed in her eyes, but before she could attack, her mind buzzed, as though someone had struck her in the head with a wooden stick. She felt like she had encountered an indescribable scream, and a few drops of sticky blood slowly dripped down from the tip of her nose. Horace only felt a little dizzy, and the symptoms of his shortness of breath worsened. Parker, who was the weakest, was seeing stars, and his footsteps became unsteady. Suddenly, Parker's shoulder was patted by someone. A cold feeling surged over him, and he immediately froze on the spot, as though he was completely covered in frost. The low temperature seeped into his bones, and a familiar deep voice sounded in his ears, "Imprison." Parker was instantly trapped by the transparent wall by the door, but Klein didn't possess him. He directly passed through it and avoided the effects of Horace's spell in time. Horace narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. Chapter 382. The invisible prison around Parker immediately collapsed, leaving not a trace of it behind. However, he didn't regain his ability to move. Instead, he slumped to the ground, constantly shivering as if he was still frozen. This wasn't only the after-effects of the ghost's touch, but also the effects of Klein directly penetrating his body and damaging his soul. Parker, who was only a sequence 8, naturally wasn't able to recover in a short period of time. He couldn't even control his breathing, and he once again inhaled large amounts of the same biological poison as the one in his body. In his weakened state, the effects of the poison accelerated, and his eyes went blank as he instinctively turned in another direction. He saw Capim, who was also rolling on the ground, constantly scratching his face and body. He saw the strands of flesh hanging beside the bloodstains, and the white color of his bones. Parker panted heavily as he struggled to crawl over. Capim, who was itching to tear off his outer layer of skin, suddenly realized that Parker was crawling over with bloodshot eyes. An ominous feeling flashed in his heart, but he, who couldn't stop scratching, had no way to dodge. He didn't even have the strength to shout no. All he could do was scream in place of it. At this moment, Klein, who had escaped their imprisonment, shouted the word holy in ancient Hermes. Then, he rubbed his fingers, and as the dark golden sun brooch shimmered, he shot out an air bullet. As soon as the air bullet took shape, it was dyed with a holy luster as it headed straight for Harris's face. This was the holy oath provided by the sun brooch, and Klein had added holy damage. Harris had long changed his position, and his movements were abnormally agile. He didn't look like a mage, but more like a combat expert. As he dodged Klein's air bullet, he gestured for Katie to brandish her whip and entangle him. When Klein's attacks were interrupted and no longer continued, he took out an iron-black metal glove from his pocket and attempted to put it on his left hand. In his spirit body state, even though Klein was facing Harris from the side, he didn't need to use the corner of his eye to see this scene. He immediately flew up, avoided Katie's whip, flew over the chandelier, and lunged at Harris. When Harris saw this scene, he held the iron-black metal glove and pointed diagonally upwards. Exile. Klein immediately encountered a majestic and invisible force. His entire spirit body was sent flying and slammed into the wall. He slammed into the invisible wall created by confinement, but he didn't penetrate it. Seizing this opportunity, Horus put on the iron-black metal glove. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was so dignified that he seemed like a great person who could control the lives of others. The moment Klein was freed from the state of exile, he was overwhelmed by an unreasonable fear. He couldn't help but want to lower his head and crouch on the ground. He wanted to listen to the guy's every word and obey his every command. His movements became rather sluggish. His pupils were filled with Lady Katie, who was approaching at high speed. Pa! Katie lashed out with her black whip and accurately struck Klein. The whip passed through his spirit body, but it brought Klein considerable pain to his mind. It was as if someone had pressed a red-hot iron on his weakest spot. He suddenly raised his head and let out a miserable scream. Katie pulled the revolver in her other hand. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets with a pale golden glow shot out one after another, hitting Klein's body. A bright and clear light soared, and the black-armored figure quickly became thin, turning into a paper man. Then, it was quickly burned to ashes. Klein appeared in a dark corner as the brooch of sun in his spirit body suffused a dark golden glow. A warm power instantly filled his body, and the extreme fear that Harris brought him quickly disappeared. One of the effects of the brooch of sun, fear immunity. In just a few dozen seconds of battle, Klein had been forced to use paper figurine substitutes twice. Although he had done it on purpose, it was enough to show the combined strength of Harris and Katie. It confirmed the results of Klein's divination. This operation was rather dangerous. If Parker hadn't been temporarily crippled by the effects of the biological poison bottle and his initial surprise attack, the situation would have been even more dangerous. And his plan was to rationally give up if the 4 paper figurines he had prepared were used up, but the opportunity didn't appear. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to prepare more substitutes, but that his spirituality could only support him 4 times outside of battle. As for the confinement effect created by Harris, Klein wasn't worried at all. He was now a spirit body that had been summoned. As long as he ended the summoning, he could immediately return above the grey fog. Unless it was the interference of a deity-level power, or some special Grade 0 or Grade 1 sealed artifact, there was no way to interrupt this process. Previously, when Klein went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, the woman who was suspected to be a high-sequence Beyonder had failed to stop him from leaving. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to attempt to help despite knowing the danger, and why he dared to challenge the impossible. It was also his greatest reliance. Seeing that the enemy was no longer afraid, Harris, who was wearing an iron-black glove, gestured for Katie to stop Klein again. He pointed ahead and solemnly said, "Spectres and wraiths are forbidden here." Klein's body, which was covered in black armor, immediately swayed as he was forcefully repelled by an invisible force. However, the Dark Emperor card's level was extremely high, allowing the spirit body's level to be relatively high as well. This direct effect on existences was quickly suppressed. Harris narrowed his eyes, finding the attacking spectre very odd. He saw that Klein had easily escaped Katie's entanglement by flying, so he pushed his palm forward again and announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying and floating are forbidden here." Suddenly, Klein felt his body turn heavy as he plummeted to the ground from midair. Katie took a few steps forward and rushed over. With a shake of her wrist, she pulled out the whip that interrogated the mind and soul. She still had quite a number of Beyonder bullets on her, but there were less than 3 that could be used against specters and wraiths. Therefore, she temporarily gave up on using her revolver and only relied on her offhand weapon. Klein skillfully curled his body and rolled on the ground, nimbly dodging Katie's whip. He heard the crisp sound of the whip striking the ground. Just as Katie was about to sweep her whip, her throat suddenly itched. She coughed twice and missed the opportunity to attack continuously. This was a sign of the poison she had been inflicted with. Harris took a deep breath and held his breath again. He turned his wrist back and pointed at himself. Punishment targets, wraiths and specters. The surface of his body immediately emitted a radiance that resembled the first rays of dawn. Even his fists flickered with a clear luster. Thud. The marble beneath Harris's feet silently cracked. His tall and thin body pounced forward quickly and fiercely, instantly appearing in front of Klein. At this moment, he was even more like a knight than Katie. Bang! He threw a punch forward, causing the air to explode. However, Klein retreated ahead of time and dodged it with the wind. Pa! Katie assisted from the side, brandishing her whip and lashing it at the spot where the enemy was dodging. This forced Klein to roll again and adopt a guerrilla fighting stance. He was also constantly paying attention to avoid Harris's imprisonment spell. Bang! 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 Harris continuously attacked while Katie assisted from the side. In less than 2 minutes, he forced Klein into a situation where he had nowhere to hide. Even rolling was of no use. Pa! Katie's black whip came lashing at him. Klein only had time to take a diagonal step before he was struck in the arm. The pain that pierced his mind attacked his soul once again, causing him to stiffen on the spot. Even his spirit body thinned. Seizing this opportunity, Harris clenched his left fist and solemnly declared die. His body immediately fused with some strange power, leaving behind an obvious afterimage as he slammed into Klein. Rip! The figure covered in black armor instantly shattered, turning into pieces of paper that fluttered like butterflies. Klein had used the third paper figurine. Harris swept his gaze and quickly locked onto the enemy that had appeared in the corner. He sneered and said, "I see that you still have a few body doubles." In the process of searching for the enemy, he had already discovered that Parker was squirming on Capim's body. The scene was bloody and disgusting. It was unbearable to look at, cruel and horrifying. However, Harris couldn't be bothered to save his subordinate. He knew very well that the poisoning would only worsen. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. If he didn't do this, he might leave the restaurant first and ease the poison, allowing the enemy to escape successfully without obtaining any useful information. He gestured for Katie to step forward again to hold back Klein, who couldn't fly or float, while he took a deep breath and calmed down. There's a strange smell in the air. This should be a sign that the poison is increasing. A thought flashed through Harris' mind, but he didn't think too much about it. He raised his left palm and solemnly declared, "Trespassing into another's home is a crime." Trespassing. When he repeated it a second time, Harris found it harder to breathe. For a moment, he couldn't catch his breath, so he had no choice but to stop. He took another deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and said again, "Don't worry. Trespassing into another's home is a crime." He repeated it 3 times in a row, and Klein, who was unable to escape Katie's entanglement, felt an inexplicable chill. Cough, cough, cough. Katie coughed again, and her whiplashing slowed down. Klein took the opportunity to escape her entanglement, but he didn't attack her. Instead, he raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp whistle that humans couldn't hear. Hum. Katie raised her head and swayed her body, feeling the ground undulate. Harris only felt a slight dizziness before he returned to normal. He looked coldly at Klein and said in a dignified voice, "The sinner shall be restrained." Klein, who was about to pounce at him, suddenly realized that his feet seemed to be shackled by invisible shackles. His movements turned stiff. Katie, who had just recovered, opened the revolver and quickly removed the used and unused bullets from the gun. Following that, she took out a quick loader and stuffed 6 bullets, including the remaining purified bullets, into the magazine. Harris clenched his left fist and began to prepare an attack. He wanted to form an echelon with Katie's shooting, in order to completely finish off the enemy or exhaust his double. At this moment, Klein, who was covered in black armor, smiled. This was because the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He knew that it would take a certain amount of time for the biological poison bottle to have a good effect, and Beyondus would be able to sense that something was amiss the moment there were any signs and take the corresponding actions. They could either search for hidden enemies or escape from the poison-filled environment. It was very difficult to heavily injure them or even finish them off. Therefore, he had 2 other reasons for using the biological poison bottle: first, to weaken the enemy; second, to conceal some of the scents, so that Harris and the others would attribute all the abnormal smells to the poison that permeated the air, allowing them to focus their attention on this aspect. This was the most important part of the magic show, and it was also the key to success or failure. That abnormal smell was the smell of gas. It was the smell of gas. The reason why Klein wanted to instantly light up the gas lamp and the fire in the fireplace and extinguish them was not only to interfere with Harris and the others' line of sight, but also to attract their attention so that he could destroy a few hidden gas pipe. He had deliberately put himself in danger in the beginning to trick Katie into shooting at the wraiths and specters, so that she wouldn't shoot blindly in the future and wouldn't trigger the corresponding change. He had been entangled with her all this while, not making any other attempts, just to wait for the air to be filled with gas. Therefore, he had been holding back and not using flaming jump or flame controlling. As for Harris' act of confining the room, he had expected it, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Therefore, before he entered the dining hall, he had kindly checked to see if the doors and windows were closed and destroyed the gas pipes in a hidden spot in the hall, forming a huge bomb inside and outside. Even without confinement, it wouldn't affect anything in the end. And as a spectre, there was no doubt that Klein wasn't afraid of explosions. Low-level ghosts would be incinerated by the flames, but specters would at most be injured. This was the reason why Klein had bought purifying bullets and the brooch of sun even though he could control flames. Seeing Katie raise her revolver and about to shoot, and seeing Harris about to pronounce him dead, Klein smiled and snapped his fingers. Harris suddenly had a premonition of danger. But at this moment, he saw a flame light up in the fireplace to the side and suddenly ignite the surrounding air. Boom! With a loud bang, Harris's eyes were completely occupied by the flames that filled the room, as though he was watching a grand fireworks display. Chapter 383. Capcom lay flat on the ground, itching and in pain. He wished he could tear himself apart on the spot to escape this hellish pain. Then, he saw the scarlet waves of flames instantly spread over and heard a deafening explosion. He thought that this last moment would be long, and that he would recall all the beautiful scenes when his wife and children were by his side. He thought that he would feel relieved because he wouldn't have to endure this inhuman torture anymore. But at that moment, extreme fear still surged out from the bottom of his heart, and a strong desire to live surged out. Moreover, the so-called memories didn't even have the time to flash before his mind was already filled with intense pain, and then he fell into a deep darkness. Boom! The windows of the dining room were shattered and sent flying, accompanied by countless bricks and rubble and flames that were clearly rolling out of the room. The guards who happened to be patrolling this area were instantly knocked over. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit had their ears ringing as their bodies swayed and fell. They saw that most of the dining hall's outer walls had collapsed, and the flames seemed to be floating in midair. The citizens of the entire street and the police officers in charge of the surrounding area heard the loud bang at the same time, and they were momentarily puzzled and terrified. Inside the dining hall, Klein, who was covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown, stood there, bathing in the scarlet flames and enjoying the powerful shockwaves. He remained unmoved. Much of the black gas around him had melted, and his spirit body had also suffered some damage, but it wasn't serious. Beside the overturned dining table, Parker and Capcom had been knocked into a corner. Their heads were dented and cracked, and their bodies were charred black. Flames were still burning quietly on their surfaces, similar to the rest of the servants. In the area opposite the fireplace, Katie, who hadn't been able to dodge in time, was thrown heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. Her body was a bloody mess, mixed with a large number of charred marks. There wasn't a single patch of skin that was intact. She wasn't dead yet, but she was seriously injured and unconscious. But even so, she was still convulsing and coughing as she inhaled large amounts of the floating flames. The black whip had also suffered damage. Many cracks had appeared on it, and some of it had been ignited. As for the Beyonder bullets she had, none of them were spared from the explosion. Katie no longer had any combat strength. Harris rolled in time to protect his vitals, but his body was still covered in blood and charred black. He staggered to his feet, his back, hair cover, and legs burning with scarlet flames. His breathing became more and more difficult. His body had suffered serious injuries. However, this was enough to prove the sturdiness of his body and the strength of his physique. In other words, after wearing the black iron glove, his body was sturdy enough and his physique was strong enough. However, this was also within Klein's expectations. In a situation where he was unable to estimate how much damage his target could take, he would overestimate his target's constitution when he came up with a plan. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Klein was almost unscathed. His pupils constricted as he hurriedly extended his left palm and pointed in that direction. Exile. Once again, Klein could not bear it and was pushed away. Like a piece of paper in a hurricane, he was thrown out of the dining room. The hall outside had been set ablaze for a moment, and the fire was much smaller. Another wave of disaster was brewing from the wooden stairs. However, because the main body of the explosion was confined in the dining room, the damage here was not serious. Seizing this opportunity, Harris suddenly turned around and ran outside without looking back. Even though the flames covering his body were still burning, he didn't waste any time dealing with them. He knew that his condition was extremely bad and that he was in danger of losing control. The effects of the poison would soon reach its peak, and with the two added together, he didn't believe that he had any chance of defeating the intruder. Even if he had the help of Sequence 7 Belize at the entrance to the underground area, it would still be the same. If he continued fighting like this, Harris believed that he would only end up with the poison acting up or losing control due to serious injuries. Once he decided to escape, he didn't care about Katie, who was still alive. When Klein, who had just stabilized his body under the effects of exile, saw this scene, he immediately raised his head slightly, opened his mouth, and let out a shrill scream that humans could not hear. Hum. Harris felt dizzy, and his footsteps came to a halt. Dense transparent blisters grew on the surface of his body, which was a sign that he was about to lose control. However, he quickly recovered and continued running, escaping the lawn that belonged to the villa. How difficult to kill. To avoid any accidents, Klein didn't chase after him. He remembered that his goal was to save people, not to clean up these fallen Beyonders. More importantly, he had expended a lot of energy, and he had suffered considerable injuries. If he were to chase after him, he might not be able to withstand Harris' crazy counterattack. Pa. Klein snapped his fingers and shot out an air bullet. The bullet entered Katie's head, ending all her suffering. Immediately after, Klein turned around and flew towards the entrance to the underground area. The bearded Belize had been paying attention to the commotion outside, but he didn't dare to leave his post, afraid that the intruder's accomplices would take the opportunity to break into the dungeon. At that moment, he, who was holding a high-pressure steam rifle and had his spirit vision activated, was frightened by the loud bang, and he became abnormally tense. Then, he saw the majestic ghost flying over, and without hesitation, he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! White smoke spewed out from the barrel, and a sharp pale gold bullet shot forward at an astonishing speed. Klein was already prepared and had an intuition. Before Belize fired, he had already made a small arc. The bullet passed through the hall, pierced through the main door, and flew outside. At the same time, Belize rushed out of the duty room, holding a high-pressure steam rifle and assuming a threatening posture as he quickly moved towards the door. He believed that the intruder, who could deal with the combined forces of Harris, Katie, and Parker, would definitely be able to easily kill him. Furthermore, the huge commotion just now would definitely attract attention. Perhaps the mandated punishers would come to investigate, so the only choice was run. Klein let out another invisible scream, making the other party feel as if he had been struck by a hammer. Countless stars danced in front of his eyes, and a few drops of blood flowed from his nose. However, this didn't stop Belize from escaping. After shooting at Klein, he had already run into the hall and tumbled towards the door. After some deliberation, Klein gave up on chasing and fighting. He turned off the main valve, went to the entrance to the underground area, and snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 Air bullets hit the invisible wall, gradually disintegrating the confinement. This was also one of the reasons why Klein dared to cause a gas explosion and use the biological poison bottle. With Harris's confinement effect on the underground prison, he didn't have to worry about accidentally injuring the pitiful girls as long as he didn't attack them head-on. He destroyed the door lock and flew into the dungeon. Based on the revelation given by the divination scene, he found the cell where Daisy was imprisoned. He then confirmed that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries and still had the ability to move. Then, his body turned incorporeal and melted into the metal door. Clang! 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 The metal doors on one side opened rapidly, as if invisible ghosts were running to unlock them. Clang! 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 After one side was done, it was the other side's turn. Daisy and the other girls were first alarmed by the explosion outside. After a while, they were surprised to find that the cell door had opened for some reason, but no one had entered. It was as if they could leave at any time. Some of the girls, who had just been kidnapped and hadn't received any training, mustered up their courage and went out. They ran all the way to the exit of the underground area. They passed through the hall that had been slightly damaged by the explosion, left the villa that was burning up, and ran in the direction of freedom with increasing urgency. Only when they reached the street did Daisy and the other girls remember to look back. As they looked back, they could vaguely see a dignified figure dressed in black armor and wearing a black crown standing at the top of the evil house. Whoosh! The cloak on the figure's back fluttered silently. They memorized this scene and searched for the nearby cathedral in distrust of the police. Klein returned to the dining room that was filled with flames and smoke. He discovered that Parker and Katie's Beyonder characteristics were showing signs of seeping out. He checked the items they carried and confirmed that most of them had been destroyed. Even the banknotes were charred black and brittle. Klein suddenly jumped up and went to the second and third floors. He quickly patrolled the area, hoping to find the corresponding clues. He didn't attempt to mediate the spirit because there wasn't enough time. And bringing it above the grey fog didn't meet the requirements for his curtain call. Even a minor leader is required to keep it a secret, so these important figures definitely have the corresponding restrictions. They can't be mediated just because they want to, and the previous operation was too complicated and troublesome. It's not suitable for now. Klein ended his investigation. He didn't find anything, but he casually picked up a deck of tarot cards. After returning to the tattered and charred dining room, he took out all the main cards in the tarot cards and walked to the side of Capim's corpse. Then, he took out 2 of them and sprinkled the rest on Capim's body. After doing this, he covered Capim's eyes with the 2 tarot cards he had specially pulled out, face up. At this point, Parker and Katie's Beyonder characteristics had already been determined. Dozens of seconds later, an illusory door suddenly tore open in midair outside the villa. It was covered in complicated symbols. The door opened silently, and a handsome man in a well-ironed suit walked out. He was in his 40s, mature and elegant. He had a pair of golden eyes, and with a sweep, he locked onto the dining room that looked like a scene of a fire. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flew over at high speed. It was an elder wearing a black bonnet and an abnormally stern look in his silver eyes. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Beekland Diocese, Spellsinger of God Ace Snake. Why are you here? Ace asked in a deep voice. Beyonder matters in Sherwood Borough were managed by the Holy Wind Cathedral, so he had the right to ask. The handsome man replied with an ugly expression. I live nearby. This place was close to West Borough. Without another word, the two descended to the ground at the same time and entered the scene of the explosion. A violent hurricane stirred up, sweeping away the flames and sending them to the artificial fountain outside. The wind seemed to have a life and intelligence of its own. The two demigod powerhouses then saw Katie, who had been shot in the head and had her flesh charred black. They saw Parker, who was entangled with someone, his head caved in and cracked. They also saw Capim, whose body was covered with tarot cards. They saw the two main cards on the human trafficker's face. They were the Judgment card with an angel blowing a horn, and the Emperor card with a crown and armor on his head. Almost at the same time, Cardinal Snake and the handsome man sensed something and suddenly turned their heads to look outside. They discovered a dignified figure covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown on the roof of the house on the side of the villa. The figure nodded slightly, and his cloak fluttered. Then, he disappeared without any warning, right under the noses of the two high-sequence Beyonders. Chapter 384. With a swoosh, a silver bolt of lightning in the shape of a tree lit up the early winter night. It didn't strike down, but instead pierced through the air, illuminating the area around where Klein had been standing as if it was daytime. Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, retracted his gaze and whispered with a dark expression, Rose School? Not a wraith, nor a true undead creature. A mature middle-aged man with golden eyes turned his head to look at Capim's corpse. A mature middle-aged man with a pair of golden eyes turned his head to look at Capim's corpse. This is the second such case in the past 2 months. When was the first time? Cardinal Snake asked in a deep voice. The mature middle-aged man in a well-ironed suit coughed lightly. The time when the true creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. The time when the true creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. Then it's not the Rose School of Thought. Cardinal Snake made an affirmative judgment. Although those organizations that believed in evil gods didn't like each other, they wouldn't deliberately destroy such matters. Instead, they were happy to see it happen, waiting for the other party to mess up the situation first. I think so too. Perhaps it's a newly emerged secret organization. Their characteristic is to cover their target with tarot cards. The mature and handsome middle-aged man smiled. And the different ways in which the tarot cards are presented seem to express different meanings. There are only 2 cards on this corpse's face. One is Judgment, and the other is the Emperor. Judgment is the motive and goal, and the Emperor is the code name of that person's organization. Of course, this could also be a ritual. Cardinal Snake didn't answer. He looked around and said, let's see what exactly happened here. It was only then that the first batch of mandated punishers arrived at Capim's villa. Above the grey fog, Klein, who had only used paper figurine substitutes 3 times and had yet to reach his limit, was using divination to confirm Daisy's subsequent safety. Daisy will be able to return home safely. He held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, closed his eyes, and silently recited the sentence. After 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, but the amplitude was extremely small and the speed was very slow. This means that Daisy's journey home will have some twists and turns, but it's almost negligible. After reading the revelation, Klein let go of his last worry. He then looked at the 2 items in front of him, both of which were emitting a strong spiritual glow. One of them was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. Wisps of light streaked across it from time to time, like lightning that came from the depths of one's consciousness. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Lady Katie. The other belonged to Parker, who hadn't been of much use in the previous battle. His Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a ball, like a child's fist. This fist was composed of 3 colors, iron black, dark red, and a large area of silver white. Without any hesitation, Klein conjured a pen and paper, prepared to use the 2 Beyonder characteristics to divine the corresponding potion formula. Before he advanced to sequence 7, the Beyonder characteristic he left behind had too many additional influences, so it was almost impossible for him to divine the formula. Even with this mysterious space eliminating the interference and increasing his divination abilities to a certain extent, it was still impossible. Therefore, in the past, Klein only had one method, mediumship. Only after he became a magician did he possess the ability to divine using the beyonder characteristic he left behind above the grey fog. However, there was a high chance that he wouldn't succeed. This time, without exception, Klein shamefully failed. However, he also gained something. He figured out the corresponding sequence names of the two beyonder characteristics. Parker is a sequence 8 sheriff, and Katie is a sequence 7 interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway? This pathway is in the hands of the royal family, the military, and a small number of ancient noble families in ruin. And they have strict control over the leaking of formulas and beyonder ingredients. Could it be that a portion of the girls Capim kidnapped will be sent to a noble's manor? But there's no need for them to send 4 beyonders to help Capim just to enjoy themselves. This is clearly unfair. Horace is much stronger than Katie. Perhaps he's a sequence 6 of this pathway, and after wearing that glove, he might even reach sequence 5. Could it be that some bloody and evil sacrifices are involved, and the target they seek can't be exposed? Apart from the kingdom, the Fainapota Castilla family also has this beyonder pathway in their hands, and they've passed it on to their army and intelligence system. Is it another spy case that involves some unknown matter? Klein tried to divine a few of his guesses, but he failed once again. He temporarily threw the matter to the back of his mind and tapped the edge of the long bronze table. As long as there's the formula and the corresponding supplementary ingredients, these two beyonder characteristics can respectively make a person a sequence 8 sheriff and a sequence 7 interrogator. Miss Magician's friend named Zio seems to be lacking the beyonder ingredients for sheriff. Next time, I can sell Parker's portion to Miss Magician's through World. I can quickly accumulate the materials needed for my subsequent faceless sequence. It doesn't seem appropriate to always go through World. This time, I've deliberately left the tarot cards. If Miss Justice were to hear of this matter, she would definitely think that it was done by my adorer. I'll get Mr. Fool to help him sell it. Klein quickly finalized his plan and made the sheriff and interrogator beyonder characteristics fly to a corner and hide in the junk pile. I wonder what the sequence 6 and 5 of the arbiter pathway are called. It feels like I'm using order and law. Judge. Klein reined in his thoughts, half-closed his eyes, and carefully examined his condition. He once again felt his spirituality become lively. The potion was being pried open, and his digestion was speeding up. This time, he intuitively believed that he had summarized most of the magician's code of conduct. The remaining details were better, but it didn't matter if he didn't. It wouldn't affect his digestion too much. Conjuring a fountain pen and goatskin, Klein wrote as though he had strengthened his memory. Magician's code of conduct 1. Don't perform unprepared. 2. Challenge the impossible, even if the final outcome is fake. Klein believed that the above were the 2 core principles of the magician's code of conduct. Grasping them meant grasping the crux of the matter. The remaining ones were supplementary and perfected. 3. Take the initiative to perform. 4. Try your best to get the audience's applause. 5. Control the target's attention. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein browsed through it from beginning to end and made a judgment. Daily acting combined with 3 to 4 active performances is enough for me to digest the magician's potion before the new year. If I were to challenge the impossible again in the middle, the progress would be even faster. This is about the speed I hope to achieve. There were still about 2 months to the 1st of January 1350. After doing all of this, Klein rubbed his temples and prepared to return to the real world. After putting away the Dark Emperor card, biological poison bottle, and other items, he suddenly laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Challenge the impossible. Isn't this equivalent to courting death?" As his voice echoed, Klein's figure disappeared above the grey fog. In a cheap hotel in the Beekland Bridge area, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the candlelight for his summoning ritual. After quickly dealing with the loose ends, Klein put on the thick worker's jacket that he had just bought for 4 soldi and walked to the window. He picked up the sweet iced tea he had bought before and looked at his blurry figure reflected in the window. He revealed a heartfelt smile and whispered to himself. He revealed a heartfelt smile and muttered to himself, "Cheers." Just as he said that, he touched the glass in his hand, raised his chin, and drank it all in one gulp. Following that, he leisurely left the hotel. The nearby gas lamps were all lit up, and the pedestrians and carriages were busy, oblivious to the explosion at the border of Sherwood Borough and West Borough. Klein strolled around the Bravehearts bar and paced around for a while. At 7:58, he knocked on the door of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering. He put on the iron mask and the hooded robe. He behaved like an ordinary person. At the same time, Zio, who would go to different places every night to check some contact marks, saw a symbol that had never appeared before. It belonged to the golden-masked man who had sold the sheriff formula to her under the guise of someone else at the gathering Mr. A had convened. It was the symbol of an emergency meeting. He didn't look for me before, and I pretended that nothing had happened. Why did he suddenly? Zio thought for a moment and decided to take a look. The golden-masked man had promised to give her some missions so that she could save up enough money to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Thus, Zio changed locations and marked the time and place of the meeting. Half an hour later, in a remote but well-connected alley, Zio, who had been secretly observing for a while, walked out of her hiding place and walked towards the golden-masked man. The man was still wearing a black tuxedo, and his light brown eyes swept over Zio's head. "I have a mission for you." "Difficulty and reward?" Zio asked familiarly. The man nudged his mask that seemed to be forged from gold. "It's not dangerous, but it might be very dangerous. It all depends on what you do. The initial reward is £30. If you can obtain any useful information, I can even directly give you a Beyonder ingredient corresponding to sheriff." "What mission?" Zio frowned slightly. The golden-masked man's gaze darkened. "Through your channels, find out who has been asking about Capim recently." "Capim? That human trafficker?" Zio asked in surprise. The golden-masked man nodded. "Yes. I refuse this mission. I hate him very much." Zio immediately rejected him. The man opposite her scoffed. "I'm not working for Capim. Because he's already dead." "Dead?" Zio was momentarily stunned. "He died in his own home. His body was covered in tarot cards, and there were two of them on his face. One was Judgment, and the other was the Emperor. By the way, take note of any incidents involving tarot cards that haven't been reported to the police department in recent years," the golden-masked man added. Chapter 385. Sherwood Borough, in the house that Zio and Force rented. Just as Force decided on the beginning of her new book and was about to reward herself with a cigarette in a good mood, Zio pushed open the door and entered the study. "Smoking is bad for your health." Zio sniffled. Seeing the puzzlement on her face, Force didn't argue and instead asked, "What's the matter? You seem to have encountered something." Zio scratched her coarse blonde hair and sat down on a chair beside her. "The person from before contacted me. He's the person who sold me the sheriff formula at Mr. A's gathering. He gave me a relatively simple mission. The initial reward is £30. I don't know if there are any hidden dangers." Force thought for a moment and said, "That person. He should have an organization behind him, but why would he want to rope you in? Isn't he afraid of being implicated by your intelligence and leading to the destruction of the entire organization? You don't have anything worth scheming against. Your looks are passable, but you're too short. Your life is probably the only thing that's more valuable." "Ah, what mission?" Zio was already used to being dealt a blow by her friend. She ignored the first half of her question and directly answered the second half of the question. "Investigate who has been asking about Capim recently." "Capim? The human trafficker who should be hanged, no, burned at the stake?" Although Force wasn't a bounty hunter, it was a writer's instinct to gather material. Therefore, she often got Zio to recount her experiences and rumors. Zio nodded. "It's him, but he's already dead. It seems like he died rather tragically." "How did he die? Was it slowly sliced to death by a knife?" Force asked happily and curiously. "That man didn't give a detailed description. Maybe tomorrow's paper will." Zio thought for 2 seconds and said, "He only mentioned the special circumstances of the scene." He said that Capim's corpse was covered in tarot cards, and his face was covered with Judgment and the Emperor cards. The meaning of the Judgment card should be judgment on Capim. The outcome is death. What does the Emperor card represent? The identity of the murderer? No, the hero? The best-selling author Force instinctively tried to decipher the unique layout of the crime scene. Suddenly, she froze. Tarot cards? Corpses covered in tarot cards? Force suddenly thought of the secret organization she had just joined. Tarot. It couldn't have been done by one of our members, right? But there's no member with the codename Emperor. If it's true, this is the first time I've found traces of the tarot in the real world. We're not just a secret organization that only exists above the grey fog. Force's thoughts churned as she felt pleasantly surprised and worried. Under the guidance of the waiter, Klein entered the familiar living room. There was still only one candle in the room, and the dim yellow light illuminated the surroundings like a scene from a ghost story. Coupled with the mysterious people in black robes and iron masks, the atmosphere was even more intense. As soon as he stepped in, Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He felt the flickering candlelight staring at him. He felt that the flames would explode and ignite his hair and robe. He felt that the curtain behind the oriel window would suddenly swing up and envelop his body, covering his nose and mouth for breathing, forcefully suffocating him to death. What's going on? Klein was stunned and tensed up. This wasn't a premonition of danger, but it was an unavoidable intuition. Klein carefully found a seat and sat down. As soon as his butt touched the surface of the chair, he felt that the chair would explode, and thick wooden spikes would pierce through his body. This reminded him of a few videos he had seen on Earth, a poor-quality pneumatic chair that exploded, and the steel rod and fragments pierced into the owner's buttocks and abdomen. The entire scene was a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. Why do I always have such bad associations? Could it be the negative effects of my spirit body being injured in the previous battle? Klein looked around thoughtfully and realized that the chubby apothecary still hadn't come. What happened? Or has he already left Beekland? Klein silently muttered to himself and heard old Mr. Eye of Wisdom announce the beginning of the gathering. In the following period of time, Klein sometimes felt that the chandelier on the ceiling would fall diagonally and hit him on the head. At other times, he felt that the coffee table in front of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom would suddenly move sideways and trip him. At other times, he suspected that the members of the gathering around him were filled with malice and could attack him at any moment. This made him restless, vigilant, and puzzled. He didn't have the mood to pay attention to the various successful or failed transactions. If a premonition of danger is said to be a phone that occasionally vibrates, reminding you that there's a message or an incoming call, then this inexplicable intuition is equivalent to an electric drill that's constantly shaking me, making it difficult for me to relax and pay attention to anything else. Klein tried to rub his temples, but he touched the cold iron mask. At this moment, he felt that his iron mask would suddenly cave in and stick close to his face, embedding itself into his brain. Is it really because my spirit body is injured that I'm hallucinating? Klein furrowed his brows. He had originally wanted to make a request to purchase the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter at this gathering, but in such a situation, he could only cautiously give up. Although the level of the gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom wasn't high, and there was a high chance that it wouldn't involve high-level monsters like the thousand-faced hunter, Klein believed that many of the members here had participated in other gatherings. Perhaps they could come into contact with the corresponding information and clues. While feeling uneasy, Klein participated in the gathering as a bystander. Just as he took off his robe, mask, and left the room, the inexplicable intuition that everyone and everything was trying to harm him suddenly disappeared in a strange manner. Klein's pupils constricted slightly as he confirmed that the phenomenon just now wasn't due to his spirit body being injured. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be in two different states. He suspected that there was an invisible, undetectable, and abnormally terrifying existence in the activity room where the gathering was held. Thus, it stimulated him, who had the spiritual intuition of a seer and the premonition of danger of a clown. However, due to the other party's suppression or uniqueness, this stimulation appeared in the form of too many associations, preventing him from being vigilant. Who could it be? This is too terrifying. Just its existence alone is enough to make me feel like I'm about to lose control. Klein quietly left old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's house and walked towards the nearest street. Suddenly, he had a guess. The Bravehearts bar is nearby, and Steve, the wraith that Marek, Miss Sharon, and I killed are in charge of monitoring the surrounding area. Their deaths would definitely anger the high-sequence Beyonder from Rose School, and he would cast his gaze here, at the Beyonders active near the Bravehearts bar. Was that him just now? Fortunately, I used items like the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch tonight, and in order to avoid being divined, I left them above the grey fog. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. The magicians, who had just completed an impossible performance, would die here. The world of Beyonders is really dangerous. In the Holy Wind Cathedral, Cardinal Ace Snake looked at the captain of the mandated punishers in front of him, his silver eyes emotionless. Who is Capim? Why is there an underground prison in his villa? The captain of the mandated punisher team immediately replied, a tycoon, rumored to be involved in the disappearance of many young girls. He was suspected to be a human trafficker and was secretly involved in the slave trade. That underground prison proves the rumor. Why would a human trafficker be protected by several Beyonders? And it's not a low sequence, Cardinal Snake asked. Your Excellency, this needs to be investigated. We've tried to use Beyonder means to find clues, but we've failed, the captain of the mandated punishers replied in fear. I tried too. Cardinal Snake did not blame him. The upper echelon of the Church of the Storm paused. Continue investigating this matter. Also, find that sequence 6 or 5 ghost. After his subordinate left, Cardinal Snake picked up his pen and wrote down a few targets in his notebook that he needed to pay attention to. Capim, human trade, tarot card ritual, a strange but low-ranking spectre, and a secret plot. Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl of Hall's family. Audrey was waiting for the maid to cut the food when she suddenly heard her father, Earl of Hall, who was used to reading newspapers at breakfast, laugh. Capim is dead. Who is he? Audrey asked with widened eyes. In fact, she wasn't curious about who Capim was at all. She was simply playing along with her father, who clearly had a desire to communicate. This was both a daughter's specialty and the instinct of a telepathist. A tycoon who might be a human trafficker in private. He has a good relationship with certain people. Earl of Hall chuckled. He was killed last night, and there were obvious signs of a trial at the scene. All the newspapers called the murderer a hero bandit Dark Emperor. Yes, he was named after the codename of the ancient Solomon Empire's ruler. Hero bandit Dark Emperor? Dark Emperor. Audrey instantly thought of the card of blasphemy that currently belonged to Mr. Fool. This was the highest level item she had come into contact with so far. She suddenly became interested in Capim's murder case. It sounds interesting. Although it's illegal, I still want to say that the hero bandit did a great job. Oh, Dad, what about the process? The police and the church's corresponding departments didn't disclose the specific details, and I haven't met them either. This is how it was described in the newspapers. The hero bandit wore black armor and a pitch-black crown, with a cloak of the same color behind him. He entered Capim's villa, and not only did he steal all the valuables in the safe, he also stole the lives of Capim and his evil subordinates, and rescued the girls locked up in the dungeon. He scattered tarot cards all over Capim's body, and the most eye-catching ones were the 2 on his face. One was Judgment, and the other was Emperor. Earl of Hall held the newspaper and described with a smile. Tarot cards. The Judgment card and the Emperor card. Audrey's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 386. Upon hearing the description of the familiar scene, Audrey was almost certain that it was done by Mr. Fool's adorer. She immediately felt a strong sense of immersion, participation, and pride. That's a human trafficker whose hands are stained with blood and sin. The Judgment card means that he's being judged by justice. The verdict is hanging, beheading, or burning at the stake. The Emperor card should be a symbol of identity. Is this the adorer who infiltrated the Royal Museum and stole the Dark Emperor card? For a moment, Audrey's imagination ran wild. She had planned on asking for more details and a more detailed process, but from her father, Earl of Hall's expression, tone, and emotional color, she knew that he didn't know what had happened for the time being. All she could do was suppress her doubts and curiosity and prepare to ask her good friend, Kance Learson, who worked at MI9. Although asking Kance directly suits my image in this regard, it would still be a little abrupt and slightly contradictory to my identity as a noble. Get Annie to prepare a few invitations for afternoon tea and send them to Glaint, Kance, Murray, Christine, Jane, and the others. Most of them are interested in mysticism, so they won't be uninterested in the title of Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. Under my guidance, they can help me ask many questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. It's decided. Audrey retracted her attention and took small bites of her breakfast. She believed that Mr. Fool's adorer wouldn't deal with Capim purely to punish evil. This didn't match his identity. Of course, if it were a few months ago, Audrey, who had just joined the tarot, would definitely be willing to accept such an explanation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen the Justice card as her symbol. After attending many gatherings and experiencing many things, she felt that she had matured a lot and was no longer that naive. She believed that there had to be more crucial and intrinsic factors hidden in this matter, such as which evil god or secret organization Capim was involved with. I hope Kance can provide me with useful information. Audrey thought in anticipation. At 15, Minsk Street, Klein was eating white bread with jam spread on it as he flipped through the day's newspaper. What? A safe? As he stared at it, he almost choked on his own words. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Klein immediately denied that he had stolen all the valuables from the safe. At that time, the situation was urgent. In order to obtain clues, although he found the safe, he only went in to see if there were any important documents and evidence. He didn't take any of the valuables and quickly left the place and went to another room. Of course, in his spirit-body state, Klein had also suffered some injuries from the explosion caused by the gas. The total weight of the items he could carry had decreased by quite a bit, and Capim's safe only had gold bars, jewelry, land deeds, house deeds, and antiques. It was either inconvenient to take them away or impossible to get rid of. Maybe he has a special place for cash, but unfortunately, I didn't find it, and I don't have time to look for it. Klein muttered silently, confirming that the people who had split up all the valuables in the safe were investigators. He glanced at the newspaper, took a sip of Zybe black tea, and slowly exhaled. He laughed in his heart. Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. I like this title. After breakfast, Klein put on a heavy double-breasted frock coat, picked up a half-top hat, and a hard black cane. He opened the door and left Minsk Street, heading for Broken Axe Alley at the edge of East Borough. That was where Daisy had gone missing. After finalizing the plan yesterday, before taking action, he had deliberately made a trip to Broken Axe Alley and seriously searched for clues. He had also knocked on the doors of many surrounding houses and asked if they had seen any girls similar to Daisy. Although Klein believed that the official Beyonders who took over the case wouldn't think that a poor family could afford to hire a hero bandit with the strength of at least Sequence 6, and there was a high chance that they would focus their investigations on the secrets that Capim was involved in, supplemented by who has been inquiring about Capim's matters and other peripheral investigations. However, he still carefully decided to try his best to put on a good show. What if some law enforcer had a screw loose and planned on doing a preliminary investigation in this area? Some families might still have some savings and can afford to hire other detectives. I'm just a kind-hearted person who took over the case yesterday, so the chances of me being suspected are extremely low. As long as I'm not suspected, they won't compare it to my performance during the Lenivas case. Furthermore, the ones who were mobilized last time were the Nighthawks, and they were assisted by the military special department. This time, in Sherwood Borough, it should be the mandated Punishers. The communication between them won't be that smooth. Katie and Parker belong to the Arbiter pathway, so I wonder if the military will interfere. As a former Nighthawk, Klein had a sufficient understanding of the behavior, style, and investigation habits of several official organizations. To put it simply, I have excellent anti-detection abilities. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and boarded the carriage. He was going to continue investigating Daisy's disappearance. This was because he was an ordinary private detective who had yet to confirm that Daisy's disappearance was related to Capim. At 9 in the morning, Daisy returned to the dilapidated apartment she had rented, accompanied by the police officers in charge of the surrounding streets. Last night, she had been placed in the cathedrals of Sherwood Borough along with the other pitiful girls. She had been questioned accordingly, including the scene when they had escaped, what they had seen when they turned around, where they lived, what their family situation was like, who they knew, who they felt wasn't an ordinary friend, and so on. Daisy, who was still in a state of panic and fear, answered those questions truthfully. After that, no one came looking for her. She slept for half the night and was sent to East Borough in the morning, handed over to the fierce police officer she often saw. Along the way, Daisy didn't dare to speak, and she trembled slightly. Only when she entered the apartment where she lived did she feel a little more at ease. Just as she stepped through the door, before she could find her mother and sister through the hanging wet clothes, she heard a scream. Daisy. Freya put down the work in her hands, and like an agile deer, she dodged the clothes in midair and the junk on the ground. She quickly ran to the door and hugged her sister tightly. Then, she let go and, with tears streaming down her face, she sized up Daisy in pleasant surprise and worry. Are you all right? That's great, you're finally back. Liv also stood up from behind the washtub, wiped her hands on her clothes, and wiped her eyes. Daisy, where have you been the past few days? At this moment, the policeman interrupted. She was kidnapped. She was kidnapped, and we rescued her. Thank you, thank you. You're too great. Liv cried as she randomly used adjectives. The policeman coughed lightly. It's our duty. Have you encountered any strange people in the past few days? Liv was taken aback for a second. She didn't want to add to the trouble since it was one less thing to deal with. She said, no, really not. The policeman waved his hand and said, be careful in the future. Don't take the deserted path. He couldn't stand the humidity and the mixed smells here, so he immediately turned to leave. Liv looked at her daughter again and strode to her side. After wiping her hands on the side, she hugged Daisy. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. She murmured with tears streaming down her face, not asking if Daisy was hurt. Daisy, relieved at once, began to sob. Freya, who was beside her, also cried. She reached out her hands and hugged her mother and sister. After crying for a while, the mother-daughter trio released each other. Liv wiped her eyes again and said, wash the clothes first. There's still a lot left. Daisy, who had just been rescued, nodded and quickly threw herself into her busy work. It wasn't until noon, when they were chewing on black bread and drinking water that couldn't even be considered tea, that Liv had the time to ask. Daisy, are you hurt? Daisy shook her head. They only hit me a few times. That's great. The police rescued you. Yesterday, a kind-hearted detective was willing to help find you for free, but you ended up coming back today. Ah, your vocabulary book is still with him, Freya said casually. Liv was already prepared, so she said, I'll get old Cola to get it back and tell the detective that you're already home, so he doesn't have to busy himself with this matter anymore. No matter what, we have to thank him again. Daisy let go of her worry and answered her sister's question. No, it wasn't the police. There was a sudden explosion, and the door that locked us was strangely opened. We ran out just like that, but we saw a gentleman or a lady standing on the roof. He was wearing black armor, a helmet that looked like a crown, and a cape. He just watched us silently, and none of those bad guys came to stop us or chase us. As a tutor at the free school, Daisy's vocabulary was clearly richer than her mother's. A person in that kind of clothes saved you? Liv asked in surprise. Freya waited curiously for the answer. Daisy nodded seriously. Yes, his like the bards speak of a hero. Hero. Freya ruminated over the word, her eyes as bright as stars. In a secret room, a group of people were holding the information they had been given, carefully comparing the Lenivas case and Capim's case, looking for similarities in the motive and modus operandi. The two matters can't be linked at all. The only thing they have in common is that evil, or rather, evil, was defeated. The owner of the tarot cards upheld justice, someone said with a sigh. What can be confirmed is that the two attacks weren't done by the same person. Their strength is clearly different, and their expertise is even more different. Although it might be because their sequence has been raised, the murderer in Capim's case is a vengeful spirit, or should I say that he can switch his spirit-body state. This isn't common. Another person's analysis was agreed upon by the majority. Thus, the convener concluded 2 cases, 2 different people, and both of them throwing tarot cards. Perhaps the latter is a copycat, so we can lock onto the people who know about the Enigmas case. The other possibility is that there's an organization symbolized by tarot cards. Chapter 387. In Empress Borough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. The top-grade Fainapotter St. Desire Mountain coffee emitted a rich aroma, and the beautiful smell of Queen's black tea blended into an intoxicating symphony of scents. They lingered around an elegant 3-tiered tray, serving delicious and exquisite desserts. This was Audrey's afternoon tea. Her aristocratic friends in mysticism came as promised, and they sat around the table, chatting and laughing. After Audrey's quiet guidance, Jane, Murray, and the others developed a strong interest in the hero bandit Dark Emperor who had appeared last night. They all cast their gazes on Kang Learson, the son of a noble who had joined MI9. "Does that Dark Emperor have any Beyonder powers?" the sweet-looking Christine asked curiously. Their fathers were at least viscounts, giving them sufficient status and channels to understand the existence of Beyonder powers and potions. However, they were just like Audrey back then, unwilling to join the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, Machinery Hivemind, or MI9. They were unwilling to waste large amounts of time on official duties. Apart from that, the families they belonged to couldn't be traced back 1,000 years. Even the ancient nobles of the Fourth Epoch, when the Ruin Kingdom was first established, weren't completely loyal to the royal family or the upper echelons of the military. Therefore, they had never been bestowed with formulas. Even if there were Beyonder ingredients, they might not be able to recognize them, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how to use them. This limited the possibility of Murray, Christine, and the others becoming Beyonders. They could only yearn for it, but it was difficult for them to take that critical step. As for whether their elders had secretly collected potion formulas and nurtured a few Beyonders that belonged to their families, that wasn't something they could understand. After all, it wasn't allowed. If the king really caught wind of it, he could use it as a reason to strip them of their titles. Of course, there were already 2 traitors in the living room at this moment. They were Audrey, who had advanced to Sequence 8 telepathist, and Viscount Glaint, who had gathered a Beyonder ingredient and would soon become an apothecary. The lanky young gentleman, Kang Learson, took a sip of coffee and said, "I won't give a direct answer. I will not answer you directly. I will only tell you some facts. Apart from the traces of a gas explosion in the restaurant where the battle took place, various methods were used to detect poison, substitutes, wraith screams, bullets condensed from holy powers, and other elements. Right, that Black Emperor, no, that hero bandit, is in a ghostly state. It doesn't seem like the one who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, nor does it seem like the one who finished off Lenivus in the Source. The one who stole the Dark Emperor card and created Capim's case is Mr. Fool's third blessed. Beekland alone had at least 3 blessed. How many blessed would he have in total? Audrey had an idea. She pretended to be confused and asked. An intense battle between transcendents happened there. Under her guidance, Mu Lei took a step further and asked, "There's a Beyonder in the Capim family? A relatively powerful Beyonder? Or more than one? He's just a human trafficker." Viscount Glaint subconsciously expressed his doubts. Audrey kept her faint smile and curious eyes, patiently waiting for Kang Sai's answer. Kang Sai laughed and said, "Mu Lei's guess is correct. Murray's guess is correct. That's all I can say. Do you want me to be grounded by team leader? Capim's family has relatively powerful Beyonders, and there's more than one. Indeed, he's not an ordinary human trafficker. He might be involved in many mysterious matters, human trafficking. Could it be that he's involved in a cult's sacrifice? Mr. Fool's Blessed is targeting this." Lenivus's incident was similar. It involved a cult, a sacrifice, and the descent of the true creator. I wonder which cult or evil god is behind Capim. Mr. Fool's target seems to be those evil gods. Is it really a game between deities? I wonder how many things he has ruined for those evil gods. Audrey made many connections, and her heart gradually surged. Our tarot's enemy is an evil god. Nothing else is qualified. Could it be that Mr. Fool wants the title of nemesis of evil gods? Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled inwardly. Then, she reined in her emotions and secretly repented. Audrey, how can you do this? How can you joke about Mr. Fool? At noon, Klein returned to Minsk Street, and as expected, he found a letter in his mailbox that old Kohler had hired a carriage driver to deliver. This was the emergency contact they had agreed on. Of course, according to Klein's expectations, old Kohler, who didn't know how to read, would only use simple symbols to tell him when and where to meet. To his surprise, when the letter was unfolded, it turned out to be neat words. With just a glance, Klein confirmed that it was the same handwriting as in Daisy's vocabulary book. From the looks of it, this girl helped old Kohler write it. This piece of paper doesn't show any signs of being soaked in moisture. Perhaps old Kohler specially bought some for emergency contact. Klein opened the door and read the letter as he walked into the living room. He didn't take off his coat, only his hat, and leaned on his cane. This was because the fireplace in the room had yet to be lit, and the cold of early November was silently drilling into his bones. The contents of the letter were very simple. After all, Daisy didn't know many words. She first thanked the detective for his kindness, then told Klein that she had returned home safely. Finally, she tactfully mentioned that she hoped that the detective would bring the vocabulary book with him the next time he came to Eastborough. A polite girl. Klein chuckled, snapped his fingers, and burned the letter, leaving no clues behind. He decided to make another trip to Eastborough tomorrow to return the vocabulary book to Daisy and reimburse old Kohler for the cost of delivering the letter, paper, and pen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and chuckle. Captain, it's my turn to reimburse someone else. With only the last bit of work left, Klein suddenly had nothing to do. Without wasting any time, he went out again and went straight to the Quelaag Club. Dr. Allen often appeared there on Friday afternoons, and Klein wanted to ask about the tarot card playing child, Will or Septin. After entering the Quelaag Club in Hillston Borough, Klein said to the waiter in a red vest, "A cup of Marquis black tea and a dessert." "A cup of Marquis black tea and a dessert. Send it to the corner of the hall where Dr. Aaron and reporter Mike are sitting." Klein had already seen the cold-blooded, well-known surgeon, Alan Series, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, and the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, who had worked with him twice and had a pair of charming blue eyes, as well as the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talim Dumont, who was second only to Sherlock Moriarty in frequency of appearances at the club. "Oh, our great detective is here, and he happened to be talking about you." Talim smiled as he stood up. "Are you bad-mouthing me?" Klein joked. Mike stood up as well and reached out to shake his hand. "No, I want to hire you again. What's the matter this time?" Klein bowed to Dr. Allen and sat at their table. Mike chuckled. "You should have read the newspaper, right? Capim has been killed by the hero bandit Dark Emperor, and his crimes have been exposed. This is really something to be happy about, and as a reporter, I have to have sufficient news acumen. I plan on getting a list from the police department and going to Eastborough to interview the rescued girls. Then, I'll restore Capim's most vicious, cruel, and unforgivable side to the readers of the newspaper. Of course, those victims must remain anonymous." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "I also have a hidden goal, or rather, an idea. Through such interviews, I want to find out if those girls and their families have any special friends. Who knows, that might be the hero bandit Dark Emperor." "You've found the right person." The corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. He smiled at Mike. "We've already worked together on matters in Eastborough. We have enough familiarity and trust, so I have no reason to refuse. It's a pleasure working with you." Mike stretched out his hand with a relaxed expression. "We'll start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The pay will be the same as last time, a total of £10. At this moment, Dr. Allen, who had been listening by the side, said, "Sherlock, I'd like to hire you as well. Tonight, or after dinner." "I've been optimistic recently." Klein asked in amusement, "Will it conflict with Mike's commission?" "No. Alan shook his head. My luck has been pretty good recently. This makes me suspect that my bad luck was because of that child's reversed Wheel of Fortune card and his words. I'm very puzzled and troubled by this. I can be said to be very good to him and have great kindness. Why would he do this to me? I want to visit him at his house and confirm that he didn't mean it. However, I'm still afraid of something similar, afraid that an accident will happen, so I want you to protect me tonight. It won't conflict with Mike's commission. How about it? This is exactly what I want to do. Challenging the impossible. After doing good deeds, my character has become very good. Have I really become the king of yellow and black who wields good luck? Klein was pleasantly surprised as he smiled reservedly. No problem. We can talk about the pay. City of Silver. Derek Berg examined the translucent worm with 12 rings once again, examining the remains of Amorn's avatar. He originally wanted to ask Mr. Fool what it was, but considering that he had already troubled this godlike figure once, he gave up on the idea because he was rather thick-skinned. He planned on conjuring it to ask Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the others at the next tarot gathering. After hiding the worm, Derek suddenly thought of something. The team that had followed Shepherd Elder Lovia to explore the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator was about to return. It wasn't too far from the City of Silver, and it was a direction they hadn't set foot in before. He decided to take a look. There were quite a number of people he knew. Chapter 388. Looking at the bolts of lightning illuminating the dark sky, Derek didn't directly knock on the doors of his acquaintances. Instead, he walked along the widest avenue and headed for the training grounds at the edge of the City of Silver. After every exploration squad returned, they would stay in this place for a while. It was both convenient for them to communicate and report what they had encountered in the darkness, and it was also a form of isolation, in case certain weird things were attached to the bodies of any of the members, which would explode violently after a certain time. This was the experience that the City of Silver had accumulated over the past 2,000 years. It wasn't complicated, but it was rather useful. The moment he entered the training grounds, Derek Berg's eyes lit up with the axe of Hurricane behind his waist. He saw the gorgeous Elder Lovia, who appeared to be in her 30s. He also saw two acquaintances of the same age. The City of Silver was only that big. Due to the environment, the population had always been unable to increase. There weren't many people in a given age group. Derek didn't dare to say that he knew all of them, but he had seen most of them. Some of them were his classmates and training partners from general education classes for several years. In this exploration team, Derek was most familiar with Dark Regents, who had once been his teammate in the patrol team. This youth named Dark was of medium height and slightly plump. He was known for his strength, and he was optimistic and cheerful. He often wore an amiable smile on his face. He was currently a Sequence 8 gladiator of the Giant Pathway. At that very moment, both sides were separated by a translucent but steel-like wall, unable to make effective contact. They had to wait for the expedition team to confirm that there were no problems before they could directly meet. Derek, who had become quiet and withdrawn after his parents' death, waved at Dark. The gladiator sensed something and turned his head to look over. Dark, how is it? Did you encounter any danger? Derek shouted. The material used for the black wall came from a place not far from the City of Silver. It was called dark amber. It was as hard as steel, but at the same time, it had a certain degree of transparency and good sound conductivity. Derek's words passed through without any obstruction. In Derek's imagination, Dark would definitely reveal a bright smile and wave his arms out of habit. You see that I'm not injured, so you should know that we didn't encounter anything too dangerous. It's just a small problem. Upon hearing his voice, Dark took a few steps forward and approached the wall. No, it's always been smooth. Looking at his flawless smile, Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was sleeping on the top of an abandoned tower or in a destroyed city at night. It was pitch black all around, and undercurrents were brewing. Inside the Quelaag Club, Klein and Dr. Allen agreed on the remuneration. £2. I have to say, it's really easy to earn a doctor's money. If it were me in the past, I would at most pay 10 solely for such a request. Klein, who had wanted to take on this task, sighed in his heart. He remembered that when he was in the Nighthawks, he had heard corpse collector Fry mention that famous doctors had high incomes. At that time, the poet Leonard Mitchell, who did not look like a poet, replied that as far as he knew, if someone bought a house in the prosperous area of Beekland to build a shop, the fastest way to recoup their losses was to transform it into a clinic. Both parties agreed to visit Will Orseptin's house after dinner, and it wasn't even 3 in the afternoon. Therefore, the equestrian teacher, Talim, called the 3 of them together at a table and started playing Level Up, the kind invented by Roselle the Great. I expected to play tennis, practice shooting, and flip through the books in the library. What a healthy life it would be. But why did it turn out like this? Klein thought during a break in the game. Frankly speaking, with his current attainments in magic, he could make Dr. Allen, reporter Mike, and Talim lose all the money they had on them. But I'm an honest person. I believe in my skills and luck more. While the red-vested waiter was shuffling the cards, Klein picked up a cream pastry and took a bite in enjoyment. He praised from the bottom of his heart. This is life. While playing cards, Klein noticed that the equestrian teacher, Talim, was no longer in a daze and full of worries like before. Has the matter of his friend falling in love with someone he shouldn't have been resolved? Klein took a sip of Marquis black tea and thought curiously. As a detective, he knew that this matter should not be asked in front of others, so he restrained himself and focused on playing cards. At 5 o'clock, Mike Joseph had to make a trip back to the news agency, so the game between the 4 of them came to an end. Klein won 5 solely. My luck has been pretty good recently. Klein sighed in relief. When he saw Dr. Allen leave the table and go to the washroom, he controlled his voice and chuckled. Talim, has your friend's matter been resolved? Talim was throwing the cards in his hand into the middle of the table when he heard that. Sort of. He added with a desire to communicate. Actually, it wasn't anything too serious. I was just thinking too much at the time. To put it simply, a prominent young gentleman fell in love with a commoner woman. As you know, a man of such status has to marry a noble lady. To him, even the daughter of a tycoon is out of the question. Is that so? To think that I came up with so many melodramatic and bizarre stories, such as falling in love with a man, falling in love with a monster, falling in love with someone whose ethical relationship isn't allowed. Klein was disappointed and said in amusement, from what I know, gentlemen in high society don't mind having a mistress outside. No, Sherlock, you don't understand. Love, do you understand? Love. That young gentleman only wants to marry that commoner woman, Talim sighed. Yes, I don't understand. I'm just a single dog. Klein opened his mouth, but was speechless. Talim sighed to himself. For the sake of that young gentleman's future, I once thought of asking you to find someone with some magical powers. In secret, heh. In short, I'm a law-abiding person, and I only think about it in my head. How was the matter resolved? Klein asked with interest. Talim picked up his Highland coffee and took a sip. The solution was simpler than I imagined. I went straight to the lady and told her of the predicament. She very rationally expressed her willingness to leave the gentleman and asked for my help. I have to say, she's really a considerate, kind, elegant, and beautiful girl. If I didn't consider my status, perhaps I would have knelt in front of her and kissed the back of her hand. All right, it looks like I can't help. Klein picked up the white porcelain cup of black tea inlaid with gold threads. As a visitor from Earth, he was completely uninterested in breaking up a couple and ruining someone else's love. However, it was another matter to treat it as gossip. After having dinner at the Quelaag Club and tasting the limited supply of Sonia lobsters, Klein and Dr. Allen took the latter's carriage to Will Orseptin's house at 66, Dalton Street in Northborough. This was an address that Dr. Allen had memorized a long time ago. He didn't return to the hospital to look through the corresponding medical records, and according to Klein's guess, the information regarding Will Orseptin had most likely been taken away by the Nighthawks. As a former Nighthawk, I know their procedures very well. Klein sighed with a bitter smile. After ringing the doorbell, the two waited for a while before the door was opened. A maid in a black and white dress asked curiously, "What's wrong?" A maid in a black and white dress asked in puzzlement, "Gentlemen, who are you looking for?" Seeing that Alan was still as cold as ever, Klein took the initiative to say, "We're looking for Will Orseptin. We're looking for Will Orseptin. He's his attending physician. He's here to do a return visit and confirm his health. I don't know him. I've only been here for a few days. I'll get my master." "Please wait a moment," the maid replied with a blank look. As the two waited, Alan suddenly said, I don't know about him. I almost believed the reason you gave me just now. This is the basic quality of being a detective." Klein chuckled. At this moment, an old gentleman in his 50s walked to the door and said in a deep voice, "Will Orseptin's family has already moved out. Will Orseptin and his family have already moved away, he gave a date." Alan did some calculations and frowned. How can they move out after being discharged from the hospital 2 days after surgery? He really acted like he was paying a return visit. Klein asked in puzzlement, "Sir, how do you know so much?" Normally, subsequent tenants would only move in after a period of time. The old gentleman replied in a bad mood, "Someone came to ask about it previously, and I even specially went to the landlord." The old man replied snappily, "Someone has already asked about it before. I even went to the landlord. Do you know where Will Orseptin's family moved to? Do you know where Will Orseptin's family moved to? Do you know where Will Orseptin's family moved to?" Klein deliberated for a moment and continued asking. "A little." The old gentleman took a deep breath and said, "But they've all been given to the previous group of people. Then, did they leave anything behind?" Klein deliberated for a moment and continued asking. "It's really helpless to meet a fellow detective. They can always think of things ahead of time." Klein couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that there were no more clues, Klein and Alan politely bade farewell and left 66, Dalton Street. "It looks like your doubts will only be resolved after a long time," Klein said to Dr. Alan. Alan fell silent for a few seconds and slowly exhaled. "After what happened just now, I'm not that troubled anymore. I'm a doctor, and it's enough for me to do my own thing. I should pay a return visit to his health and not question him about the situation. What others think and why they aren't kind aren't things I should be concerned about. In the future, I'll just try my best to maintain a doctor-patient relationship." "It's best that you think that way," Klein echoed from the bottom of his heart, then he casually asked, "What happened to Will Orseptin's left leg back then?" "There was a strange tumor growing on his left calf. It happened to form a ring, and it severely compressed his blood vessels," Dr. Alan recalled. "But the child didn't seem to be in too much pain. He only looked a little afraid. We initially wanted to treat him conservatively, but the situation rapidly worsened." Chapter 389. City of Silver. Derek Berg didn't know how he returned home. He only remembered the indescribable fear. Compared to the past, Dark Regent's personality and performance weren't much different, but there was indeed an unsettling change. Derek was afraid that the City of Silver would be targeted by the evil god, the fallen creator. He was afraid that it would be completely destroyed before he could become the sun and save the City of Silver from the curse that had lasted for more than 2,000 years, giving the residents hope and sunshine. At this moment, he hated himself for not being strong enough. He was still only a Sequence 8. "No. I can't just watch." Derek suddenly stood up, prepared to rush to the spire and inform the other elders of the 6-member council and Chief Colin Iliad of the abnormality he had discovered. However, Derek knew very well that such abnormalities weren't suspicious at all. Every exploration into the depths of the darkness would be accompanied by the members for days, more than 10 days, or even more than a month of high tension. It was really possible to encounter powerful or strange monsters at any time. In addition, the uninhabited wilderness and the hopeless journey would bring about extreme depression. In addition, for safety's sake, the members of the exploration team weren't allowed to vent their sexual desires when they were out. This made it possible for their minds to be remolded after every exploration. If they were to encounter a huge danger where more than half of the team members were dead or injured, it wasn't uncommon for the remaining people to have a drastic change in personality. To deal with such people, there were only conventional isolation and treatment. There were almost no exceptions. The City of Silver had the first 3 sequences of the Dragon Pathway, so it didn't lack psychianalysts. Derek rushed to the door and suddenly slowed down. He knew that reporting to the six-member council like this was likely to be ineffective. There was a high chance that it would arouse suspicion, and there was even the danger of being targeted by Shepherd Elder Lovia. After pacing around for more than 10 seconds, Derek gritted his teeth and pulled the door open. He believed that he had to warn the elders of the six-member council, even if he had to bear quite a bit of risk. To most of the residents of the City of Silver, sacrificing themselves to maintain the existence of this city and the continuation of this civilization was a belief that was deeply ingrained in their bones. Selfish people usually don't live long in such an environment. Of course, Derek wasn't completely rash. Under the teachings of the Tarot members, especially the Hanging Man, he clearly understood that he had to be patient at times. He had to protect himself appropriately and not make unnecessary sacrifices. This was to better protect the City of Silver. I'm just saying that the abnormality I observed shouldn't be dangerous. Derek comforted himself as he ran faster and faster. Finally, he saw the spire that symbolized the highest authority in the City of Silver. He found the Beyonder on duty and made a request to meet the chief. To Derek's surprise, the Beyonder didn't ask why like normal. After a simple briefing, he led him up the spiral staircase and arrived at the chief's room. It's strange. It's different from before. Derek felt that this change in detail made him even more uneasy. Upon entering the room, he saw Chief Colin Iliad standing in front of a wall. This tall old man had deep wrinkles, blue eyes, and messy white hair. He had 2 swords hanging on the wall in a crisscross pattern. He wore his usual flaxen shirt and brown coat. It was hard to believe that he was a champion who had hunted many demons and monsters. Derek Berg, what is it that you have to tell me face to face? Colin asked in a mellow voice. Your Excellency. Derek bowed. I met the team exploring the temple at the training ground today. I realized that the Dark Regents I know has changed strangely. He's no longer as cheerful as before. His smile is as polite as a stranger's. Also, Elder Lovia no longer changes the way she speaks. Colin looked deeply at Derek and asked in a deep voice, is that all? Yes, yes. Derek lowered his head. Yes, yes. Derek lowered his head. I think there might be an anomaly. Colin waved his hand and said, got it. I'll get Aifla to do a checkup. Go back. In the future, just report such matters to the Spire's guardian. Aifla was the most experienced psyche analyst in the City of Silver who was closest to Sequence 6. Unfortunately, there were no potion formulas for Sequence 7 and beyond. After receiving such an answer, Derek left gloomily. Colin looked at his back disappearing by the door and suddenly sighed in disappointment. After discussing Will Orseptin's situation with Dr. Alan, Klein, who didn't discover anything else, got off the carriage midway and took the steam subway. After 3 stops, he arrived near Minsk Street and switched to a trackless public carriage to return home. As it was still early, he first used divination to confirm that the previous tenant wasn't lying. Then, he diligently continued studying the Book of Secrets. Ever since he had this mysticism book that could be described as a beginner to expert, Klein's use of the mysterious space above the grey fog became more and more ingenious, and he completed many outstanding operations. What's restricting me now is my own sequence, my own strength, and spirituality. Late at night, Klein hid the Book of Secrets and sighed as he went to the bathroom to clean himself up and get ready for bed. That night, he slept soundly. Even the sound of the church's bell in the morning only made him turn over. It's best to stay in bed during winter, Klein mumbled as he got out of bed. In order to reward Hero Bandit Black Emperor, he had an additional serving of boiled eggs with sugar for breakfast, as well as strawberry jam specially bought for the white bread. Just as he was leisurely enjoying his food, the doorbell suddenly rang. Didn't I tell Mike to come after breakfast? Klein mumbled as he drank a mouthful of sweet soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. According to his agreement with Mike, the other party would arrive half an hour after breakfast and begin the interview with the rescued East Borough girls. If Mike didn't appear after half an hour, it meant that the matter would be delayed by a day. Klein walked to the door, and before he reached out, his mind naturally outlined the visitor outside. It wasn't reporter Mike Joseph, but Dr. Alan Series. Good morning, Alan. Did you sleep late last night? Klein noticed that Alan looked rather pale, so he secretly activated his spirit vision to take a look. Alan took off his hat and put away his cane. He was about to take off his coat, but he was dissuaded from doing so by the cold air in the room. Klein laughed dryly and said, I was preparing to head out today. As you know, Mike might come looking for me, so I didn't set up the fireplace. Alan nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed Klein into the living room and found a seat to sit down before saying, Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night. Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed of that child, Will Orseptin. Nightmare? That's within the scope of my knowledge. I'm a professional at interpreting dreams, even more so than inference. Klein leaned forward and clasped his hands. What kind of nightmare? Alan recalled and said, there are some details and processes that I can't remember. I can't remember some of the details and processes, but the one that left the deepest impression on me was a pitch-black, towering spire with a giant silvery white snake coiled on it. It was slowly wriggling and looking at me with cold, merciless red eyes. I don't know why, but I entered the steeple, went up and down the stairs, passed through one wall after another, passed through one locked door after another, and finally, I found the child named Will Orseptin in a dark corner. He hopped a few steps on one leg and curled up against the wall, with the deck of tarot cards scattered around him. When he saw me, he was afraid and happy. He shouted, Dr. Allen. That was pretty much the entire dream. After that, I woke up. Klein listened seriously and asked in thought, didn't Will Orseptin say anything else? Alan frowned and thought for a moment before he suddenly blurted out, yes, he said, Dr. Allen, a snake wants to eat me. Following that, the gigantic silver snake hung down from the ceiling, its head facing me. Its mouth was very big, but there were no teeth or tongue inside. It was blood red. Gigantic silver snake. A pitch-black tower. Will Orseptin under layers of defense. Klein deliberated as he said to Dr. Allen, this isn't a very strange dream. This isn't a very strange dream. It should be that when you were communicating with Will Orseptin, you subconsciously sensed that he was in some sort of predicament and was being threatened by something. That's why you dreamt of such a scene, a child hiding in the depths of the tower, behind countless walls and doors, a giant silver snake coiled around the top of the tower. Heh, as a detective, I more or less know a little about psychology. It's often introduced in the newspapers. What I don't understand is why you only had such a dream today. Klein didn't lie about his interpretation. He just didn't mention the possible reason. Alan opened his mouth. I was too eager just now and forgot something. As he spoke, he took out a leather wallet and took out a paper crane that was made with good craftsmanship. After I discovered that Will Orseptin's family had already moved away, I recalled that he gave me this before he was discharged. He said, Doctor, this can bring you good luck. I didn't think much of it back then and casually threw it in the office drawer. After I parted ways with you last night, I went to retrieve it and put it in my wallet. In the end, I had that nightmare last night. Klein looked at the paper crane and nodded in thought. Dr. Allen, it looks like Will Orseptin didn't mean for you to be unlucky. He made amends after the fact. The paper crane that Roselle the Great invented has the meaning of giving good wishes, and he even said that it would bring you good luck. Alan subconsciously asked back, what? The paper crane folding technique was invented by Roselle the Great. I don't know if it's him, but I think it's him. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Probably. Chapter 390. With Klein's explanation and consolation, Alan felt a lot more at ease. He planned on observing him for a few more days to see if he would have similar nightmares again. After sending the famous surgeon out the door with a smile, Klein's expression suddenly turned solemn, as though he was thinking about something. There was nothing wrong with his interpretation of the dream. The pitch-black tower, the obstructive walls and door, as well as the giant silver snake did indeed symbolize Will Orseptin's situation of being threatened by something. It symbolized the child's fear and helplessness as he attempted to hide behind layers of protection. But the crux of the problem was that this was most likely not a revelation that Dr. Allen's spirituality had received on its own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until last night to find the paper crane before having such a dream. Long before Will Orseptin was discharged from the hospital, when his spirituality had unconsciously sensed something strange, there should have been such a development. Therefore, Klein suspected that this dream was instilled into Dr. Allen by someone else, and the medium was the paper crane. Klein activated his spirit vision to carefully observe the artifact, but he didn't discover any spiritual luster. However, his spiritual perception and intuition told him that there was something magical about the paper crane. Perhaps it involved the most ethereal, most difficult to grasp, and most worthy of respect. That child named Will or Septin isn't simple. From the looks of it, the magical thing isn't the tarot cards, but him. The giant silver snake is a symbol of danger, and this matter is related to bad luck, and other factors. Could it represent the snake of Mercury, the sequence one of the monster pathway, the snake of Mercury? Klein's thoughts wandered, but he was unable to confirm anything. He began analyzing the problem of how the dream was instilled. With Klein's present attainments in mysticism, this wasn't something too complicated or incomprehensible. He quickly came up with an idea. First, I can eliminate the influence of wraiths and specters. That would cause Dr. Allen's aura to be dyed with varying shades of blackish-green, and I didn't notice any signs of that just now. There are roughly 2 ways to ensure that the dream's owner doesn't experience any abnormalities. One is to use a beyonder power similar to a nightmare. Like Captain, I can rely on guidance to achieve my goal. Furthermore, I can't participate too deeply, or else I'll also leave behind traces. The second method is even more ingenious and high-end. The principle behind the dream is that when an astral projection roams the spirit world, it will allow certain details that it would normally unconsciously notice to transform into a symbolic revelation under external stimulation. Or, it can directly obtain revelations that are related to itself from the external world. Then, it can be told to the soul body or the spirit body. And as the owner is in a sleeping state, it will appear in the form of a dream. Therefore, the second method is to instill it in the spirit world. First, use some mystical means to create the revelation that you need. Then, naturally let the target's astral projection obtain it while roaming the spirit world and feedback it back. That way, the target will be able to dream of the scene that others want them to dream of, and there won't be any traces of it. That's something I can't do at the moment. Even in my spirit body state, I can't stir some of the powers above the grey fog. Klein paused for a moment and added another possible guess. Dr. Allen had been hinted to by someone through the paper crane. Once he found it, he would have the corresponding dream. This is easy to confirm. As long as I use mediumship on Dr. Allen, I should be able to find the corresponding traces. However, would it be too unfriendly to use mediumship on him? Or borrow the nightmare candle from Father Utravsky? That's not right. The one who recognized me was that vampire, the avid puppet lover, Emlyn White, not the muscular, giant-like Father Utravsky. Klein reined in his thoughts and considered what he should do next. He decided to wait above the grey fog to divine the level of danger. If it was acceptable, he would sneak into Dr. Allen's house tonight and use the dream charm to secretly observe. He wanted to see if the source of the dream was a direct guidance or an indirect fabrication. However, with Klein's strength and level, it would be rather difficult to find traces of the latter. Even he didn't have much confidence. This didn't mean that by sitting beside Dr. Allen and entering cogitation, his astral projection would be able to roam the same spirit world as him. This required sufficient positioning. According to the description in the Book of Secrets, the existence of the spirit world was rather magical. It completely overlapped with the real world, so everyone could obtain revelations from the spirit world at any time. However, the spirit world didn't have any distinction between up and down. The past, future, and present could all converge here. It was like a strange ocean formed from countless knowledge, information, and illusory spirits. It was completely different from the normal concept and logic of the world. It was precisely because of this that the revelations obtained from the spirit world could only be various symbols and not direct answers. And it was precisely because of this that the part of the spirit world that every person's astral projection roamed was not only related to one's location and time, but also closely related to the current state of one's body and mind. Without a corresponding positioning method, it was impossible to lock onto and find a person's astral projection in the spirit world, even if one was right beside the person. And it was precisely because of this that the astral projection roamed the spirit world had its limits. It didn't dare to go too deep. Once it got lost and couldn't return to its body, its owner would become a demented person. In more serious cases, they would become a vegetable. And to enter the spirit world with one's body and use it as a springboard to complete the teleportation was even more difficult. If one wasn't careful, they would get lost and never return to the real world until they rotted to death. Phew. Klein exhaled and temporarily threw the problem to the back of his mind. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. He realized that he had been thinking for too long. His breakfast had turned cold, and reporter Mike still hadn't arrived. This meant that the commission would most likely be delayed by a day. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein finished the rest of the food and went above the grey fog to do a divination. He was surprised to receive a revelation that there was no danger at all. After doing all of this, it was already past the agreed time. Without any hesitation, he changed into a heavy jacket, put on a cap, took his vocabulary book, and left 15, Minsk Street. His original plan was to find an opportunity to give old Kohler some hints when he accompanied Mike Joseph to East Borough for an interview, so that he wouldn't mention his promise to help Liv find her daughter. As for Liv's family, old Kohler would be the one to remind them. And now that Mike had delayed the matter by a day, Klein was even more at ease. He no longer had to worry about any mistakes or accidents. Combined with the address that old Kohler had mentioned, Klein entered the depths of East Borough based on the revelation he received from his divination. Under the watchful, wary, numb, or greedy gazes, he found the room on the 3rd floor. There were 2 bunk beds here, and there were some tattered mattresses on the ground. Every empty space was filled with junk. Klein looked straight at the bottom bunk bed in the innermost room and shouted, "Old Kohler." With a whoosh, old Kohler sat up and leaned against the door in surprise. "You really came? After sending you that letter yesterday, I guessed that you would come looking for me today, so I didn't go to the dock and waited at home. All right, I don't have to think about how to come up with a lie to explain why I came here to look for you." Klein looked around and said, "Old Kohler, with your current income, you could have rented a better room and moved to a better place. Old Kohler, with your current income, you could have rented a better room and moved to a better place. Why did you only change from a mattress to a bunk bed?" "Most of that money was to help you gather information," old Kohler said with a smile. Old Kohler smiled. "Besides, I'm no longer young. I have to save up some money for when my body completely weakens in the future." Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. "You can consider buying some insurance, such as the Orphan Elderly Relief Insurance. It will allow you to receive a weekly sum of money that can at least fill your stomach and allow you to sleep in your room when you truly grow old." The insurance industry in this world had sprouted in the 4th epoch. After Roselle the Great's promotion, it was now relatively mature. It mainly had all kinds of insurance related to maritime trade, such as fire insurance, injury insurance, and pension insurance under different names. Overall, it was more concentrated on the rich and the middle class. "I know that. When I was still a worker, I would pay 3 pence a week for insurance, but after that, I lost my income." Old Kohler sighed. His biggest problem now was that his income was unstable. He didn't know when the informant fees from the detective would stop. Klein couldn't promise anything, so he pointed outside. He pointed outside and said, "Let's go to Liv's house and return the vocabulary book to that girl." After leaving the room, Klein casually mentioned, "What a joke. I just volunteered to help find Daisy the day before yesterday, but she was sent back by the police yesterday. Don't mention this in the future. I don't want to be laughed at." "All right." Old Kohler agreed first before saying, "No one will laugh at your kindness and kindness." After passing through the dirty streets, the 2 arrived at Liv's house. Klein saw that the girl who had just been rescued had begun ironing clothes that could burn him at any moment. He saw the clothes hanging out to dry, dripping with water, no different from before. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Daisy." After a while, he shouted, "Your vocabulary book." Daisy's eyes lit up, but it wasn't convenient for her to leave. She busied herself for a while before stopping. She came to the door and kept saying thank you. When Liv and Frigga put down their work and came over to express their gratitude, Klein repeated what he had just said to Old Kohler. After receiving a positive answer, he took out the £2 change he had prepared and handed it to Liv. There will be a reporter coming to interview Daisy tomorrow. This is the reward he gave in advance, but don't mention it in front of him. Otherwise, a lot of things will be difficult to deal with. Maybe he will give you more tomorrow, but not this much. No, I'm willing to expose that scoundrel's evil deeds for free. Darcy shook her head fiercely. Klein laughed. These are the rules. You can't break them, understand? He turned to look at Liv. Take it. You're right. Only if Daisy and Frigga know more words and learn more things can you get out of your current situation. He was going to say a lot of things and suggest that Liv and her family move to the edge of the East End. After all, customers who could afford laundry didn't live in the East End, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He had originally planned to give the other party more help, but in the end, he restrained himself. There were more than a few thousand people like Liv's family in the East End. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. If a single person wanted to help them, even a big banker wouldn't be able to do much. And this was only the East End. There was still the entire Beekland and the Kingdom of Ruin. Thank you. Thank that reporter for me. Liv was silent for a moment before accepting the money. Klein didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry, as if there was a ghost hiding here that would devour his soul. After walking outside with Old Kohler, he looked back and suddenly exhaled. He whispered, "There's never been a savior." Chapter 391. What? Old Kohler asked, not hearing him clearly. Klein looked at the potholes in front of him and chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. Nothing. I hope Liv's family can escape from their current situation and lead a better life. He had indeed expressed his feelings just now. As the successor of the Foodie Empire's new era, it was an extremely normal instinctive reaction to think of revolution, mobilizing the masses, and changing the world. However, on careful thought and analyzing the specific problems, he felt that it was impossible to rely on the poor to save themselves. This was because there were beyonder powers in this world, and some of them were rather strange. They couldn't be dealt with by guns, just like the Sequence 5 Wraith of the Mutant Pathway. This was one aspect, and the other aspect was that it was limited by the law of beyonder characteristics conservation and the availability of materials. Beyonder powers couldn't be popularized, and it was difficult to convert the advantage of numbers into effective combat strength. And even if it could be popularized, as long as the problem of losing control wasn't resolved, it would still bring about a disaster. If there weren't any high-sequence beyonders, these problems could actually be resolved to a certain extent. However, in the real world, not only did it have demigods, but it also had all kinds of sealed artifacts that could make people die without even knowing how they died. Furthermore, deities were truly high and mighty. This way, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for the poor to use strikes and demonstrations to resist. However, once they picked up weapons and established an army, they would definitely encounter an irresistible counterattack. It wasn't impossible for large-scale natural disasters or large-scale psychological cues to appear. And the ones that could contend with official beyonder organizations were mostly secret organizations. They often had evil attributes, and death might not be the most tragic outcome if one worked with them. Therefore, the most promising way to succeed on the path of revolution was to obtain the support of a particular church or a few churches. How many concessions can the vested interests make with just strikes and demonstrations? It'll be much easier to bribe them. However, the matter of the true creator nearly using the tragic situation of the poor to descend upon Beekland seems to have stirred up the Church of the Goddess and the nobles who know about it. This can be seen from the investigation mission that reporter Mike accepted and the feedback from Miss Justice. Klein thought about the matters in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. In the end, he couldn't help but chuckle and sigh inwardly. No matter how I think about it, it's still best to use the threat of the evil god's descent to improve the situation of the poor. However, the evil gods are the existences that are most eager to absorb their flesh and blood and devour their souls. They are most likely to bring about a disaster that no one can escape from. What a wonderful irony. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Because Dr. Escalante had other things to do, Audrey attended the second psychology class of the week in advance. Susie was even more excited than her. She rushed into the study early and even left her favorite ball game aside. In this class, Audrey deliberately showed her curiosity. From time to time, she would ask Escalante about the psychological knowledge related to the mystical domain. At the end of the class, Escalante finally spoke after some deliberation. "Miss Audrey, we have organized a seminar on this topic. Many of our members are specialized in the field of psychology and mysticism. Are you interested in joining us?" Of course. Audrey nodded without hesitation. She perfectly matched her character of an innocent and curious girl. Escalante smiled and said, "Remember to keep it a secret. Remember to keep it a secret. You know that your elders have a great prejudice against mysticism. I'll take you there next time." "No problem." Audrey gave an affirmative answer with slight excitement. After sending the waist-length Escalante out of the study, she closed the door and faced the mirror beside the bookcase. She was elegant and quiet for 2 seconds. Then, she lifted the hem of her skirt, took a step, and made a circling motion in a court dance. Then, she looked at herself in the mirror and smiled sweetly. "Audrey, you're amazing." Audrey knew that she had taken the first step into psychological alchemy. Although the seminar was mostly just a peripheral circle, and there would definitely be many subsequent tests, it had indeed allowed her to open the door to psychological alchemy. And during this process, she didn't rely on external forces. She relied solely on her own observation and performance to perfectly fool Escalante's psychiatrist. Therefore, she was very proud. "That seminar sounds interesting." Susie came over and wagged her tail. "Audrey, can I join?" "Join?" Looking at her beloved dog with golden fur and round eyes, Audrey fell into deep thought. She gave a long terse grunt. "Susie, not for the time being. Why, you're too conspicuous." At this point, she changed the topic and smiled faintly. "But I can bring you with me." On Saturday night, Klein took the master key and his black cane and walked out of 15, Minsk Street. Without the latter, he reckoned he wouldn't be able to return today. He was going to find Dr. Allen, enter his dream, and figure out how the nightmare related to Alorceptin came about. As for where Dr. Allen lived, he had already found out yesterday. 3, Boningham Road, Hillston Borough. By the time Klein arrived, it was already past 11. The surrounding streets were dim and gloomy and quiet. After tossing a coin and doing a divination, Klein passed through the iron fence outside and circled to the side. He used the master key to open an invisible passage in the wall and entered the already dark corridor. With his agile footsteps, he silently went up to the second floor and hid in an unoccupied guest room. After confirming that Dr. Allen and his wife were asleep, Klein passed through the wall and entered their bedroom. The first thing he did was to take out the slumber charm and chant the incantation to make Dr. Allen's wife fall into a true slumber. She wouldn't suddenly wake up and disturb his subsequent dreams of her husband. Following that, Klein sat on the chair in front of the dressing table, held the dream charm in his hand, and whispered a word in ancient Hermes crimson. Just as he said that, he felt the charm in his hand become light, as though it had become a weightless, illusory object. As his spirituality surged in, a transparent flame enveloped the charm, burning it with a deep and serene black color. Under Klein's will, the blackness spread out and enveloped Dr. Allen, as well as himself. Klein, who had quickly entered a cogitation state, saw the endless darkness and a lonely oval ball of light. His spirituality extended over and touched the illusory and hazy object. The world around him suddenly turned upside down and distorted. Without realizing it, Klein found himself in a barren plain. Beneath his feet were pitch-black stones, and there wasn't even a single weed. In the middle of the plain stood a black steeple, and coiled around it was a gigantic silver snake. Its head was already raised, and its bright red eyes were coldly staring in his direction. Unlike Dr. Allen's description, the silver snake didn't have any substantial scales. Instead, its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols. They formed wheels that were connected to each other, and around each wheel were different symbols. The wheels on the tail and head of the giant snake only had half of each. It looked rather uncoordinated, as though it could drive an obsessive-compulsive patient to death. However, Klein imagined that if the silver snake could bite its own tail, then the wheels would be complete. Everything would become perfect, no longer incomplete, and no longer have any changes. Beside Klein, Dr. Allen looked ahead with a blank gaze as he approached the pitch-black steeple step by step. It can be confirmed that no one is guiding Dr. Allen. Eliminate the beyonder powers of a nightmare. Klein quickly made a judgment. He didn't stop Dr. Allen and followed behind him, walking towards the pitch-black steeple towards the silver snake. The two of them had only taken a few steps when their target was already in front of them. The silver snake lowered its upper body, as though it was pondering how to enjoy the dessert that was delivered to its mouth. It opened its mouth wide, but there was no fishy smell. Its red eyes were cold and emotionless. It looked at everything as though it was its prey, but it didn't have any killing or cruelty. In front of it, everything seemed insignificant, and they were equal because of their insignificance. The giant snake ultimately didn't attack. Klein followed Dr. Allen through an ancient, rotting wooden door and entered the pitch-black tower. Just as Allen had described, the layout here was abnormally chaotic. The staircase first spiraled upwards before descending diagonally. The hall, library, and various rooms were either normal, inverted, or embedded in other parts. This was a building that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein no longer knew where he was in the Black Tower. Perhaps it was the steeple, or perhaps it was the basement. In the thick darkness, he suddenly discovered a figure curled up in a corner in front of him. The figure sensed Dr. Allen approaching, and he hurriedly propped himself up and hopped over on one leg. It wasn't until the figure was inches away that Klein clearly saw his appearance. He looked strong and dignified, in his early teens. His face was filled with childishness, and he had an obvious look of fear. The figure was about 1.4 meters tall, and his left calf was empty. It was none other than the child who had undergone surgery, Will Auceptin. He held a deck of tarot cards in his hand, and his ink-black eyes were filled with surprise and joy, as well as fear and panic. Dr. Allen, a snake wants to eat me. Suddenly, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes reflected the huge and mysterious silver snake. Whoosh! The tarot cards in his hand fell to the ground, leaving only one tightly clenched in his palm. Klein focused his gaze and discovered that the card also had a wheel. It was the Wheel of Fortune card. Whoosh! The dream instantly shattered, and Klein found himself still sitting on the chair in front of the dressing table. Chapter 392. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds, and the moonlight that passed through the curtains could barely outline the outlines of the large items in the bedroom. Darkness and gloom became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment, in no hurry to leave. He looked at Dr. Aaron, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and quietly analyzed the scenes he had seen in his dream. Will Auceptin finally held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream, everything has a symbolic meaning. It's all a revelation obtained from his astral projection. In other words, Will Auceptin's matter is related to fate. In addition, that silver serpent might very well represent the Snake of Mercury. This child might be related to a high-sequence beyonder or some strange sealed artifact of the monster pathway. His danger stems from the Snake of Mercury coveting him or the strange sealed artifact he's involved in. But the Snake of Mercury is a sequence one, an existence that's closest to a deity. Just the name itself reflects his high status. It's impossible for him to be unable to do anything to a child like Will Auceptin. That Amorn, who I still don't know if is a sequence 1, 2, or 3, had nearly infiltrated the world above the grey fog with just an avatar. From the looks of it, this matter isn't that simple. It must be hiding a huge secret. With this in mind, Klein decided to retreat. This sounds very dangerous. Furthermore, that deck of tarot cards might not be a mystical item. What's special is very likely Will Auceptin himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Aaron has already recovered from his troubles. There's no reason for me to be involved in this matter. To take the initiative to perform on this is impossible. It's practically equivalent to suicide. Yes, I have to follow my heart's wishes, Klein used his black-gloved right palm to support himself on the surface of the dressing table and slowly stood up. After the dream he had just entered, he was completely certain that Dr. Aaron's nightmares stemmed from the revelation his astral projection had received from the spirit world. And that revelation was deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was a positioning tool. According to a particular chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also attempt to use the paper crane to find Dr. Aaron's astral projection who was roaming the spirit world and secretly observe where the revelations came from. However, he had already decided not to be involved. After stretching his body, Klein rummaged through Dr. Aaron's leather wallet with his final curiosity and took out the paper crane. He placed the paper crane at the tip of his cane and held them. Then, his eyes turned deep as he muttered to himself, "Will Orseptin's present location." After repeating the divination statement 7 times, a breeze suddenly swirled in the room, bringing with it a chill that seemed to caress one's soul. Klein released his right palm, and the cane stood steadily before falling down with the paper crane, pointing diagonally at the bed. "There!" Klein frowned slightly, changed his position, and repeated the divination. He successfully obtained the feedback. And the intersection point of the two divination was Dr. Aaron. Will Orseptin's location overlaps with Dr. Aaron's. That's a little interesting. Klein muttered to himself in amusement and surprise. His curiosity rose to the extreme. Although he didn't plan on getting involved in this matter, he wanted to figure out why there was an overlapping situation. I'll divine the paper crane above the grey fog. With the grey fog blocking it, there won't be any accidents. Klein quickly came up with a new idea. And since it wasn't convenient to hold a summoning ritual in Dr. Aaron's bedroom, he decided to bring the paper crane home first. In fact, he was already prepared for this. Before coming, Klein wasn't sure of the seriousness of the matter. He had the thought of searching for Will Orseptin to see if he could obtain the tarot cards. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane ahead of time, planning on using it to replace the original one. It would make it convenient for him to do all kinds of divination, and he would exchange it back when the problem was resolved. With this in mind, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared from his pocket. He had deliberately folded it above the grey fog, in case Dr. Aaron suddenly decided to hand over items related to Will Orseptin to the Church of the Evernite Goddess, allowing the fake him to be divined. Being thorough and detailed in advance really makes things a lot simpler. Klein praised himself. With the help of the thin moonlight, he seriously compared Will Orseptin's paper crane to the one he had folded to see if there were any obvious differences. With this, Klein fell silent. His handicraft skills are inferior to a child's. Actually, they're all paper cranes, so there's not much of a difference. Mine is at most a little crude. As long as Aaron doesn't repeatedly study the original one, he definitely won't be able to tell that it has been switched. Klein silently muttered to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving the confirmation, he placed the paper crane he had folded into Aaron's wallet and placed it back in its original spot. He then cleaned up the scene and left 3, Boningham Road with Will Orseptin's paper crane. Using the dowsing rod method, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, he used the method of summoning himself to send the paper crane and the master key above the grey fog. Sitting in the silent and uninhabited palace, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Then, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote the same divination statement as before, Will Orseptin's present location. This time, he switched to using dream divination and was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear in the grey and fragmented world. It was a dark room. The strong-looking, dark-eyed Will Orseptin was leaning against a desk in front of the window with the help of a chair, looking at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside him was a pile of building blocks. The building blocks formed a ring-shaped snake with its head connected to its tail. The scene outside the window was equally dark, and only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. The dream silently ended there. Klein opened his eyes and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger. He muttered silently to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "The Ouroboros is indeed the snake of Mercury. The snake of Mercury that represents fate, There's the sound of flowing water outside the window. This means that Will Orseptin's current location is close to the Tussock River. Previously, I divined that his location overlapped with Dr. Aaron's. Was he interfered with by fate? Seeing that the divination above the grey fog could only provide such a level of revelation, Klein was no longer troubled by his curiosity. He barely made an interpretation and planned on exchanging the paper crane tomorrow night. He would find an opportunity to give Dr. Aaron some pointers and get him to inform the bishop of the Evernite Goddesses Cathedral. It's better to leave such matters to the regular army. Klein chuckled softly and returned to the real world. After a leisurely bath, he didn't do anything else and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up. He was clear-headed and knew that he was dreaming. He was dreaming of flipping through the Book of Secrets in the living room. This familiar feeling. He habitually put on a blank expression and turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure in a grey coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with long cheeks and a broad forehead. He had a pair of deep blue eyes that looked rather wise. Not Captain. Klein suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh and silently exhaled. He then turned the Book of Secrets in his hand into a ladies' aesthetics magazine. As he flipped through the magazine, he casually greeted the person. The man in the grey trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. He smiled and replied, "Aaron came to look for you this morning." "He's indeed a nighthawk, a nightmare." Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile. "Yes." He already understood why the nighthawks would suddenly enter his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely a captain of a nighthawk team. He was in charge of Will Orseptin's matter, but he hadn't been able to find any useful clues. Under such circumstances, Dr. Aaron and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit to inquire about Will Orseptin's whereabouts should have been known by them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Aaron had rushed to Minsk Street to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty right after breakfast. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a dream at night was the most normal and natural development. As for Dr. Aaron, he was more sensitive, so entering the dream might very well cut off the clues. Therefore, a particular detective was undoubtedly the first choice. "What happened to him?" the captain of the Nighthawk team casually asked. Klein answered truthfully. He had a nightmare. Klein described the scene of the pitch-black tower, the silver snake, and Will Orseptin, who was under layers of protection. Finally, he said, before having this nightmare, Aaron went to Will Orseptin's house to look for the child. As he was worried about his recovery and was troubled by his bad luck, it was a pity that Will Orseptin's family had already moved away. However, Aaron recalled that the child had given him a paper crane that he had folded himself and wished him good luck. Maybe he was stimulated by these two things, which is why he had such a nightmare. The man in the grey coat revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "A paper crane?" "Yes." Klein nodded gently. "The child gave it to Aaron before he was discharged. Aaron threw it into a drawer in his office and forgot about it until last night." "I understand. Thank you for your explanation." The captain of the Nighthawks stood up and politely bowed with his hand pressed to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the seat he had sat in, Klein leisurely speculated about what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Aaron's place tonight and enter the dream to check and take away the paper crane. Hence, the problem arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real one was above the grey fog. Forget it, no matter which paper crane I use, they won't be able to divine the answer. It doesn't matter if I exchange it back or not. Klein muttered to himself. Reining in his thoughts, he continued sitting there. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the dream, and he fell into a daze for a long time. After a while, he curled the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. How nostalgic. Chapter 393. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds. The moonlight that penetrated through the curtains could barely outline the outlines of the large items in the bedroom. Darkness and gloom became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment without being in a hurry to leave. He looked at Dr. Allen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and quietly analyzed the scenes he had seen in his dream. Will Septin finally held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream, everything has a symbolic meaning. It's all a revelation obtained from his astral projection. In other words, Will Septin's matter is related to fate. In addition, that silver serpent might very well represent the snake of Mercury. This child might be related to a high-sequence beyonder or some strange sealed artifact of the monster pathway. His danger stems from the snake of Mercury coveting him or the strange sealed artifact he's involved in. But the snake of Mercury is a sequence one, an existence that's closest to a deity. Just the name itself reflects his high status. It's impossible for him to be unable to do anything to a child like Will Septin. That Amorn, who I still don't know if he's a sequence 1, 2, or 3, had nearly infiltrated the world above the grey fog with just an avatar. From the looks of it, this matter isn't that simple. There must be a huge secret hidden behind it. With this in mind, Klein decided to back down. This sounds very dangerous. Besides, that tarot card might not be a mystical item. What's special is very likely Will Septin himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Allen has already recovered from his troubles. There's no reason for me to involve myself in this matter. It's impossible for me to take the initiative to perform on this matter. It's practically equivalent to suicide. Yes, I have to follow my heart's wishes. Klein used his black-gloved right palm to support himself on the surface of the dressing table and slowly stood up. After entering the dream, he was completely certain that Dr. Allen's nightmares stemmed from the revelation his astral projection had received from the spirit world. And that revelation was deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was a positioning tool. According to a certain chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also attempt to use the paper crane to find Dr. Allen's astral projection that was roaming the spirit world and secretly observe where the revelations came from. However, he had already decided not to get involved. Klein stretched his body. With his last bit of curiosity, he took out Dr. Allen's leather wallet and took out the paper crane. He placed the paper cranes on the tip of his cane and held them at the same time. Then, his eyes darkened and he muttered to himself, Will Septin's current position. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, a breeze suddenly swirled in the room, bringing with it a chill that felt like it was blowing at the soul. Klein loosened his right palm. The cane stood steadily at first, then fell down with the paper crane, slanting towards the bed. There! Klein frowned slightly. He changed his position and repeated the divination. He successfully received feedback. And the point of intersection of the two divination was Dr. Allen. Will Septin's position overlaps with Dr. Allen. That's interesting. Klein muttered to himself in amusement and surprise. His curiosity rose to the extreme. Although he didn't plan on getting involved in this matter, he wanted to figure out why there was an overlap. I'll divine the paper crane above the grey fog. With the grey fog blocking it, there shouldn't be any accidents. Klein quickly had a new idea. And as it wasn't convenient to hold a summoning ritual in Dr. Allen's bedroom, he decided to bring the paper crane home first. He was actually prepared for this. Before coming, Klein wasn't sure of the seriousness of the matter. He had the thought of finding Will Septin to see if he could obtain the tarot cards. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane ahead of time. He planned on using it to replace the original one so that it would make it easier for him to do all kinds of divination. He would exchange it back when the problem was resolved. With this in mind, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared from his pocket. He had deliberately folded it above the grey fog to prevent Dr. Allen from suddenly deciding to hand over items related to Will Septin to the Church of the Evernite Goddess, allowing the fake him to be divined. Being thorough and detailed in advance indeed makes things a lot simpler. Klein praised himself. With the help of the thin moonlight, he seriously compared Will Septin's paper crane to the one he had folded to see if there were any obvious differences. Klein immediately fell silent. His handicraft skills are inferior to a child's. Actually, they're both paper cranes, so there's not much of a difference. Mine is at most a little crude. As long as Allen doesn't repeatedly study the original one, he definitely won't be able to tell that it has been switched. Klein silently muttered to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving a confirmation, he placed the paper crane he had folded into Alan's wallet and returned it to its original spot. He then cleaned up the scene and left 3, Burnham Road with Will Orseptin's paper crane. With the dowsing rod method, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, he used the method of summoning himself to send the paper crane and the master key above the grey fog. Sitting in the silent palace, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Then, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote the same divination statement as before. Will Orseptin's current location. This time, he switched to using dream divination. In the grey and fragmented world, Will Orseptin was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear. It was a dark room. The strong-looking, black-eyed Will Orseptin leaned on a chair and leaned against the desk in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside him was a pile of building blocks. The building blocks formed a ring-shaped snake with its head and tail connected. The scene outside the window was equally dark, with only the faint sound of flowing water. The dream silently ended there. Klein opened his eyes and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger. He muttered silently to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "The Ouroboros. Is it really the snake of Mercury? The snake of Mercury that represents fate. There's the sound of flowing water outside the window. This means that Will Orseptin's current location is close to the Tussock River. Previously, I divined that his location overlapped with Dr. Allen's. Was he interfered with by fate? Seeing that the divination above the grey fog could only provide such a revelation, Klein was no longer perturbed by his curiosity. He reluctantly made an interpretation and planned on switching the paper crane back tomorrow night. He would find an opportunity to give Dr. Allen some pointers and get him to inform the bishop of the Evernite Goddesses Cathedral. It's better to leave such matters to the regular army. Klein chuckled softly and returned to the real world. After a leisurely bath, he didn't bother with anything else and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up. He rationally realized that he was dreaming. He was in the living room flipping through the Book of Secrets. This familiar feeling. He habitually put on a blank expression as he turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure wearing a grey coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with thin cheeks, a broad forehead, and a pair of deep blue eyes that looked rather wise. "I'm not Captain." Klein suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh and silently exhaled. He then turned the Book of Secrets in his hand into a ladies' aesthetics magazine. As he flipped through the magazine, he casually greeted the visitor. The man in the grey trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. "Alan came to see you this morning." As expected of a nighthawk, a nightmare. Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile, "Yes." He already understood why the nighthawks would suddenly enter his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely a nighthawk captain who was in charge of the Will Orseptin case, but they hadn't been able to find any useful clues. Under such circumstances, Dr. Allen and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit to inquire about Will Orseptin's whereabouts should have been known by them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Allen had just finished breakfast and had rushed to Minsk Street to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a dream at night was the most normal and natural development. As for Dr. Allen, rashly entering the dream might very well cut off the clues, so a particular detective was undoubtedly the first choice. "What happened to him?" the captain of the Nighthawk team casually asked. Klein answered truthfully, "That's right. He had a nightmare." Klein described the scene of the pitch-black tower, the silver snake, and Will Orseptin, who was under layers of protection. "Finally," he said, "before having this nightmare, Alan had gone to Will Orseptin's house to look for the child. As he was worried about his recovery and was troubled by his bad luck, it was a pity that Will Orseptin's family had already moved away. However, Alan recalled that the child had given him a paper crane that he had folded himself and wished him good luck. Maybe he was stimulated by these two things, which is why he had such a nightmare." The man in the grey coat revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "A paper crane?" "Yes." Klein nodded gently. "The child gave it to Alan before he was discharged." Alan casually threw it into a drawer in his office and forgot about it. He only recalled it last night. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. The captain of the Nighthawks stood up and politely bowed with his hand pressed to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the seat he had sat in, Klein leisurely speculated about what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Allen's place tonight and enter the dream to check and take away the paper crane. Hence, the problem arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real one was above the grey fog. Forget it, no matter which paper crane I use, they won't be able to divine the answer. It doesn't matter if I exchange it back or not. Klein muttered to himself. Reining in his thoughts, he continued sitting there without being in a hurry to leave the dream. He fell into a daze for a long time. After a while, he curled the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. How nostalgic. Chapter 394. On Sunday morning, not long after Klein finished his breakfast, he heard the doorbell ring as he expected. But to his surprise, it wasn't just Mike Joseph who came, but Dr. Allen as well. Sherlock, I had that nightmare again last night. I think it's abnormal, Allen said the moment he entered the living room without avoiding Mike. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. Do you think it's a problem with this? Ever since I found it and carried it with me, I've been having nightmares. Klein glanced at it indifferently, and his expression suddenly froze. If he hadn't been a clown in the past and had great control over his facial muscles, he might have even revealed an unconcealable smile in front of the reporters and doctors. Yes, a smile. This paper crane is even uglier than mine. That was the thought that came to Klein's mind. At that moment, he had the urge to cover his face and sigh. Could this be the tradition of the Nighthawks, where they have poor handiwork? Without a doubt, the paper crane in front of him was another product of a swap. After receiving accurate information from Klein, the Nighthawks didn't seem to delay. They snuck into Dr. Allen's bedroom that night and exchanged the paper crane they had folded for the one in his wallet. But they didn't expect that the one in his wallet was also a fake. It had been folded by Klein above the grey fog, and it was rather crude. It's inexplicably comical. Klein glanced at Dr. Aaron, who didn't notice anything, and cleared his throat. Perhaps so. I suggest that you go to the cathedral again and talk to the bishop from before. We have to believe that the deity we believe in is always watching over us. As he spoke, he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. After the nightmare left last night, Klein had specially gone above the grey fog to divine if there was any danger in switching back the paper crane. He had received a revelation that it was very safe. Therefore, he could now make such a suggestion with great interest in an attempt to tease his former colleagues. I wonder how they'll feel when they see their poorly folded paper cranes return to their hands. Klein solemnly consoled Dr. Allen, then turned to the reporter and smiled. Mike, what I really want to suggest to Allen is to see a psychiatrist, but faith can definitely comfort his soul. You're not honest at all. Mike laughed. Well, let's go. The next day, Klein accompanied the reporter from the Daily Observer to East Borough to interview the rescued girls. In the face of an interview fee of £1, no one would reject it, even some of the girls who had been abused. In this interview, Capim's crimes were one of the main points, and the current situation of the girls was another. The former was infuriating, while the latter was depressing. Daisy was actually one of the luckier ones. After returning home, she could immediately get back to work and use her own labor to exchange for food. Less than a third of the rescued were like her, and most of them still had some savings in their families. Their situation allowed them, who had been traumatized, to not be busy for the time being. They could patiently look for suitable work. As for the other 2/3 of the rescued, they had to work hard to survive. With a large number of female textile workers out of work, they often could only find temporary jobs with very low pay. Those whose parents and siblings hadn't lost their jobs were still fine. At least they could help each other and barely fill their stomachs. However, those whose family situations weren't as optimistic had already taken the path of street girls. It was as though they had never been rescued. They had sold their bodies once, perhaps for the sake of some food. This made Mike as silent as the last time. It wasn't until the sky turned dark and they left East Borough that he snapped back to his senses and thanked Klein. "Sherlock, it's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I would have definitely been blackmailed by those gangsters today. Isn't that why you hired me?" Klein smiled politely without any hint of smugness. With his previous instructions, Old Kohler and Liv's family didn't reveal that he had helped them search for people for free. In particular, Daisy was rather smart. When Mike asked if they knew anyone special, she directly replied, "Mr. Reporter and Mr. Detective." Mike nodded habitually and walked in silence for a while. Before getting into the carriage, he suddenly exhaled. "I want to make an appeal in this report. I want to appeal to the government to take out Capim's estate and set up a relief fund. I want to use the annual income to steadily help these rescued girls and others who have been harmed because of Capim, giving them a chance to escape their current predicament. Although Capim's safe has been ransacked by that hero bandit, his greatest wealth is in the estate he bought. All of this should be illegally obtained." Klein listened carefully, took a deep look at Mike, and praised him sincerely. "You're the best reporter I've ever seen. There are many reporters like me. There are always some idealists in this world." Mike sighed. With that said, he paid Klein £10 for the employment fee and took off his hat and waved it. After watching the reporter get into the rental carriage, Klein prepared to take public transportation in another direction. At this moment, Mike suddenly wound down the window and asked with a teasing smile, "Sherlock, I'm not the only reporter you know, am I?" Klein was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. "Guess." "City of Silver." Derek Berg was like a beast trapped indoors, pacing back and forth anxiously in the room. He felt that the chief wasn't paying enough attention to his report. He was worried that the exploratory team members, who had been affected by the fallen creator for some reason, would cause devastating damage to the city that had existed in the darkness for 2,582 years after they were released from quarantine. In such a situation, he was eager to get opinions from Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice, who knew the fallen creator rather well. This was the tarot gathering he looked forward to the most. "Wait a little longer. If Mr. Fool still doesn't summon us, I'll pray directly to him." Derek tried to calm himself down, but his pacing didn't slow down at all. Suddenly, he saw the boundless grey fog and heard the messianic voice. "Prepare for the gathering." Derek heaved a sigh of relief and cautiously sat on the edge of the bed. He lay down and pretended to sleep for a while out of exhaustion. After silently counting 1,000 rapid heartbeats, he waited for a while before he was engulfed by the illusory crimson light. At this moment, Derek's room was abnormally quiet. Lightning streaked across the sky outside the window, causing the darkness to leave the land. Suddenly, in the corner of his bed, darkness squirmed and stretched out, transforming into a human shape. The black shadow quickly climbed up and quietly looked down at Derek. He carefully observed for dozens of seconds before retracting without finding anything. In the corner, the shadow was the same as usual. The endless grey fog lingered beneath his feet as usual. The long bronze table in front of him was mottled with rust, but it didn't show any signs of decay. Son Derek first saw Miss Justice and Miss Magicians sitting opposite him. What entered his ears was a familiar, brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool tilde good afternoon." Shrouded in the grey fog, Klein nodded slightly. He appeared to be leisurely responding to Miss Justice and the other members' greetings, but in fact, he was busy controlling the world to make him appear like a real person. It was already dinner time after accompanying reporter Mike for an interview yesterday. Klein found a Fenner Potter-style restaurant outside and took the initiative to order a glass of desert beer due to the spiciness. After eating and drinking his fill and returning home, he didn't go out again for the rest of the time. He either studied the Book of Secrets or prepared his own food. This alleviated the heavy emotions he felt every time he went to East Borough. Unknowingly, the afternoon arrived, and his thoughts turned to the tarot gathering. After exchanging greetings, Audrey held back her curiosity and excitement. She wasn't in a hurry to ask about the truth behind Capim's matter. Mr. Fool might not answer, but how would he know if he wants to answer without asking? I hope he can raise a request of equivalent value. I'll try my best to satisfy it." Audrey looked around and observed the other members. As a telepathic reader, She quickly noticed something unusual. Sun is very anxious. Did something happen to the former exploration team captain? Did he meet a Morn? Also, Force is in a state of wanting to ask but not daring to. She must have read the newspaper and guessed from the tarot cards that Capim's death was caused by our tarot, but she's puzzled as to who the Emperor card represents. She seems to be even more awed by Mr. Fool. What happened? Mr. the Hanging Man is in a good mood. His potion has been digested. He seems to be looking forward to something. Mr. World still looked gloomy and reserved. It was difficult to read his thoughts. He's really the nemesis of the spectator pathway. Sun didn't hide his anxiety, but he didn't directly consult the tarot members. He knew very well that the opening period belonged to Mr. Fool, unless there was no Roselle's diary. There's no need to rush. The gathering has already begun. If Mr. Fool is in a good mood, he might answer some questions. Derek consoled himself. The hanging man Alger turned his head to look at the seat of honor and said humbly, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've found 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." Diary? Roselle's diary? Magician's Force pricked up her ears. Klein smiled in response. "What do you want to exchange them for?" Glancing at the card in Mr. Fool's hand, Alger suppressed the fervor in his heart and said, "That's right, Mr. Fool. I want to know what the card beside you is." Chapter 395. I know that. Audrey rolled her eyes and raised her chin slightly. She happily cast her gaze diagonally ahead, towards a stone pillar that supported the dome. She quickly retracted her gaze, prepared to enjoy Mr. the Hanging Man's reaction after hearing the answer. Magician's Force vaguely understood something. Using the so-called Roselle's diary, she could exchange it for answers to certain questions from Mr. Fool. She might even be able to exchange it for items. Roselle's diary? Are they the notes written by Roselle using unique symbols that no one else can understand? They're actually diaries? The Hanging Man's tone was very certain, and Mr. Fool didn't refute it. "I've encountered many, but because I wasn't interested, I didn't buy them." "Ah yes, Miss Audrey has quite a number of them. She's a fanatic in this area. But that dog of hers last week. No, maybe the week before last, I can't remember clearly. In short, it chewed up many books and notes, including all the Roselle the Great's diary." The sudden surprise and subsequent disappointment filled Force's heart, making her want to raise her hands, cover her ears, and scream loudly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to express her current feelings. "I hate dogs." Magicians, Force thought hatefully. The Hanging Man's request was somewhat beyond Klein's expectations, but to him, it was the easiest kind to fulfill. Hence, he chuckled and said, "Sure. Do you wish for everyone to hear it, or only you know?" The Hanging Man, Alger, answered without hesitation. "Only you know." He didn't have the spirit of selflessness. Klein smiled and blocked off the other members' senses. This made Miss Justice feel very aggrieved. She was waiting to see Mr. the Hanging Man's stunned and shocked expression, as though she had done something impressive. Although she wouldn't take the initiative to publicize it, she looked forward to the reaction of others when they learned of it. But now, the detestable the Hanging Man has robbed me of this joy, Audrey muttered in her heart. Of course, she knew that the other party's request was absolutely legitimate. But I already knew the answer. She pursed her lips and thought. At that moment, Klein leisurely flipped the card of blasphemy and stood it up, allowing the Hanging Man to see Roselle, who was wearing black armor, a crown, and a cape. The portrait of this great emperor was often seen. Alger was no stranger to the Hanging Man, so he immediately recognized it. More importantly, there was a bright sign on the card, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. As expected, it was the rumored card deck created by Roselle the Great that hid the path of divinity. It was the so-called prototype of tarot cards, Sequence 0, Black Emperor. This corresponds to the path to godhood of the lawyer pathway. From the looks of it, Mr. Fool has been collecting Roselle's diary to find clues to the deck of cards. And in just a few months, he has already obtained one. Alger was pleasantly surprised, excited. Suddenly, he had an inexplicable feeling that the future of the tarot was extremely bright. Previously, he was only intimidated by Mr. Fool's mysteriousness and power. He only had the goal of exchanging information and items for the so-called tarot, but now, he began to imagine the benefits he and the other members would receive after Mr. Fool collected Roselle the Great's cards one by one. When that happened, the tarot might become the most powerful secret organization. The hanging man Alger couldn't help but look forward to the future. At this moment, Klein said slowly, "The card of blasphemy." Card of blasphemy. He immediately dispelled the barrier. As soon as she regained her senses, Audrey immediately cast her gaze at the hanging man. Through the blurry image, she could vaguely read his remaining shock, joy, and yearning. That's how it should be. Audrey immediately felt extremely satisfied. Card of blasphemy. It's indeed related to the blasphemy slate. The hanging man Alger lowered his head in thought for a few seconds before conjuring the 3 pages of Roselle's diary that he had just obtained. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments arrived in Klein's hands. He casually lowered his gaze and began reading at a moderate pace. On the 15th of March, I was indeed the main character. Just by relying on some archaeological clues and folklore, I found a spectre ship left behind by the Solomon Empire near the Orodek archipelago at the edge of the Fog Sea, the ancient Black King. It's really eye-catching. There are also some ancient books on it, including a treasure map that points to a nameless island. It's the final settlement of a powerful noble from the Solomon Empire who left the northern continent in defeat. Everything he left behind is there. This treasure will definitely belong to me, the 19th of March. After repeated consideration and weighing the pros and cons, I've finally decided to go on a long voyage. After that, I'll be entering the kingdom's army as an officer. It'll be very difficult for me to have such an opportunity again. Edwards and Grimm are willing to follow me on an adventure in that fog-filled sea. Actually, I'm not just doing this for the treasure. I also want to verify a question. From the sun to the crimson moon, from the trajectory of the stars in the sky to the alternation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all sorts of signs and different data prove that the world I'm in should be a planet. In that case, it shouldn't only have northern and southern continents. Based on all sorts of data, the combined area of the northern and southern continents isn't even 10% of this planet. To the west of the northern continent is the Fog Sea, and to the east is the Sonia Sea. I suspect that there are other continents at the end of these 2 seas, just like how the southern continent is at the end of the Berserk Sea. Perhaps I can discover a brand new continent, the western continent. Let's go, great seafarer Roselle Columbus Magellan Gustav. Go and verify your conjecture. The Emperor Shaw was rash when he was young. He dared to set out on a voyage just because of a treasure map that he didn't know if it was real or not, or if it contained any dangers. No. He's just as rash when he's old. The card of blasphemy is evidence. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. This page of the diary seemed to be connected to the page he had seen before. At most, there were 1 or 2 other diary pages in between. Therefore, Klein was roughly certain that Roselle had gotten lost on this voyage and found a primitive island outside the safe sea route. There were many Beyonder creatures on it. During this process, he had even used the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and One Piece memes to prank Grimm, Edwards, and the others who had followed him out to sea. In addition, Grimm, who was praised by Roselle as the smartest among us, grew stranger after discovering the primitive island. In the end, he died in the Fog Sea. Speaking of which, the idea that this world is a planet has already been widely acknowledged and confirmed by astronomy. Klein flipped to the second diary page. The 18th of April. I discovered the term Western Continent in the ancient records of the Black King's throne. There really is a Western Continent. However, even in the 4th epoch, in the Solomon Empire, when the gods were still walking the land, the Western Continent was only a rumor. It was said to be the homeland of the elves, and it involved an ancient god named Saniathrim. But the problem is that the elves were ultimately trapped on Sonia Island. After that, they were scattered across the various islands deep in the mountains and in the sea. There have never been any legends of them attempting to return to their homeland. In short, at the end of the Fog Sea, there might be a Western Continent, the home of the elves. Then, what about the end of the Sonia Sea? Is there really an Eastern Continent? Where is it hidden in the mythological books? Could it be the illusory forsaken land of the gods? Continue forward, Roselle. You are about to reach your destination. Western continent, Eastern continent. Roselle guessed that the latter might be the forsaken land of the gods. Right, Mr. the Hanging Man once said that many members of the Aurora Order are searching for the true Creator's holy sanctuary in the Sonia Sea, and he suspects that the holy sanctuary is the forsaken land of the gods. This is somewhat similar to Roselle the Great's thoughts. This world still has many secrets. Klein moved his gaze down and looked at the last few paragraphs on the page, the 20th of April. All signs indicate that we are about to reach a land, one that isn't an island. There's such a benefit to being lost. Could it be that I'll discover the so-called Western continent, the 21st of April? I saw the abyss. Abyss. Roselle saw the abyss. Is it the abyss in the sense of mysticism? Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly flipped the page. However, the third page of the diary made him doubt life and his years of Chinese education. It was filled with the following sentences: F***K, I invited someone into the manor. This. Klein instantly understood that this page was likely a forged version of Roselle's diary. They had used the original symbols to piece together a bunch of sentences. At that instant, Klein felt like he had seen garbled code, and he had the urge to curse the forgers. He wanted to confirm if the abyss mentioned in Roselle's diary was the abyss that was referred to by the terms source of all evil, land of corruption, and residence of devils. The abyss in the true sense of the word is the dark side of the universe where even deities can be corrupted. It should be independent of the real world like the spirit world. At the very least, that's what the Book of Secrets and the books I came into contact with when I was in the Nighthawks team. If it's not the true abyss, then what does the abyss that the Emperor mentioned refer to? Klein couldn't get an explanation no matter how much he thought about it. He felt extremely displeased. It was like a novel that he had been catching up on, only to have it end at the most critical moment. With a sweep of his gaze, he calmed himself down and made the diary disappear from his hand. You may begin. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, he chuckled. Alger immediately turned his head to look at the sun and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" He asked nonchalantly, "Did you find out anything from the former captain of the expedition team?" Chapter 396. Sun was originally anxious to ask about the fallen creator, but when he heard the hanging man's question, he answered honestly, "I don't know. He's dead. He's dead." Justice, the hanging man, and the magicians expressed their surprise at the same time. They really did not expect this turn of events. After all, the former captain of the exploration team had been locked up for decades without any problems. Who would have thought that he would die right after they finished discussing about him? At this moment, apart from Mr. Fool, only the gloomy and reserved world maintained his original state. Son Derek nodded. Yes, after I returned to the City of Silver, I originally wanted to follow Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion and find out more about the expedition team's former captain. However, he suddenly appeared behind me and asked if I was looking for him. Upon hearing this, Audrey immediately took a small gasp. Although Sun clearly didn't have the ability to tell a good story, his simple description still made her feel like she was reading a horror novel late at night. It was as though there was someone standing behind her, asking, "Are you looking for me?" The magician's force was terrified and excited, just like how she was when she listened to her mother's ghost stories when she was young. Even though she had covered her ears in fear, she still opened the gaps between her fingers as though she had been possessed, allowing the voice to enter her mind. This scene could be written into a novel. As a best-selling author, she had excellent professional instinct. Alger was experienced and knowledgeable, so he subconsciously asked, "What's the matter? Your City of Silver's dungeon for rampagers doesn't have a seal?" There was no barrier between them. "I remember you said last time that there is a very powerful and magical item as the core." "Yes, but I don't know why he came to my room, and is completely out of control. His head has split open in the middle, and liquid is constantly flowing out. There are many cracks on his body, and every crack is a mouth." Sun casually described the scene. "Then how did you survive? How did you escape from him?" "No, it." Magician's force felt very immersed in the scene. This was also a question that Audrey was concerned about. However, Alger's reaction was completely different from theirs. He muttered thoughtfully, That's right. It doesn't make sense to put you, who only shows signs of losing control, next to such a dangerous person. From the looks of it, the upper echelons of the City of Silver, the members of the 6-member council, are consciously letting people come into contact with that fellow to see if they can obtain more useful information from him and observe his corresponding changes. So, which elder saved you? Derek's mouth opened bit by bit, feeling as though Mr. the Hanging Man had seen and heard everything that had happened. Just from my description of the situation, he could guess the truth. Amazing. Sun replied in admiration, that's right. Just as you said, the chief appeared in time and used that mystical item to finish off the rampager. Sensing Sun's respect and admiration, the Hanging Man Alger chuckled. It's obvious. As long as one has enough knowledge, they can easily see through it. I didn't expect it. Audrey muttered to herself gloomily. I didn't see it coming. Magician's Force stroked her hair in shame. I didn't think in that direction. The world repeated Mr. Fool's sigh. At this point, Alger frowned slightly and asked slowly, you said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control? You said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control? He didn't lose control for decades, but he suddenly lost control after you returned. While asking the question, the Hanging Man looked up at Mr. Fool. Seeing that he was calm and carefree without any abnormalities, his mood instantly calmed down. The uneasiness that had just surfaced turned into puzzlement. The Amorn family is known as the Blasphemers. Could it be that that person discovered the tarot and the secret above the grey fog, but was easily finished off by Mr. Fool? Sun nodded seriously and said, I've guessed 2 reasons. I guessed 2 reasons. One is that I chose the Sun pathway, and you previously mentioned that the Amorn family is a descendant of the ancient Sun god. The other reason is that he sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling me to a gathering, so there was a change. In the end, it was proven to be the latter. How was it proven? The Hanging Man Alger pressed without leaving any gaps. Someone sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling people to a gathering? Someone really sensed it. How terrifying. As expected of a blasphemer. Audrey was surprised and shocked. She couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table, and she was immediately comforted by Mr. Fool's calm and indifferent attitude. It's just a trivial matter. To Mr. Fool, it's just a trivial matter. Audrey thought in delight and relief. So there are still people who can discover the gathering of the tarot. Indeed, with so many pathways and so many sequences, there's bound to be a beyonder power that can deal with this matter. But for the current me, this is an extremely bad thing. I'm still too weak. I have to advance my sequence as soon as possible. Magician's Force was momentarily shocked and horrified. Sun described truthfully, when that rampager was finished off by the chief, I saw Amorn's shadow. When the rampager was dealt with by the chief, I saw Amorn's shadow. It should be him. He looks like this. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, Derek conjured a screen of light that depicted Amorn's image. A black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, a crystal monocle, a wide forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black curly hair. Have you seen him? Asked Derek expectantly. Sunday. The Hanging Man, Justice, Magicians, and World shook their heads at the same time. Derek didn't harp on the matter and continued. Amorn's shadow was also destroyed by the chief with the help of a mystical item, leaving behind a translucent worm. The chief told me that it was just a clone of Amorn. He explained the reason why he arranged for me to stay next door. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with me, he told me to go home by myself. I was a little afraid, unsure of what Amorn would do next. Therefore, the moment I returned home, I began praying to Mr. Fool. Wait a moment. The Hanging Man, Alger interrupted Sun with a frown. You said that you were released home by the chief after experiencing such a strange and terrifying matter. And the moment you returned home, you didn't do anything else, but you began praying to Mr. Fool? Yes, Derek answered, slightly bewildered. Is there a problem with that? He found Mr. the Hanging Man's attitude rather odd. Audrey vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Sun's handling of the matter, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong in a short period of time. She only believed that if she were in his shoes, she definitely wouldn't have done so. And at that moment, Magician's force had already covered her face. Too careless. I was the same in the past. The price was using up the stone on my bracelet and beginning to suffer the curse of the full moon. This best-selling author sighed inwardly. The hanging man, Alger, glanced at Mr. Fool again. Seeing that he still didn't have any reaction, he forced himself to relax and clenched his fist to press against his nose and mouth. Do you think that the chief will be completely at ease after just a simple inspection after you have crossed paths with that stranger Morn? If that's the case, that former captain of the exploratory team wouldn't have been locked in the dungeon for 42 years. Based on my experience, the chief must have sent people to monitor you in the dark, and you have undoubtedly exposed your uniqueness. Don't doubt this. If even the chief isn't careful, your city of silver wouldn't have been able to survive to this day in such a harsh environment. This. Sun's eyes gradually widened as he increasingly felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was really knowledgeable. What he said made sense. I've been discovered by the chief. That's why he had such an attitude when he heard my report. What to do? What should I do? Derek instantly became nervous and terrified. Seeing his worry, the hanging man Alger chuckled. However, you don't have to worry too much for the time being. I just thought about it carefully. Even if your City of Silver's chief discovers your abnormality, he will only suspect that you have been possessed by Amorn and have been corrupted by him. He won't think of Tarot. You still have time. You can still slowly think of a way to resolve this problem. Sun calmed down a little and said honestly, that's right. I was indeed possessed by Amorn at that time. What? The hanging man Alger blurted out. He almost left his seat and assumed a fighting stance, just in case. Audrey and Magician's force also tensed up. Only the gloomy world showed surprise. Derek was alarmed by Mr. Hanged Man's reaction as he hurriedly added, this was discovered by Mr. Fool. It's in my prayers. As he spoke, he conjured the scene that Mr. Fool had sent him back then. Amorn, wearing a black pointed hat and a crystal monocle, was wrapped around his spirit body like the ghost of a python. Seeing this, Justice and the magician trembled from the bottom of their hearts. The hanged man hurriedly asked, what's the matter? And then, later, Mr. Fool taught me a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent his angel to purify Amorn's avatar. Sun replied without any change in expression. Angel? The hanging man looked at the end of the long bronze table in shock. He immediately realized that his action was too abrupt and disrespectful, so he hurriedly lowered his head. Angel? Audrey was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 397. After a brief moment of confusion, Audrey quickly understood what Sun was talking about. He said that Mr. Fool had sent his angel to purify Amorn's avatar. Angel. Mr. Fool had sent an angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel as an attendant. Every angel has at least the strength of a sequence too. Although this is only to be expected and something I've long expected, it's still exciting because it's finally been confirmed. And only deities can control angels. Audrey's eyes glowed with excitement as she couldn't help but imagine what Mr. Fool's angel looked like. I wonder when I'll be lucky enough to meet one. She looked at the end of the long bronze table with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. At the same time, her spiritual perception told her that the usually gloomy Mr. World had also sat up straight in shock. This made her feel inexplicably pleased. Magician's force recalled the incident from before. She had only requested Mr. Fool's help to interfere with the divination, but she ended up seeing a 12-winged angel descend and envelop her spirit body with its wings. It's indeed an angel. A 12-winged angel with pitch-black wings. And this is indeed Mr. Fool's usual way of doing things. He casually sent an angel to help resolve the crisis of the gathering members. Force suddenly didn't dare to look up at the man sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. Although she was only a sequence 9, and although she hadn't received a complete mysticism education, she had been in different Beyonder circles for 3 years. Certain matters would reach her ears even if she didn't deliberately seek them out. There was a very important point in this: do not look directly at God. In the past, Force didn't have a deep impression of this sentence, but at this moment, she suddenly felt that it was the truth, a truth that had been summed up from countless lessons of blood and tears. Angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel by his side. The hanging man felt a wave of horror and inexplicable excitement, so much so that his body trembled slightly. Previously, telling him his honorific name, responding to the prayers, and the ritual indirectly indicated that Mr. Fool was equivalent to a deity, but this still lacked direct evidence. And now, an angel had appeared. His existence itself was enough to explain many things. Among them, the most important thing was that angels represented the most direct deterrence. Mr. Fool isn't without influence in the real world. Even without a blessed, he can still radiate his dignity to a certain region. Alger instantly thought of many things. He broke out into a cold sweat over his superficiality, but he also felt that the future was filled with hope. Then, he pondered the details in Sun's words. Mr. Fool didn't directly let the angel descend. Instead, he first taught Sun a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent the angel to purify Amorn's avatar. This was a huge detour. Does this mean that Mr. Fool has to break through many obstacles in order to influence the real world? This is consistent with my previous judgment that he is sealed and restrained. But perhaps there's something special about the forsaken land of the gods. Mr. Fool didn't act like this before because he escaped a little. He was gradually breaking free. Sitting at the Fool's seat, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings. He could clearly sense Miss Justice's reverence and eagerness, as well as Mr. the Hanging Man's horror and excitement. Didn't they treat me like a god in the past? Why would he behave like this after hearing about angels? From the looks of it, indirect proof is ultimately inferior to a direct display of deterrence. In the future, if there are new members who doubt me, I'll make preparations in advance. I'll let World jump out and speak nonsense. Then, I'll casually point at him and kill him as a warning to others. When things calm down, I'll create another world. Klein's thoughts gradually scattered. Sun didn't quite understand the reactions of Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice. From his point of view, wasn't it normal for a deity, a mighty existence, to have angels serving him? He waited for a few seconds before saying, "After Amorn's avatar was purified, I coughed out a worm. It's identical to the one in the dungeon. Do you know what it is?" With the Fool Klein's help, Sun successfully conjured a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings on it. Audrey and Magician's Force looked over curiously and shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a worm. 12 rings. In the Book of Secrets, similar symbols are related to time. The Amorn family is the descendant of the ancient sun god, and in ancient times, people believed that the sun and time were related. This can barely be considered an explanation. It can be verified from two aspects. However, why is the eternal blazing sun only an inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, and the guardian of commerce, but no longer in the domain of time? In order to maintain his image as the Fool, Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He had a smile on his face, and his gaze was warm. The Hanging Man Alger thought for a moment before saying, "It should be a medium for Amorn to create an avatar. It should be a medium for Amorn to create an avatar. In myths and legends, there's a worm that looks similar to it. It has 12 transparent rings, and it's called a worm of time. However, no one has ever seen a worm of time. Many people suspect that it's actually the name of a sequence potion. Worm of time. It's very close to my guess. Although this is only a mythical story spread among beyonders of the church's middle and higher echelons, the information itself is of considerable value. For Mr. the Hanging Man to say it for everyone to hear, is it because he has already received payment and learned a lot of important information from young Sun? Klein felt wistful and amused when he heard that. Worm of time. A medium for Amorn to create an avatar. Sun muttered softly to himself, as though he had resolved many of his doubts. He asked curiously, "What can it be used for?" "I'm referring to it when it's dead." "I don't know." Under Sun's trusting and respectful gaze, the Hanging Man Alger suddenly felt a little ashamed. At this moment, the Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, calmly said, "It's the main ingredient for certain rituals." This was a deduction made by Klein based on the contents of the Book of Secrets. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to verify. If you can't find a ritual that requires a worm of time, It only means that you aren't knowledgeable enough. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to prove otherwise. Klein leisurely added, in his heart, certain rituals. Audrey and company instantly let their imaginations run wild. Thank you, great Mr. Fool. Son Derek half stood up and bowed. Then, he changed the topic to the matter that concerned the existence of the City of Silver. The expedition team has returned. I'm referring to the expedition team led by Shepherd Elder Lovia. They completed the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple and returned to the City of Silver. And I discovered that the personalities of the team members I'm familiar with have changed. They've been corrupted by the true creator, the hanging man Alger pointed out without hesitation. The true creator. Audrey couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table. She remembered very clearly that the true creator's descent had been foiled by Mr. Fool's Blessed. She had previously guessed that the leader of her tarot was going to be the nemesis of evil gods. Really? Derek asked in disbelief. The hanged man said in an unperturbed tone, described the changes in them in detail. It feels like he's still the same person, but he's very different from before. His optimism has turned gloomy, and his bright smile is only a polite smile. Son Derek recounted all the abnormalities he had discovered, including the sudden improvement of Shepherd Elder Lovia's condition. The hanging man Alger deliberated and said, the situation might be worse than you can imagine. The situation may be more serious than you think. Contamination is the best possibility. If they've already sincerely believed in the truth, the fallen creator, that would be troublesome and irredeemable. No matter what, their personalities, thoughts, and views will be distorted, turning them into latent lunatics. You can start from this aspect and let the other members of the 6-member council discover that something is amiss. I've already reported it, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me, Derek said in a low voice, feeling slightly aggrieved. Magician's Force couldn't help but sigh. That's because your chief suspects that you've been possessed by Amorn and that you're plotting something detrimental to the City of Silver. Then what should I do? Even if I tell them of the existence of the fallen creator, will they not believe me? Son Derek asked anxiously. The hanging man pondered for 2 seconds. Actually, that chief of yours should have already begun paying attention to the shepherd and the members of the expedition team. For your City of Silver to survive to this day, the upper echelons still have the most basic level of vigilance. They won't let go of any possible threat. The only problem is that they definitely don't place enough importance on it. It might not even be as important as you and Amorn. Without waiting for Son to speak, he deliberated and said, perhaps you can use this matter to get rid of the suspicion on you. Find a chance to make one of the exploration team members show the most complete abnormality and have a conflict with him. This way, the other members of the 6-member council will notice that something is wrong and pay more attention to them. And at the same time, hand over the suspected worm of time and say that in the midst of the conflict, you suddenly fell into a trance and didn't know what had happened. All you heard was someone shouting the true creator, and when you snapped to your senses, you had already coughed out the worm. When it comes to an evil god, there are many methods and powers that cannot be used. Your chief will logically guess that Amorn's avatar had a conflict with the mental corruption left behind by the true creator, and he eventually died as a dead worm. The surveillance on you will definitely be greatly reduced. If you stay put for a while longer, the suspicions will be completely eliminated. Why does Mr. the Hanging Man seem very skilled in this aspect? Audrey thought with her mouth slightly agape. Son's eyes lit up when he heard that. He felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was indeed trustworthy for coming up with such a good idea. Then how should I make that exploration team member display the most thorough and most abnormal state? He quickly asked. Alger fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he said, that's right. After a few seconds, he said, I don't know. He then added, don't worry. If only there were items related to the true creator. Chapter 398. Klein knew very well why Miss Justice was looking at him. Knowing about the Lenivus incident, she definitely believed that he and the true creator had many conflicts, both in the open and in the shadows. It was normal for him to have the corresponding items, and the number might even be quite a lot. From a logical point of view, there's nothing wrong with her thoughts. And in fact, I've interacted with the true creator time and time again, and I do have items that match the description. Klein sighed inwardly. It wasn't a question whether he should help little Sunday. There were many monsters in the forsaken land of the gods where the City of Silver was located, and they could gather many Beyonder ingredients that were already rather rare in the northern and southern continents. Furthermore, their history had never been interrupted, nor had it been distorted by any deity or church. It was the most direct representation of the stories and secrets before the cataclysm, and it contained a lot of extremely valuable knowledge. Be it from the standpoint of the tarot leader or purely considering the benefits, Klein didn't plan on giving up Little Sun and the City of Silver unless it was completely hopeless. However, there were some words that weren't suitable for Mr. Fool to say. Just as Audrey was looking at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick grey fog, the silent world spoke. I have an item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator. He was referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rozigo. An item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator? The hanging man Alger thought as he organized his words. This might be able to help Sunday. Once those members of the expedition team sense that the true creator's mind is beside them, there's a high chance that they'll mutate on the spot. The world looked at Sun and laughed hoarsely. Lad, I can lend you that item, but what can you give me in return? Upon seeing Hope, Sun's mind raced as he recalled what had happened at the gathering. I can help you collect the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow, the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter's brain, or one of the thousand-faced hunter's blood. I will also try to find a way to remove the uncontrollable mental contamination from the items. Whichever I get first, I'll take it as my reward. Here, human-skinned shadows were relatively easier to encounter. They belonged to the more terrifying types of monsters in the depths of the darkness. At this moment, Derek wasn't considering whether the value was equivalent. Although borrowing an item contaminated by the true creator was obviously not as good as the conditions he had proposed, in the current situation, he could grit his teeth and accept whatever high price the other party offered. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to show his sincerity. The world nodded slightly. Very good. I'll ask Mr. Fool to lend it to you. As he spoke, he conjured the appearance of the all-black eye and added, it's equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. If you lose it, you have to compensate me. Also, return it to me immediately after this matter is over. This was something Klein couldn't say as the Fool. As a secret existence at the level of a deity, if he kept talking about compensation and remember to return it to me, he would fall from the sky to the ground. In addition, Klein also considered the latent dangers that existed in the future. Items like the all-black eye were the type that he had used in the real world. If he were to rope in new members who knew of this matter, they would be able to confirm certain matters from this point. Therefore, Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the world was clearly much better than Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the Fool. If one's strength doesn't match one's status, one can only tremble in fear, as though one is treading on thin ice or facing an abyss. The Fool Klein sighed silently. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't reject the world's request, nor did he point out that there was a problem with the deal, Derek heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed to all the requests. At the same time, Audrey was sincerely happy for little Sunday. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and slowly exhaled. He deliberated and said to Sun, don't be too optimistic. You have to grasp the specifics. First, you have to choose an opportunity. You can't put yourself in danger. It's best if there's only one member of the exploration team present, and there are many other residents of the City of Silver, or they might be imprisoned or sealed. You have to use a wall of spirituality to seal the container of the item in advance, preventing others from directly noticing it. Only then will you be able to control the progress of the matter. In addition, you have to consider how to hide the item after the matter is over. You can't let the 6-member council discover it, or you won't be able to clear your name of suspicion. If such a gullible fellow were to die, it would be very difficult for me to obtain information about the forsaken land of the gods and the secrets of ancient times. The hanging man didn't feel that there was any problem with him providing help. Under his guidance, Sun gradually came up with a complete plan and clarified a few key points that he needed to pay attention to. "Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Thank you. Thank you." He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the tarot members, making Audrey feel a sense of satisfaction from doing a good deed. With Sun's matter coming to an end, Magician's Force, who had witnessed everything, suddenly had an idea. She flicked her slightly curled long hair. "I want to know which family the apprentice pathway belongs to. I'm willing to use a chapter from Sights in the Spirit World in exchange. Although this is considered to be the ravings of a fanatic, according to my experiences in entering and exiting the spirit world, many of the descriptions in it are true." Sights in the Spirit World was one of the mysticism notebooks that Mrs. Orlisa had left behind for her. The content in it was illogical and absurd. Just reading it would make one irascible, but after entering and exiting the spirit world 3 times due to various reasons, Force realized that what was recorded in the notebook might not be the ravings. "Sights in the Spirit World?" The fool Klein leaned back slightly and controlled the world to speak before the Hanging Man could answer. "I know the answer, and I can give you some corresponding information for free." He knew very well that the Hanging Man could also answer the Magician's question. It's not good to have competition. You even have to pair it with freebies. Klein silently lampooned. "All right." Force was overjoyed. She realized that tarot was indeed a lot more high-end than the other Beyonder circles she had participated in before. Many difficult questions could be answered here. At that moment, the world asked in a hoarse voice, "What's going on? Do you want to be the only one to hear the answer, or do you want everyone to hear it?" The Magician's Force considered for a few seconds and said to Audrey and Company's surprise, "You're right. Let's put it this way." From her point of view, the answer to her question wasn't of much help to others. It didn't matter even if they knew. And if Mr. World left something out or didn't describe it completely, and others happened to know the corresponding content, she could use the same Sights in the Spirit World chapter to seek a way to complete it. She thought this was even more important. The world wasn't surprised as he said in a low, hoarse voice, "In the 4th epoch, the apprentice pathway was controlled by the House of Abraham. Later, it flowed into the hands of the Tamara family, who had a long-term friendship with them. In the 5th epoch, which is the current epoch, the Theosophy Order also has the apprentice and trickmaster potion formulas. It is widely believed to be related to the Abraham and Tamara families. Of course, there are also people who suspect that the Theosophy Order is actually the Demonist sect in disguise. Considering that Miss Magicians had already encountered a member of the House of Abraham, Klein manipulated the world to add, it said that the House of Abraham has been suffering from the curse of the bloodline for a long time. They have no choice but to live separately to avoid danger. Bloodline curse. Magician's Force eyes widened as she thought of her own fate. Mrs. Orlisa's husband belongs to the House of Abraham. That Mr. Lawrence also belongs to the House of Abraham? That's why she said that as long as one isn't a member of this family, one wouldn't be cursed. But I used that bracelet. It belongs to the House of Abraham? Force's heart was once again bitten by regret. This was also the first time the Hanging Man Alger and Justice Audrey had heard of the House of Abraham's bloodline curse. They had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a moment. After a while, Magician's Force took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Mr. World. Thank you, Mr. World. You have answered the greatest question in my heart. I will make a copy of the first chapter of Sights in the Spirit World after the gathering ends and offer it to Mr. Fool." "Mr. Fool, is that all right? The magicians are descendants of the House of Abraham. It's no wonder she can enter and exit the spirit world with her body. She must have the corresponding mystical item." The Hanging Man suddenly looked at her. "Force is from the House of Abraham? She was born in an ancient family that dates back to the 4th epoch?" Justice Audrey nodded as though she was in thought. After receiving an affirmative answer from Mr. Fool, Magician's Force relaxed and began searching for the Beyonder ingredients, Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and Deep Sea Marlin's blood. Unfortunately, Sun hadn't gone out during this period of time, so he didn't find anything. As for the Hanging Man, he only mentioned that there were clues to the Deep Sea Marlin's blood. No one had obtained the Wind-Blessed Potion formula, and Justice Audrey wasn't in a hurry to purchase the psychiatrist formula because she was about to join psychological alchemy. Klein originally wanted to sell either the werewolf beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle, but considering how compatible the latter was with his spirit body, as well as the member's current financial situation, he temporarily gave up on the idea. The trading session quickly ended, and the gathering reached the stage where everyone shared their knowledge. Audrey slowly looked around and smiled. Chapter 399. Black Emperor? The hanging man, who was absent-mindedly listening to Miss Justice's narration, suddenly looked up, his gaze subconsciously turning sharp. Only then did he know that the card in Mr. Fool's hand was one of the cards of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. Its name was Dark Emperor. Does this have anything to do with Mr. Fool? The hanging man Alger quickly glanced at the end of the long bronze table before lowering his head. If it's really done by Mr. Fool's blessed, this matter definitely isn't simple. Alger listened carefully to Miss Justice's subsequent description. Magician's Force, who had long learned of this matter from Zio and had some guesses, also secretly sized up Mr. Fool, hoping to figure out the truth from this hidden existence's reaction. However, the Fool remained as calm as usual in the thick grey fog. Similarly, Audrey, who didn't find anything, paused and continued. The victim was the tycoon, Capim. Many rumors point to him as the biggest human trafficker in Beekland. Hero bandit Dark Emperor infiltrated his villa and took his life, and rescued many innocent girls imprisoned in the dungeon. When Capim's body was found, it was covered with a deck of tarot cards. His face was judgment and the Emperor. She didn't mention the safe because she didn't think it was important. Covered in tarot cards? Is this our tarot's signature? Wait a minute. Human traffickers? The hanging man Alger keenly captured the phrase. He turned to the end of the long bronze table thoughtfully and asked humbly, Mr. Fool, is Capim related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves? The latter was a mission assigned to him by the Church of the Storm. He had once locked onto a suspect named Baron and asked Justice, magicians, and World in Beekland to keep an eye out for him. Therefore, when he heard human traffickers, Alger instinctively believed that it had something to do with the disappearance of many tribes in the southern continent and the escape of many slaves from the many islands in the Sonia Sea. He believed that only such matters that seemed to contain a secret could pique Mr. Fool's interest. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool's blessed is acting independently. It's impossible for him to wait for everything to be arranged. He's like a puppet that's being manipulated. The hanging man Alger thought. Is Capim related to the recent disappearance of slaves in the colony? On careful thought, I can't rule out that possibility. There are 4 Beyonders in his villa. That's abnormal in itself. Even if a tycoon like him were to hire Beyonders as bodyguards, he would at most have 1 sequence 7 and 2 sequence 8 or 9 Beyonders. Back then, that Horus, including the mystical item, was equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. Klein was reminded by the hanging man's words, and he immediately thought of many things. He felt that the matter could be vaguely connected. However, he was unable to confirm his guess. All he could do was skip the hanged man's question and chuckle. He chuckled and said, My blessed made some trivial contributions in this matter. Indeed. Audrey's eyes lit up as she cheered inwardly. Indeed. This is the first thing I've encountered in real life related to tarot. Magician's Force was half delighted and half wistful. The hanging man Alger believed that Mr. Fool's words had indirectly proved his guess. Capim, this human trafficker, was definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the help of a secret existence's blessed. And there was a high chance that the human trafficker and the disappearance of the slaves were related in some way. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak, the Fool Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and added leisurely, he obtained the remnant characteristics of 2 Beyonders in this matter. He obtained the remnant characteristics of 2 Beyonders in this matter, and he hopes to sell them as soon as possible. One of the 2 remnant characteristics corresponds to sequence 8 Sheriff, while the other corresponds to sequence 7 Interrogator. Sheriff, Interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway that the Augustus family controls? Only members of the royal family, ancient nobles, and the military can obtain it. One of them is backing Capim? I can't rule out the possibility that it's the Fainapotter Kingdom's Castia family. The hanging man Alger frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that the disappearance of the slaves wasn't that simple. Audrey's thoughts were similar to his. She never expected that the Beyonder in Capim's villa would be of the Arbiter pathway. It's impossible for a faction that has the corresponding formula to collude with a human trafficker like Capim. Audrey pursed her lips slightly, feeling puzzled and confused. Sheriff. Force knew that her good friend, Zio, was saving up for the potion ingredients for this sequence. She hurriedly sat up and asked in puzzlement, Mr. Fool, what are the characteristics left behind by Beyondus? This reaction was different from what I had expected. Shouldn't he have directly asked how many gold pounds? That's right. I don't recall telling Miss Magicians about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein was slightly taken aback as he deliberated over his tone. And at this moment, Audrey took the initiative to speak. Mr. Fool, can I answer this question? She will give you the corresponding remuneration directly. She was friends with Force, and because she was worried that Mr. Fool wouldn't share his knowledge in that area, she volunteered. No problem, Klein replied with a smile. Miss Justice is always anxious for what I'm anxious for. He sighed inwardly. Phew. Audrey silently heaved a sigh of relief and turned to face Force. She deliberately didn't use a noble's pronunciation or words. Do you want to know the answer? What are you willing to pay for it? Magician's Force nodded without hesitation. Of course. She looked at the figure shrouded in grey fog and asked respectfully, Mr. Fool, can I use another chapter of sights in the spirit world as payment? She had specially emphasized in addition because she knew that the sights in the spirit world chapter for Mr. World had to be sacrificed to Mr. Fool first, and knowledge that could be browsed at any time didn't seem to have the value of a transaction. This didn't mean that she suspected that a god-level figure like Mr. Fool would peak, but she felt that changing the chapter would show more sincerity. Sometimes, powerful people only cared about your attitude. Force had read similar sayings in many novels before. Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, replied in a nonchalant tone, sure. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Magician's Force couldn't help but smile. Her intuition told her that she was about to come into contact with some secret high-level knowledge. Audrey was completely relieved as she smiled faintly and said, in the Beyonder world, there is such a law. Remember, it's a law. In similar pathways, the total number of Beyonder characteristics is conserved. It won't decrease or increase. It will only be transferred from one thing to another, and it will only change from one form to another. Therefore, after a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. As long as you know the corresponding supplementary ingredients, you can use them to concoct the potion of that sequence. Well, except for the ones left behind by rampagers. There are too many latent dangers, so they can only be used as artifacts. After a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. At this moment, Force felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through her mind, allowing her to understand many things. So the relic Mrs. Orlisa gave me was her own Beyonder characteristic. So every Beyonder is equivalent to a walking ingredient in the eyes of others. How dark. Force clenched her fists tightly. She felt that the Beyonder world was essentially filled with madness. However, she didn't feel disgusted because she had consumed the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Orlisa to advance. Instead, it gave her a faint sense of warmth. After losing her mother and before getting to know Zio, Mrs. Orlisa was the person who treated her the best. To Force, being able to inherit her relic and have her always be with her was a sad but warm experience. So that's how it is. The law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. In other words, the characteristics left behind by a Sheriff Beyonder are equivalent to all the main ingredients of that potion. Force asked in a bid for confirmation. Yes. Audrey also thought of Zio. Magician's Force immediately stood up and bowed to the mysterious existence that was looking down at everything. Mr. Fool, can you ask your adorer to keep the Beyonder characteristic of Sheriff for a while longer? I want to buy it, but I don't have enough money for the time being. Give me another week, all right? Sure. Klein put on an attitude that said he didn't care about the matter at all. Force heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "How many pounds does your adorer want for this?" Each Beyonder ingredient corresponding to a sequence 8 is about £300. Klein smiled. £600. After reporting the number, he immediately changed the topic to show that he didn't care about the characteristics left behind by a sequence 8 Beyonder. He looked around and conjured a few pieces of parchment. This is part of the meaning of Roselle's secret symbols. It's considered free knowledge so that you can better collect the diary. This included the number and the date. The reason why Klein taught the tarot members this knowledge was because he was afraid that they would buy fake goods in the future. Just from the date alone, I can at least eliminate most fake products. Klein chuckled inwardly. Audrey and the others were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to receive such a harvest in the end. Although they had already discovered that the secret symbols on the parchment were the simplest ones, they believed that this was a good start. If there was a first, there would be a second and a third. After a few more exchanges, Klein said in a calm tone, "Let's call it a day." "As you wish." Audrey, Alger, and the others stood up at the same time and bowed. Chapter 400. After returning to the real world, Force sat in front of her desk and thought about the matters related to the House of Abraham. She had a brand new understanding of the few words mentioned in the mysticism notebooks. So that's how it is. It's no wonder Mrs. Orlisa wasn't willing to inform Mr. Lawrence of her and her husband's deaths. Come to think of it, the House of Abraham is really pitiful and sorrowful. Force muttered to herself and took out Sights in the Spirit World from a pile of ordinary books. She planned on copying the first and second chapters. For this, she entered cogitation and adjusted her breathing, hoping to be in her best state. Otherwise, just copying the contents of Sights in the Spirit World would bring her mania and chaos. These words clearly don't have any spirituality, but once they are combined to describe those absurd scenes, it seems to have the ability to affect a person's emotions. I'll rest for 5 minutes every 5 minutes. I don't want to lose control because of this. Force took out a small and exquisite pocket watch and placed it diagonally in front of the desk. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek woke up. His eyes were filled with the reflection of lightning that illuminated everything. He looked around, but he didn't feel like he was being monitored. However, the Hanged Man's accurate inference and calm and confident attitude towards the previous matter made Derek believe that his guess wasn't wrong. He believed that there had to be one or a few Beyonders with special powers spying on him in the dark. Besides, Mr. Fool didn't deny it. Derek got up and habitually stretched his body. During this process, some of the Hanging Man's analysis and suggestions quickly surfaced in his mind. Up to now, no one has found you or locked you in the dungeon. This means that your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council are more inclined to observe. They hope to find a way for the entire City of Silver to escape from the Forsaken Land from the first living person they've met in more than 2,000 years, Amorn. Therefore, under the premise that you don't do anything too out of line, they definitely won't rashly alarm you, lest Amorn discovers anything amiss. This way, their surveillance won't be too close, at least not when you're awake. And because of this, there's a high chance that they didn't discover that you had already coughed out that worm of time. Their subsequent reactions also indirectly proved this point. Similarly, they should only be able to observe what kind of ritual you are performing, but they won't be able to figure out who you are praying to. If it were me, I would definitely suspect that it has something to do with Amorn. Based on the above reasons, you can openly complete the bestowment ritual and push all the blame onto Amorn. Of course, you have to pretend to be sufficiently cautious and careful. You have to be prepared to be examined by a psychoanalyst or other Beyonder of different sequences after everything ends. On this matter, you can seek Mr. Fool's help. According to the Hanging Man's suggestion, Derek circled the table twice, carefully closed the window, lit the candles, and set up the bestowment ritual. Above the grey fog, in the towering ancient palace. Bored, Klein looked at the stone pillars that supported the dome. He felt that this building, which was based on his thoughts, looked like an Athenian temple. Is this because of my own subconscious? His thoughts wandered. At this moment, the crimson star corresponding to sun emitted a bright light. Ripples quickly spread out, condensing into an illusory and mysterious door. And above the grey fog, a small amount of power was stirred as it flowed like water. Upon hearing the laird please, Klein lowered his head and looked at the all-black eye in front of him. "I hope little son doesn't lose it. Otherwise, Mr. World will have to sacrifice himself heroically." It was precisely because of the all-black eye that Klein, who wasn't a marionettist, could secretly control the fake world, making him appear as though he had flesh and blood. Once he lost this item, he could only let World die to prevent the magic trick from being exposed. Amidst his wistful thoughts, Klein emanated his spirituality, stirring the flowing grey fog's powers to surge towards the illusory door. He forcefully pushed open a gap and stabilized the transmission passageway. Right on the heels of that, he placed the all-black eye into a metal box and threw it into the gap of the mysterious door. He then said in a seemingly casual manner, "Do not touch the items inside." After doing all of this, he didn't stay any longer. This was because he knew that little son wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to take action so quickly. This was because he didn't know when Miss Magicians would finish copying the 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World. Extending his spirituality, Klein's figure suddenly disappeared above the grey fog. City of Silver, Berg household. Just as Derek saw an iron-black box appear on the altar, he heard Mr. Fool's familiar voice. "Do not touch the items inside. Do not touch them directly." Derek memorized this reminder and decided to carry it out without any reservations. After thanking the Fool and Mr. World and ending the bestowment ritual, he carefully opened the metal box and examined the items inside. It was a completely black eye without a pupil. Just looking at it caused Derek's mind to be in chaos, and his thoughts to slow down. There were faint, unreal, and somewhat crazy murmurs in his ears. Shivering violently, Derek closed the lid of the metal box, picked up a pure silver dagger, and used the method of creating a wall of spirituality to completely seal the metal box. Then, he placed the metal box into a secret pocket inside his clothes, attached the axe of Hurricane, and headed straight for the training field. The exploratory team members had yet to be released from their disguised quarantine. However, Derek didn't plan on taking action today. He followed Mr. the Hanging Man's teachings and planned on observing the situation first before patiently waiting for an opportunity. Of course, if he encountered a great opportunity, he had to take action as expected. After entering the training field, Derek circled the exploratory team's area and saw that they were gathered in 2s and 3s, conversing softly. However, once they noticed that someone was watching them, they would immediately stop and stand there in silence. From time to time, they would take a few steps forward, as though they were zombies that had just crawled out from the depths of the darkness. If I were to remove the wall of spirituality now and let the feeling of Mr. World's items spread out, how would they react? Would they turn their heads at the same time and look at me? Derek imagined the scene of everyone turning their heads in unison and coldly looking at him. For some reason, he felt an indescribable fear. He took a deep breath and told himself to be patient, to wait, and not to panic. City of Silver, top of the spire, in the chief's room. Demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the shadowy corner of the wall. A figure contorted and stood up. It swayed slightly and said with a voice that sounded like metal rubbing against each other, "Your Excellency, Derek Berg has held another ritual. Your Excellency, Derek Berg held another ritual. According to my observations, it should be a bestowment ritual. It's very similar to the sacrificial ritual we usually do, but the difference is that he received a response and was given an iron-black square box. I can't see what's inside, but it gives me a very sinister and dangerous feeling." At this point, the shadow implored anxiously, "Your Excellency, this must be done by that mysterious person. Your Excellency, this must be the orders of that mysterious person. We must take action. We can't ignore this any longer, otherwise, Derek Berg will sooner or later summon an evil god or similar existence to destroy the entire City of Silver." Colin's expression turned abnormally heavy. He stood up and slowly paced. "Let's wait a little longer. Up to now, we still haven't figured out the goal of the mysterious person who calls himself a Morn. We don't understand why he only sent an avatar over after discovering the City of Silver and patiently stayed in the underground prison for 42 years. If he only wanted to destroy us, he wouldn't have done such incomprehensible actions. Let's wait a little longer. This might be our hope, the hope to survive when the apocalypse comes." Just as he said that, a bolt of lightning streaked across the window, illuminating the pitch-black sky and the dark room. It was almost evening when Klein waited for Miss Magician's prayer. Through the sacrificial ritual, he obtained the first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World. When he sat in the seat belonging to the Fool, he leisurely flipped through the transcribed notes and read them line by line. He was surprised to find himself gradually becoming a little manic. What's going on? Those words clearly don't have any spirituality, and the paper is ordinary. It's impossible for it to be a sealed artifact. How can it affect my mental state? Furthermore, I'm above the grey fog that can even isolate the influence of a true God. Klein frowned, leaned back, and carefully recalled the contents of the Book of Secrets regarding similar phenomena. Before long, he roughly understood the reason. When describing certain existences, even if it was purely textual content, it would still affect the reader's thoughts and mental state. Among them, the most terrifying were the records related to true gods. A book that explained a particular deity in detail would make every reader go crazy or distort their worldview. There was a high chance that beyond us would directly lose control. As for Sights in the Spirit World, it came from an ancestor of the House of Abraham. He recorded all sorts of strange things he had encountered while traveling the spirit world. In the first chapter, he described the light in the spirit world, believing that the 7 pure lights of different colors contained infinite knowledge of different domains. No matter where a traveler was in the spirit world, they would be able to see them covering the heights. And what was even more surprising was that the 7 magical lights were alive. They were like the various spirit bodies that lingered in the area. They were alive. In the field of mysticism, the goal of many secret deed rituals was actually the 7 pure lights. Through their secret compatibility, one could obtain a certain amount of knowledge. Therefore, many mysticism experts addressed the 7 pure lights as master or teacher. With regards to this, the 7 pure lights seemed to be very happy. They even roped in many spirit world creatures and established a secret organization that specialized in teaching people knowledge, the Pure Light Brotherhood. Chapter 401. With the help of the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog, Klein quickly recovered his mental state and continued reading the second chapter of Sights in the Spirit World. The owner of the notebook, a traveler from the House of Abraham, claimed that he had encountered an elder in a lemon-yellow robe when he wandered deep into the spirit world. The elder's body was translucent, and he looked abnormally similar to the surrounding spirit world creatures. However, his attitude was surprisingly kind. The traveler from the House of Abraham conversed with the elder for a while, and he was surprised to learn that the elder was one of the 7 pure lights that covered the highest point of the spirit world, yellow light Venithan. Venithan told the traveler from the House of Abraham that his traits were rationality and adaptability. He was the symbol of astrology, and his corresponding gem was emerald. He mentioned a prophecy that came from himself rather worriedly: gaze from the starry sky. The land will split apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. He believed that this was the final apocalypse that would come within 200 years, and that nothing in the world would be spared. The traveler from the House of Abraham didn't think much of it and didn't ask further. Instead, he asked about how to remove the curse on his family's bloodline. Yellow Light Venithan told him that, in a sense, it was indeed a curse, but it had a completely different nature from the curses in mysticism. The solution lay in the future, in the hands of an apprentice who had received the help of a secret existence. He also warned the traveler from the House of Abraham that the day the curse was lifted was the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. As for what calamity it was, he said that he wasn't sure either. He believed that it involved a mighty existence at the level of a deity. In the second chapter of Sights in the Spirit World, the owner of the notebook also mentioned something else that Yellow Light Venithan had mentioned. The ruler of the Pure Light Brotherhood, the 7 pure lights, would often enter the world in the real world. Through different methods, they would transform into humans and teach them the corresponding knowledge. Since the 5th epoch, Many mental-level figures in various fields were their incarnations. For example, the greatest astrologer in the past 1,000 years, D.I. Forsman, who had proven that the current world was a planet, was the human incarnation of Yellow Light Venithan. The owner of the notebook made a guess. Roselle Gustave, who was known as a mentor in many fields, might be the embodiment of that pure light. No, he's not. If you really want to think of it that way, then he's probably a green light. Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. Based on this, he determined that the owner of the notebook wasn't an ancient beyonder. And from the fact that the other party didn't address Roselle as emperor, this trip to the spirit world had likely taken place when Roselle was an consul, or when he had just become emperor and hadn't gained widespread recognition. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the Beyonders of the House of Abraham refused to recognize any emperor other than the Tudor. A traveler who can travel the spirit world isn't a low sequence. And if he was a high sequence Beyonder, Mr. Dorr would have long been rescued, and the so-called bloodline curse would no longer exist. Therefore, the owner of the notebook is a sequence 5 Beyonder, or a sequence 6 with the help of a mystical item. Although the House of Abraham has declined, it's not weak. Why is Yellow Light Venithan's prophecy extremely similar to what the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order claim, that the apocalypse will eventually come? From the time I just calculated, it's only 20 to 30 years before the apocalypse. Klein frowned as he thought. Roselle became consul in 1173, and it was now November 1349, 176 years ago. And back then, Yellow Light Venithan had prophesied that it would be within 200 years. Considering that Klein had only calculated the interval, it was possible that it would be 24 to 50 years before the apocalypse. Roselle became emperor in 1192 and was assassinated in 1198. Although the first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World didn't have any practical knowledge, it had completely broadened his horizons. It allowed him to learn a lot about the situation in the spirit world, as well as the existence of the 7 pure lights and the Pure Light Brotherhood. As it turns out, when I advanced, transformed into a spirit body, and held the corresponding ritual, the pure brilliance that I could see at an extremely high place that contained countless knowledge was the pure light of the spirit world. Moreover, they were alive and had their own thoughts. How fascinating. The first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World aren't completely devoid of practical knowledge. At the very least, I know that Yellow Light's true name is Venithan, and that its corresponding gem is emerald. I know many details, and I can design some secret deed rituals that point to it. But it's temporarily useless. Klein pondered for a moment, closed the notebook he had copied, and returned to the real world. Compared to channeling Yellow Light Venithan, he had more important matters to attend to. Klein took out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote a letter to the inventor, Leopard. He asked where the patent approval for the bicycle was at, why it hadn't been successful, and if he needed the help of a lawyer. With the establishment of the Magician's Code, the complete digestion of the potion wouldn't take more than 2 months. He had to save up enough Beyonder ingredients for his advancement to sequence 6 faceless as soon as possible. Among them, the sun might provide one for free because of the all-black eye, but the other still required Klein to think of a way himself. According to what he knew, the corresponding Beyonder ingredients for sequence 6 were basically more than £1,500, and they were often priceless. Apart from the 2 main ingredients, the supplementary ingredients included the blood of a 1,000-faced hunter and the hair of a deep-sea nogger. They were 2 extremely rare items that were rich in spirituality, and they were similarly expensive. It's really hard to earn money, but it's easy to spend it. If only the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and interrogator Beyonder characteristic could be sold. I can't even waste 1 soli and 1 penny. Klein sealed the envelope and stuck a stamp on it. He didn't need to count to know how much money he had. £624 in notes, 5 £1 gold coins, 7 soli notes, and some copper pennies. By the way, there's also the £600 that Miss Magicians and Miss Zio will pay for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. I hope they can raise the money as soon as possible. Klein silently blessed the 2 ladies. You're saying that the Beyonder circle you just joined has 2 Beyonder ingredients for the Sheriff potion, and the price is very fair, a total of £600? Zio widened her eyes as she asked furiously. She had just returned from East Borough to investigate who had been asking about Capim recently. Yes, it's a very reputable seller. The only problem is that the assessment is very strict. I won't be able to bring you into that circle in a short period of time, Force said the truth. That's great. Zio didn't suspect her friend and took 2 steps forward in excitement. Suddenly, her expression collapsed. But, I don't have enough money. The corners of Force's mouth twitched. How many pounds do you have now? Including the initial payment of £30 for this commission, I have a total of £310. I'm still short by half. Zio scratched her short blonde hair. Let me think, where can I borrow £300? The bank won't give a bounty hunter like me a loan, and those loan sharks charge too much interest. Perhaps I can find Miss Audrey? She had heard from her friend that she had recently bought the Trickmaster potion formula and spent a total of £450, so she had no intention of borrowing money from Force. Why are we all so poor? Force couldn't help but sigh. Miss Audrey hasn't been out much recently. She seems to be busy with other matters, so it might not be timely to borrow money from her. We can first look for Viscount Glaint. If it's too late, I'll help you pay for it. I still have £430. That's enough. Zio blinked her eyes and suddenly lowered her head. She said in a deep voice, Force, you're so nice. When I advance to sheriff, I'll be able to earn even more money. Force smiled and shook her head. So, how about you clean up the room today? City of Silver. Derek left the training field and returned to his home. He had already asked the exploratory team members when they would be released from quarantine and received the answer, when the lightning calms down today. Sitting at the old wooden table, Derek deliberated over his plan again and recalled Mr. the Hanging Man's reminder. If there's no suitable audience that can testify for you, you might as well make use of the Beyonders monitoring you. But how do I know when I'm being monitored? Mr. the Hanging Man said it with certainty, but it wasn't detailed enough. Derek had many doubts, but he couldn't find a way to confirm it. Although he was embarrassed to ask Mr. Fool for advice on this question, considering that this concerned the survival of the City of Silver, he mustered his courage. He lowered his voice and chanted the Fool's honorific name, briefly describing the difficulties he had encountered. After a while, he saw Mr. Fool sitting in the middle of the endless grey fog and heard a concise response. Touch the item in the metal box for no more than 3 heartbeats. Be prepared in advance and pay attention to the source of the black lines. That simple. Derek thanked Mr. Fool in pleasant surprise. He adjusted his posture and quietly reached his hand into a hidden pocket inside his clothes. With the wall of spirituality removed, Derek's fingers opened the metal box and carefully probed inside. Suddenly, he touched a cold object, and black, illusory lines appeared in front of him. At the same time, his mind buzzed, and an illusory roar seemed to pour into his ears. Derek's body twitched violently as tears and snot flowed down his face from the pain. He almost forgot what he wanted to do, but fortunately, his line of sight was where the illusory black lines gathered. There seemed to be a shadow in the dark corner. Derek immediately retracted his hand as if he had touched a red-hot soldering iron. He lay down, twitching as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't close his mouth at all as saliva dripped down. After nearly a minute, Derek recovered, closed the metal box again, and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. He stood up and drank a mouthful of cold water. He already knew that someone was monitoring him. After an unknown period of time, Derek suddenly heard knocking on the door. "Who is it?" he asked blankly. A cheerful voice came from outside the room. "It's me, Dark. The exploration team has been released from quarantine." Chapter 402. Dark. The other party's image surfaced in Derek's mind. He was of medium height, slightly plump, and was known for his strength. He was an optimistic and cheerful youth with a bright smile. He was his classmate in general education and a teammate in the patrol team. But after returning from the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple, he had become solemn and only smiled at everyone. Whenever he recalled Dark Regent's changes, Derek shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Shouldn't he be going home after being released from quarantine? In the blink of an eye, Many questions arose in Derek's mind. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Elder Lovia knows that I suspect that something has happened to them, so she sent Dark to deal with me? Derek was first alarmed and filled with fear. Then, he felt that it probably wasn't a bad thing. Mr. the Hanging Man said, if there's no suitable audience that can testify for you, you might as well use the Beyonder monitoring you. And now, the person monitoring me is in that corner. If Dark were to suddenly attack me, it would definitely expose the fact that there's something wrong with them. This way, even if I don't use Mr. World's item, things can still proceed smoothly. Phew. Derek turned his head to look out the window. At this moment, the frequency of lightning had dropped to its lowest. Every 1 or 2 minutes, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the sky. The entire world and the entire city of Silver were in deep darkness most of the time. If he was alone at home, Derek wouldn't have found a candle to light. He preferred to lie quietly in bed and think about all sorts of things. Of course, he knew that this was actually rather dangerous. If there wasn't any light to disperse the darkness, monsters might suddenly appear even inside the city of Silver. However, Derek was a light suppliant, and he had a certain amount of light attributes, so he wasn't too afraid of such things happening. Knock, knock. Dark knocked on the door 3 more times, as if urging his master. He wasn't like this in the past. He was very polite. Derek suddenly felt a strong sense of sorrow. He took out a candle from the wooden box and placed it in the middle of the table. Then, he rubbed his fingers and created a golden flame. The flame lit the candle, filling the room with a dim but warm glow, accompanied by a pungent fragrance. The candles of the City of Silver were mainly made from the oil extracted from the bodies of monsters. Due to the different sources, they had different flavors. Taking a deep breath, Derek walked to the door with extreme caution and opened it. "Why are you so slow?" Dark asked with a smile. "Looking for candles," Derek replied. He didn't dare to leave his back to the other party, so he walked side by side with his classmate and teammate. They walked back to the table and sat down. "These are freshly dried doom fruits. Do you want some?" Dark took out a small cloth bag from his waist and asked with a smile. The doom fruit was one of the extremely rare snacks in the City of Silver. It came from a plant called the doom blood vine. This creature didn't need light and grew by absorbing the nutrients from rotting corpses. It had a certain tendency to attack and was considered a relatively common weak monster. Every doom's blood vine would bear many thumb-sized black fruits that could be eaten directly. They were crispy and fragrant, but they were unable to fill a human's stomach or provide the necessary supplements. They could only be used as a daily pastime. The merit points obtained from a single patrol could be exchanged for several large bags. "No, it's fine." Derek shook his head cautiously. "All right." Dark poured out a pile of black fruits from the small cloth bag. He picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching noises. Derek thought for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Did you encounter any monsters in the underground part of the temple?" Dark stopped chewing and replied with a smile, "There were quite a few, but they weren't very powerful. They were easily wiped out by us. That place has been destroyed for a long time, so the powerful monsters should have long left." He paused for a second and curled the corners of his mouth. "We found some strange plants at the bottom of the temple. They look like the mushrooms recorded in general education classes. They look especially bright and make one hungry at a glance. After confirming that they can be eaten directly, they can increase one's spirituality and strengthen one's physique. If it's paired with roasted monsters, it will emit an unimaginable fragrance." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized mushroom-shaped object from another small cloth bag. Its handle was as white as jade, and its cap was bright red and crystalline. It was dotted with dark golden spots. Derek couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw the plant, as though he had been starving for days. Under the dim candlelight, the beautiful mushroom-shaped object constantly swirled with an alluring luster. It was especially appetizing, making it hard for one to control their appetite. "Here's one for you." Dark smiled warmly. Okay. Derek almost took action on the spot. He picked up the mushroom-shaped plant and stuffed it into his mouth, but in the end, he endured it and forced himself to open his mouth. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Dark didn't say anything else as he pushed the mushroom in front of Derek and continued to chew on the doom fruit. Derek spent a great deal of effort to move his gaze away from the mushroom. He asked with great difficulty, "Did you discover anything during this exploration?" "Yes." Dark stopped eating his snacks and held a black doom fruit in his hand. He replied very seriously, "We found many murals, connected murals." "Do you remember the statue in the temple?" "Yes." Derek glanced at Mushroom and nodded. A huge cross with a naked man hanging upside down nailed to it. Its surface was deliberately smeared with a lot of blood. Dark twirled the doom fruit in his hand. The newly discovered murals tell us that the builders of the temple believed that the statue represented the Lord who created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God. They believed that the Lord did not abandon this land, but helped us bear most of the sins when the cataclysm came. Therefore, he changed from standing upright to hanging upside down, from walking freely to being nailed to the cross, and shed blood for us. God's grace is as boundless as the sea. We are not abandoned people. Instead, we are doted on. Without the Lord bearing the sins and bleeding for us, the city of silver would have long been destroyed. Humans would have long ceased to exist. However, in the outside world, in the Lun kingdom where Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice are, there's no curse at all. There's no extreme darkness, and there aren't all sorts of monsters in the depths of the darkness. We aren't blessed. Derek silently retorted. If that's true, we just need to change some of the symbols and corresponding honorific names during the ritual, and we will be able to obtain the Lord's response again. Dark endlessly described the murals at the bottom of the temple and voiced his guess. As for Derek, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of the mushroom. "No, I can't eat it. If I eat it, I might end up like Dark and the others, completely corrupted by the fallen creator and become a fanatical believer. Even if there's someone monitoring me, they won't discover any problems." Derek felt a sense of horror as he felt that he had to do something to escape his current situation. Chase Dark away and return the mushroom to him? But that would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity. Opportunity. Derek subconsciously cast his gaze towards the dim yellow candle flame that was quietly burning. "I'll get you a glass of water." He quickly went through the plan he had discussed with Mr. the Hanging Man and stood up calmly. As Dark nodded, he threw the thumb-sized black doom fruit into his mouth, causing a crisp smacking sound to echo. As Derek poured the water, he deliberately slowed down his movements, lowered his head, and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. At the end, he said, "Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you accept his offerings. I pray that you open the door to the kingdom." Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew in the room, and the powers of nature produced obvious fluctuations under the influence of the incantation. At the same time, Dark, who had just picked up a black doom fruit, suddenly raised his head and looked at Derek, who was facing him. What happened? Derek didn't answer. He pressed down on the axe of Hurricane with one hand and reached into his pocket with the other, removing the wall of spirituality on the outer layer of the metal box. The faint ravings and the feeling of evil and depravity began to vaguely and weakly emanate outwards. Derek cast his gaze at Dark with abnormal wariness, only to see his classmate and teammate's expression suddenly turn gloomy. Traces of redness appeared in his blue eyes. The doom fruit in his hand had strangely lost its blackness and was dyed with a slightly pale color. It wasn't a doom fruit. It was a finger, a bloody finger, a human finger. The pile of doom fruits on the table was actually a bunch of human fingers. The bright mushroom had also changed in appearance. It was no longer as beautiful, and it no longer had a luster that aroused one's appetite. It was a layer of blood-stained scalp with short black hair. Dark stared at Derek and opened his mouth. His voice was cold and ethereal. "What are you doing?" 15, Minsk Street, Beekland. Klein, who had already crawled into bed and was in the warm world, heard a prayer that seemed to come from Little Sunday. He struggled to get out of bed and created a wall of spirituality. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, he wasn't in a hurry to examine Little Sun's request. Instead, he got the Dark Emperor card, the paper figurines, and other items to be neatly placed on the long bronze table in front of him. According to the hanging man's idea, the scene where Sun stimulated the members of the exploration team to mutate would be in the sacrificial ritual. This way, when the matter was over, it would be quite simple to make the item borrowed by the world disappear from the scene. With no evidence, all the problems could then be pushed to Amorn. As for Mr. Fool Klein, he had nonchalantly agreed to Little Sun's request to simplify the ritual and only do the key steps. Chapter 403. City of Silver, Berg Household. Looking at the blood-stained scalp with short black hair, Derek suddenly thought of what it looked like just now. It was a beautiful and alluring mushroom. He nearly couldn't control himself and swallowed it. And the doom fruit that Dark wanted to treat him to, the doom fruit that produced a crunching sound when chewed on, was actually a bloody, pale-skinned human finger. At that moment, Derek's stomach convulsed violently, and a sour liquid surged to his throat. He resisted the urge to vomit and quickly sang a line of lyrics with a croaky voice. God, please descend upon this place. The enemies shall be dispersed, and the believers shall rejoice. The song revealed a hint of warmth and holiness. Derek felt all the discomfort in his body calm down, and his spirituality became abundant and lively. His courage, his strength, and his agility were all significantly enhanced by the song. This was the beyonder power of a Sequence 9 bard. Dark stared at his classmate and former teammate who was singing softly, and his expression turned gloomy. The way he spoke became more and more inhuman. What's on your body? What's on your body? What's on your body? Suddenly, strips protruded out of Dark's clothes, as if a nest of vipers had been stuffed underneath, and they were slithering and wriggling non-stop. Whoosh, whoosh. Bloody strips of flesh pierced through the black tight-fitting clothes, and the surface was covered in rough skin with body hair. The strips of flesh danced outwards, making Dark look like a blood-colored, soft-furred hedgehog. With a whoosh, the strips of flesh surged towards Derek, who was standing at his original spot. Derek was also a patrol member who had seen quite a number of monsters, so he didn't panic too much in the face of such a situation. He twisted his waist, raised his arm, and swung down the axe of Hurricane that he had long held in his hand. Fart! The axe of Hurricane cleaved at a few bloody strips of flesh, directly chopping them off and causing them to fall to the ground. However, because it was nighttime in the City of Silver, this strike didn't bring about any lightning. More blood-colored strips of flesh surged over, wrapping around the axe of Hurricane over and over again, refusing to let go. Seeing that he couldn't retract his weapon, a pure light suddenly lit up in Derek's eyes, as if two small suns had descended into the room. His other hand was already in front of his mouth and nose, as if he was praying. Silently, a bright beam of light that was burning with flames fell from the sky and hit the bloody strips of flesh that were entangled together. Dark couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream, and many bloody strips of flesh fell to the ground, charred and broken. They struggled and pulsed as if they were alive. The spirituality contained in the blood-colored meat strips, which were no longer under the control of the original owner, gradually fused with the natural forces stirred by the sacrificial ritual incantation, gathering into a red wave that grew more and more intense. This wave plunged into the dim candle flame, causing the latter to suddenly expand, forming an illusory and mysterious door. Derek had long drawn the secret symbol of the Fool on the candle. This was the preparation they had made in advance. All of this formed a sacrificial ritual that had simple steps but complete element. Crack! As the seat shattered, Dark pounced at Derek with the waving bloody strips of flesh. There was no fear or nervousness in his eyes, only the purest and most burning desire. And at this moment, Klein, who was above the grey fog, responded. Amidst the unreal creaking sound, the illusory door with many strange patterns cracked open a crack. Behind the crack was a deep darkness. In the darkness, there were countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. At the top of these shadows, there were 7 rays of pure light of different colors that seemed to contain infinite knowledge. And above the brilliance was an endless grayish-white fog. It was an ancient palace that overlooked the grey fog. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out from a dark corner and covered Dark, who was closest to it. The bloody strips of flesh that were dancing around Dark were completely enveloped by the pitch-black sticky liquid. His entire body had become like a cat that had entered an opaque bag. The shadow didn't stop. It rapidly extended across the ground and surged towards Derek, who had already dodged to another spot. It shouted sternly, "Stop! What are you doing?" As a monitor, his original plan was to observe the changes from the sidelines and record the corresponding abnormalities. When the situation became uncontrollable, he would then take action to stop the two parties that were acting strangely. But when he saw the illusory door covered with strange symbols and labels crack open, he was shocked by the deep, mysterious, lofty, and majestic scene inside. His intuition told him that it had something to do with the terrifying evil god, so he had no choice but to notify Derek while taking action in a hurry, in an attempt to forcefully interrupt Dark's attempt to sacrifice himself to that existence. However, Dark had long determined his location, and the area he chose for himself was far away from him. Therefore, in order to control the youth who had been possessed by the mysterious Amorn, the monitor, Shadow, could only first circle around or control Dark regents. And he chose the latter, because Dark was clearly abnormal. Leaving his back to him was an absolutely foolish move. Seizing this opportunity, Dark took out the iron box from his hidden pocket and threw it at the illusory door formed by the candle flames. He threw it at the crack that presented a magical scene. As the iron box disappeared, the door covered with strange symbols and labels closed with a clang, and then quickly disappeared. At this moment, Derek remembered Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations. He deliberately contorted the muscles on his face and ferociously faced the shadow. Before the shadow covered him, he suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that he covered his mouth and fell to the ground. The pitch-black shadow spread over and completely enveloped him. The room returned to silence, but there were two huge black chrysalises on the ground. After a while, the pitch-black, sticky liquid shrank back and condensed into a shadow again. As the chrysalises disappeared, Derek and Dark's figures appeared again. The former had fallen unconscious, but a strange worm with 12 transparent rings fell from his hand. The latter had already turned into a lump of flesh and blood, squirming and roaring as it prepared to attack. Faced with this situation, the monitor had no choice but to divert a portion of his strength and once again use the shadow-like black liquid to envelop the mutated Dark regents. Looking at the pale fingers scattered on the ground and the blood-stained scalp with short black hair, the monitor couldn't help but draw a deep breath. He used his Beyonder powers to control the shadows outside, forming a tidal wave to inform the chief inside the spire again. After doing this, he seriously examined Derek's situation and saw the strange, translucent worm. The avatar that Amorn hid in Derek's body is dead, the monitor muttered in surprise. He recalled Dark's strangeness, the terrifying mutation, and the mushroom and doom fruit that didn't seem to have any problems at all. He vaguely had a guess, Amorn might be a sworn enemy of the mastermind behind the corruption of Dark. In order to destroy the other party's plot, he didn't mind losing an avatar. Derek's visit to the training ground to observe the expedition team and report them to the chief were both attempts made by Amorn without exposing himself. As for the mastermind behind the corruption of Dark, he had vaguely discovered Derek's strangeness, so he had sent Dark to control him. The blood-stained scalp and fingers were props to achieve his goal. With this in mind, the overseer suddenly agreed with the chief's worries. The final apocalypse or an even greater calamity was really coming. That was why the City of Silver had repeatedly encountered such strange things. They had repeatedly encountered mysterious existences that hid in the depths of the darkness. Spire, in the chief's room. The shadow described everything that had happened in its entirety. The white-haired, scarred Colin Iliad listened quietly and nodded slightly. Derek, or rather, Amorn, had indeed made preparations ahead of time. The candle with the symbol engraved on it, the evil item that could expose Dark's problem, the excuse of pouring water to make him pray in a low voice, and the sacrificial ritual to send away the item all indicate that the entire matter was developing according to his plan. 2 questions. First, who does the secret symbol on the candle point to? Amorn's main body or the deity behind him? Second, why would Amorn rather not have this avatar and expose the abnormality of the expedition team? Is it because he's a sworn enemy of the entity behind the curtains? Then, why did he stay quietly in the City of Silver for 42 years? Could it be that he had predicted this matter ahead of time, So he deliberately met the expedition team from before and let his avatar reside in their bodies, so as to destroy the plot of the entity behind the curtains. 42 years of waiting was all for this moment. Upon hearing the chief's question, the shadow monitor suddenly said in enlightenment, "Perhaps that's the case. Your Excellency, think about it. Your Excellency, think about it." Why did Amorn wait patiently for 42 years before suddenly causing Udder to lose control after Derek locked him up next door? Because the time in the prophecy is coming, he is in a hurry to change to a parasite that can move freely and destroy the plot of the one behind the curtain. Indeed. We were only thinking about what was wrong with Derek and didn't consider the timing, the City of Silver's chief, Colin, replied thoughtfully. The Shadow Watcher immediately said, "Your Excellency, please take control of all the members of this exploration team immediately. There's definitely something wrong with them, and Elder Lovia, there's a high chance that she's been contaminated as well." Colin frowned slightly. "Before you reported this, even before Dark left, Lovia came to me and told me that she suspected that the members of the exploration team had been contaminated by something. She suggested that we monitor them in secret and let them guard Elder Horik's inverted mausoleum if necessary." Horik was the former chief of the City of Silver. He had built a mausoleum that went deep underground for himself. After that, he lived inside and appeared less and less. Finally, the door closed and could no longer be opened. Elder Lovia mentioned the anomaly a long time ago. The Shadow Watcher asked in surprise. After receiving an affirmative answer, he muttered in a half-doubtful and half-relaxed manner, "That's right. As long as Elder Lovia is fine."